Shitara still remembers the trauma from 5 years ago like it was yesterday, recalling how his childhood was defined by constantly being terrorized by a relentless trio of bad guys. Back in the day, his 3 tormentors cornered him right before his big move, promising one final beating to see him off and demanding a future rematch, since he always lost to them at games and sports, leaving young Shitara to angrily curse them out. This fearsome trio consisted of Akari, the absolute powerhouse, Kani, the unstoppable basketball prodigy, and Shiyou, the unmatched video game genius. Against this wildly overpowered lineup, poor Shitara suffered a completely flawless losing streak, racking up a solid 100 defeats without tasting victory even once. But the absolute peak of his humiliation wasn't just getting repeatedly stomped by the girls, but rather what happened one afternoon when another kid decided to pick on him. His older neighbor Mizuki had to completely ruin his pride by swooping in to fiercely scold his bullies, leaving him feeling utterly pathetic for constantly needing a rescue. Mortified by his own weakness, every time the older girl bailed him out, young Shitara tearfully vowed to grow taller, get stronger, and eventually crush his rivals in a single blow, though nobody really bought into his dramatic promises back then, as the years rolled by. Now fully grown and back in town, the time for their highly anticipated reunion has finally arrived, with Shitara totally locked in on making his childhood bullies pay, completely unaware that his grand revenge plot is about to spectacularly derail into a messy romantic comedy. Hyping himself up for the big moment, Shitara confidently mutters about finally executing his long-awaited vengeance, just as his name is suddenly called out, instantly breaking his edgy concentration. He hastily tries to play off his embarrassing supervillain monologue as just talking to himself, but the teacher admits she heard everything, ultimately brushing off the red flags to enthusiastically praise Shitara for absolutely acing his transfer exams. The teacher notes that transferring in the second semester might be a bit of an adjustment, but Shitara enthusiastically agrees while secretly plotting to bring his former bullies to their knees, leaving his teacher visibly concerned as he politely excuses himself from the office. Striding down the academy hallways, Shitara internally confirms his master mission, knowing full well that his childhood targets are actively enrolled and studying at this exact school. Reflecting on the agonizing 5 years he spent grinding in Tokyo just to evolve past his childhood humiliations, he arrogantly scans the halls for those familiar faces, totally confident they haven't changed a bit, right before a sudden tap on his shoulder interrupts his intense brooding. A bubbly girl with pigtails cheerfully corners him out of nowhere, immediately fawning over his impressive height and expressing immense relief at finally tracking down the elusive new transfer student. Caught completely off guard by this pretty stranger's sudden attention, Shitara tries to play it cool as she excitedly explains that the teacher blabbed all about his perfect exam scores before eagerly volunteering to give him a personal tour of their D classroom. Before he can even formulate a proper response, the energetic girl yanks him right down the hall by the arm, sending his utterly inexperienced mind into massive overdrive as he wildly jumps to the absolute conclusion that she must be completely infatuated with him. His blissful romantic delusions are instantly derailed when his arm gets pressed against her midsection, leaving him completely bewildered by the inexplicably rock-solid feeling radiating from her seemingly delicate abdomen. Casually explaining that she rushed straight out of her club activities without bothering to throw on a regular shirt, she abruptly pulls back her school jacket to reveal a terrifyingly shredded set of six-pack abs that leaves Shitara absolutely stunned. Panicking over who this wildly fit girl could possibly be, Shitara suddenly overhears nearby guys gossiping about how this ultra-popular student named Akari recently rejected 5 different guys at commencement, a massive clue that immediately sets off frantic alarm bells in his head. The crushing realization fully sets in as the gossiping students casually mention her unbelievable status as the undisputed national wrestling champion, finally confirming that this incredibly strong girl aggressively dragging him down the hall is actually his terrifying childhood nemesis. Shitara freezes in sheer panic as his mind connects the dots, realizing that the formidable national champion the other students are talking about is none other than Akari. Gathering his courage, Shitara nervously asks if she is really Akari Mikazuki, prompting her to drop the bubbly act and sigh in frustration that the gossiping bystanders ruined her plan to keep teasing him. Totally flabbergasted, Shitara screams in disbelief demanding to know if she was actually a girl this whole time, while Akari playfully points out how much he has grown. Kotaro loudly complains that she looks like an entirely different person, and demands to know why she kept him in the dark, to which Akari casually replies that he never bothered to ask as some familiar footsteps approach. Two incredibly stylish girls suddenly walk up, with the blonde one teasingly noting that Kotaro still has the same silly face, but looks decent, while her friend remarks that his new muscles finally make him look like a boy. Utterly dazzled by these idol-like beauties, Kotaro weakly asks who they are, only for them to introduce themselves as his other childhood tormentors, Kani Aburazuki and Mangetsu Shigure. Kotaro completely loses his mind and screams in absolute hysterics, refusing to believe that all three of his ultimate childhood rivals were girls and desperately hoping it is a massive joke. Dropping to his knees in utter defeat, Kotaro cries over the bizarre revelation, while the girls find his predictable meltdown highly entertaining, teasing him for being insensitive and completely unchanged since they last met. Akari smugly admits she kept her gender a secret because she knew he would never want to meet up again otherwise, prompting the other two to realize they all do the exact same sneaky plan. The three girls casually walk away, dismissively concluding that keeping him in the dark about their true identities was just a minor detail for the overall benefit of their friendship. As the three girls walk, their hidden feelings suddenly flare up into a fierce rivalry, with each of them warning the others to keep their hands off Kotaro because he belongs to them. Kotaro looks back in confusion, vaguely realizing that the girls are starting to argue about something, but he decides to keep moving until a loud voice suddenly calls out to him from behind. A handsome young male teacher in a tracksuit enthusiastically greets Kotaro, recognizing him instantly. While Kotaro stands there utterly baffled, a female student suddenly clings to the popular teacher, prompting him to warn her to stop before they both get into trouble. Kotaro quietly wonders how this incredibly good-looking teacher even knows his name, since they have never met before. He is completely thrown off when the teacher starts acting overly familiar and friendly, forcing him to politely ask for his identity. The teacher happily reveals that he is actually Mizuki, Akatsuki, Kotaro's former next-door neighbor who used to bail him out of trouble back in the day. As Kotaro stands frozen in shock, Mizuki sheepishly apologizes for the confusion, casually explaining that he simply had a very feminine look back then, because he was heavily into cross-dressing as a kid. Kotaro collapses to the floor in absolute despair, screaming in disbelief over the fact that his supposed big sister neighbor was actually a guy all along. As Mizuki apologizes for the misunderstanding, the three girls look on, with pity, realizing that Kotaro was completely clueless about his neighbor's gender and has entirely forgotten about his grand revenge plot. It turns out they only ever picked on him in the first place because they desperately wanted his attention. With his grand quest for vengeance completely derailed, Kotaro now finds himself caught in an entirely different kind of chaotic battle against his former childhood tormentors. After school on that very same day, the school bell rings, and someone loudly yells out Kotaro's name. The three girls eagerly try to corner Kotaro with completely different offers, with Kani inviting him to tour the academy, Akari demanding they go to the dojo, and Shigure quietly insisting they play video games at her place. Realizing that Kotaro has completely slipped away while they were busy bickering, the girls search the empty classroom, until Mizuki-sensei suddenly appears and asks them for a word. Mizuki confronts the girls directly, sternly questioning whether they plan to harass Kotaro again, and demanding to know what their true intentions are with him. Kani and Shigure immediately defend themselves, explaining that they have no bad intentions, and that they never actually wanted to bully Kotaro in the first place. Mizuki warns them not to mislead him, since he spent years listening to Kotaro complain about their constant mocking, though Shigure attempts to explain what really happened in the past. Shigure insists that things weren't as they seemed, reflecting back on the times they spent sitting together in front of the television playing fighting games. Mizuki points out that Shigure constantly humiliated Kotaro during every single match, recalling how Kotaro would tearfully complain about not even getting a chance to move, while Shigure simply teased him for challenging her. Shigure embarrassedly confesses that she only kept defeating him because his frustrated, tearful reactions were incredibly cute, prompting her friends to immediately judge her and call her a total creep. Mizuki firmly tells Shigure that even if she didn't mean any harm, she still owes Kotaro a proper apology, a point so reasonable that the other girls completely agree, while a remorseful Shigure quietly nods in agreement. Akari wastes no time throwing Shigure under the bus, loudly declaring that her friend has always possessed a highly disturbed attitude. While Shigure can only offer a defensive grunt in response, Kenny immediately pipes up to agree, lecturing Shigure on the importance of actually considering how other people feel. Their high and mighty attitude is instantly shattered when Mizuki-sensei yells that the other two are absolutely not exempt from this scolding either. This sudden call-out leaves them completely stunned and speechless, as their own past misdeeds are about to be dragged into the light. Mizuki immediately confronts Akari for her hands-on approach during their childhood wrestling matches, pointing out how she would repeatedly grab Kataro's private areas to completely paralyze him. Back then, Akari had casually brushed off Kataro's frantic protests as a harmless punishment game while secretly using the matches to satisfy her own curiosity about boys' anatomy. Next up is Kani, whom Mizuki calls out for leveraging her basketball skills to trick Kataro into a high-stakes bet where the loser had to strip naked. Even though Kani outwardly lamented her failure to get him to take off all his clothes, her inner thoughts revealed a much different motivation, as she viewed seeing him exposed as an absolute visual delight. With their embarrassing childhood secrets laid completely bare, Mizuki confronts the silent duo and flatly asks them to tell him if he is lying about their past actions. Shigure immediately calls out her friends for being absolute freaks, prompting Akari to frantically defend herself by insisting that her physical contact with Kataro was a total accident. Shigure remains completely skeptical, bluntly asking if she only touched him out of curiosity about his body, which gets another panicked denial from Akari. Kani shamelessly owns up to her actions, casually arguing that wanting to see the body of someone you like is just a natural human instinct, though the others immediately yell at her to have some shame. Mizuki-sensei dismisses the excuses and warns them that he will never forgive them if they hurt Kataro again, only for Kataro himself to suddenly interject from the hallway, calling out the teacher for abusing his authority. Stepping back into the classroom, Kataro unexpectedly defends the girls, calmly stating that he never actually considered their past actions to be harassment. This sudden defense leaves Mizuki-sensei completely stunned as he turns around in utter disbelief. As the girls and Mizuki listen in stunned silence, Kataro explains that while outsiders might look at those childhood interactions and see bullying in his eyes, those moments were simply the fair consequences of losing matches that he just was not strong enough to win. He adds that he never felt victimized by their actions, despite knowing they could have treated him far more harshly if they wanted to. This surprisingly forgiving perspective leaves the three girls deeply touched, with their hearts melting as they quietly whisper his name in absolute admiration. Kataro dramatically declares that their rivalry is far from over, boldly challenging them to a rematch in all of their childhood sports. He proudly announces that they will not be limiting themselves to just wrestling, basketball, and video games, but will also face off in academics, football, and even karaoke. The girls are left utterly bewildered when Kataro casually adds a terrifying condition, stating that if they lose to him, they will have to face the exact same kind of punishment they used to inflict on him back in the day. A panicked Akari asks if he seriously intends to subject them to the very same embarrassing things they did to him, prompting an angry Kataro to tell her to shut up and not put words in his mouth. He then dramatically rants about how she cannot possibly imagine the sheer darkness of his grueling training over the past 5 years. Despite his protests, the girls cannot help but visualize the terrifying reality of his proposed penalty, imagining themselves being forced to strip down and get touched without any mercy, which immediately sends their minds into overdrive and leaves them blushing furiously. While they internally note that his threat sounds far more like a dream reward than an actual punishment, Akari eagerly gets fired up and demands they battle immediately, while her jealous friend shoves her aside, calling her a pervert and claiming the right to go first. Just as the girls get completely riled up for the challenge, Kataro completely kills the mood by casually stating that he cannot fight right now because he has a video call scheduled with a girl he likes, coolly promising to start their showdown tomorrow instead. This casual announcement completely blindsides the three girls, leaving them utterly frozen in place and gasping in collective shock at the sudden revelation. A hesitant Akari asks him if he really likes someone, and Kotaro happily confirms her fears, admitting that he met a wonderful girl in Tokyo whom he instantly fell in love with, and who has been on his mind every single day since. He glances back at Mizuki, mentioning that he was deeply disappointed by his previous crush, before explaining that his new love interest despises weak men who cannot stand up for themselves. He reveals that this very standard is what drove him to seek revenge on his childhood rivals, so he can finally prove his worth. As the pieces of the puzzle fall into place, the girls realize that his entire revenge campaign is just a convoluted setup to impress another girl. Completely oblivious to their despair, Kotaro confidently vows to defeat them, graduate from high school, and head back to Tokyo to finally confess his love to his dream girl. Kotaro casually tosses out a challenge for them to prepare for their inevitable defeat tomorrow, before turning his back to leave, leaving the girls completely caught off guard by his sudden exit. One of the frantic girls desperately yells for him to hold on since they are definitely not done talking, but Kotaro just completely ignores the plea and bolts right out the classroom door. Left entirely alone in the quiet classroom, the three fierce childhood bullies immediately break down, blushing wildly as they struggle to process his surprisingly cool departure. Akari starts hopelessly spiraling into jealousy, nervously rationalizing that since he was gone for 5 long years, it completely makes sense that he might already be seeing the mysterious girl from his recent video call. Shiyou brutally beats herself up for being an absolute idiot, and getting her hopes up, guiltily pointing out how utterly shameless they are being by desperately trying to win his affection after treating him so horribly in the past. Completely ignoring her friend's depressive meltdown, Kenny casually notes that her current sweater strategy was a total bust, wondering out loud if she should switch to a blazer tomorrow, since just wearing her shirt definitely grabbed his attention before. Shiyou temporarily pauses her intense pity party to ask what on earth Kenny is babbling about, prompting the blonde to happily explain that she is actively experimenting with different uniform combinations just to see which style Kotaro actually prefers. Akari frantically reminds her that Kotaro already likes someone else, but Kenny brushes off the concern, completely arguing that a simple crush is totally changeable, and she still has a solid chance as long as he isn't officially dating anyone. Even when her friends warn her that she is going way too far and will only make him hate her, Kenny refuses to back down. Dropping all pretense, Kenny boldly declares that love is all about forcing your plans onto someone else without their consent, and that the ultimate winner is simply whoever has the biggest ego. She fiercely proclaims that she loves him more than anyone else in the world, and is absolutely certain she can make him happy. Throwing down the absolute romantic gauntlet, Kenny bluntly warns her closest friends not to get in her way, leaving the other 2 girls completely stunned into utter silence by her overwhelming determination. The touching atmosphere instantly shatters as Shiyou playfully calls out Kenny for her totally predictable attitude, prompting the blonde athlete to admit she expected that exact response, before firmly declaring that her rival is dead wrong about one crucial detail. Refusing to back down for even a second, Kenny boldly proclaims that she loves Kotaro way more than anyone else does, leaving her rival utterly speechless and fuming with intense jealousy. Kenny confidently stakes her claim, absolutely guaranteeing that she will use their remaining 3 years of high school to completely win over Kotaro's heart. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the intense romantic war brewing over him, Kotaro attempts to make his escape down the hallway, aggressively telling Mizuki-sensei to stop following him as the persistent teacher eagerly chases him down. Mizuki unapologetically continues trailing him, casually explaining that he just finds it totally unbelievable how manly his former neighbor has become. Kotaro completely ignores the compliment, bluntly reminding the teacher that he is still firmly on his list of traitors for the whole fake sister deception. Sensing a perfect opportunity to mess with his flustered student, Mizuki flashes a mischievous grin and playfully points out that he has not actually provided any solid proof that he is really a man, yet instantly making Kotaro freeze in absolute panic. Taking the joke to the absolute limit, Mizuki cheekily offers Kotaro a free pass to check his body for himself, leaving the poor guy completely horrified by the sudden, indecent proposal. Desperate to shut down the teasing immediately, Kotaro frantically shouts that checking is entirely unnecessary, because he already has someone he likes, finally prompting Mizuki to back off with a good-natured laugh and apologize for bothering him so much. Highly amused by this sudden confession, Mizuki curiously asks what kind of girl managed to capture his heart, prompting a smug Kotaro to eagerly boast about his ultimate crush, being an incredibly attractive innocent girl with a very serious attitude. Kotaro proudly continues bragging that his dream girl has beautiful eyebrows, adorable cat ears, aspirations of becoming a massive idol, and also happens to be the daughter of a demon king. This extremely specific and deeply nerdy description instantly makes Mizuki realize that Kotaro is just obsessing over a virtual idol, leaving the teacher completely bewildered by the sudden fantasy nonsense. Kotaro proudly displays his phone screen, enthusiastically boasting that the digital avatar is actually the incredibly popular VTuber Fumi Tan from virtual Tokyo. Mizuki stares back with an utterly deadpan expression, letting out a flat acknowledgement as the pathetic reality of Kotaro's digital romance finally clicks. Pressing for details, Mizuki asks if these supposed video calls are actually just Kotaro commenting during public streams. When Kotaro cheerfully confirms that his grand interaction consists entirely of typing in a live chat, Mizuki is instantly overcome by the overwhelming urge to harshly scold him for being so deeply delusional. Meanwhile, out in the school hallways, some male students spot Kenny walking by and immediately start fawning over her incredible beauty. One guy quickly informs his clueless friend that she is actually Vice President Kenny, a legendary student famous for having the top grades in the entire school while also completely dominating in sports. The gossip only escalates as the boys mention she is also the wealthy daughter of the massive Tsukumi Corporation, leaving the other student completely flabbergasted and struggling to believe that someone so flawlessly perfect actually exists. Completely mesmerized, one of the guys shamelessly comments on her amazing figure and loudly wishes he could date her, only for his friend to instantly crush his dreams by reminding him that a girl of her status is entirely out of his league. Their chatter is abruptly cut short when a familiar voice calls out for Kenny. The handsome class president smoothly approaches to praise Kenny for doing an absolutely brilliant job chairing the recent student council meeting, expressing his relief that someone as highly capable as her will be taking over his role. When Kenny tries to humbly brush off the high praise, he playfully chides her for being too modest. Watching this pristine interaction from the sidelines, some female students absolutely swoon over how handsome the president looks, noting that he makes a perfectly divine match for Vice President Kenny. They are completely awestruck by how flawlessly calm and unaffected she manages to remain even while receiving such glowing compliments from the top guy in school. Shiyou dryly points out that it is honestly bizarre those two aren't officially dating yet, prompting a flustered Akari to loudly yell back that she has absolutely no idea what is going on. Wasting no time, Kotaro boldly marches right up to Kenny in the hallway, striking a ridiculously confident pose with a basketball and loudly challenging her to an after-school match. He recklessly raises the stakes by proposing the exact same degenerate strip basketball rules from their childhood, where every successful three-pointer forces the loser to remove an item of clothing, prompting a blushing Kenny to cross her arms and warn him that this is not just a simple game anymore. A couple of random guys in the hallway overhear the commotion and immediately start gossiping about Kotaro's cocky attitude and vulgar proposal, completely unaware that Kenny, who puts on a disgusted front, was actually the devious mastermind who invented that stripping game in the first place. Having laid down the gauntlet, Kotaro abruptly dashes off down the hall with his basketball, loudly warning her not to chicken out of their impending showdown. With Kotaro gone, one of the gossiping bystanders immediately steps in to play the white knight, trying to score points with Kenny by trashing Kotaro and offering her fake sympathy for having to deal with such a disgusting guy. Instead of playing along with the offended victim act, Kenny completely ignores the wannabe savior and smiles fondly to herself, happily noting that Kotaro is still the exact same fiery rival he used to be. She smoothly excuses herself to go finish up her student council paperwork, leaving the utterly baffled bystander standing in the dust, as he realizes he has never seen the notoriously cool Kenny smile so warmly before. The afternoon classes finally wrap up, setting the stage for the highly anticipated and incredibly high-stakes rematch between the two childhood rivals. They meet up inside the completely deserted basketball court, with Kenny smoothly explaining that she flexed her elite student council privileges to lock down the entire gym just for the two of them. Kenny confidently sets the stakes for their match, bluntly assuring Kotaro that their private setting means he can strip down without any worries and hoping he is fully prepared to get completely naked. Deciding to throw him a bone for old time's sake, Kenny smugly claims she is giving him a little treat by removing her blazer, boldly declaring that she will easily crush him despite not playing since elementary school. Kotaro tries to match her energy by warning her that overconfidence will only lead to a harder fall, but he completely ruins his own intimidating speech by attempting a flashy ball-spinning trick to prove his growth, earning a deadpan insult from Kenny about how pathetic he looks. Kenny formally lays down the rules, declaring that the first to 30 points wins any three-pointer, forces the opponent to shed an item of clothing, and the ultimate loser must obey the winner's absolute commands, a deal Kotaro hesitantly accepts. With the humiliating terms officially locked in, Kenny eagerly initiates the game and instantly explodes into motion, completely overwhelming Kotaro right out of the gate. Before Kotaro can even properly process her rapid movements or mount any sort of defense, Kenny effortlessly goes in for a sudden jump shot. Sinking the ball perfectly, Kenny smugly taunts Kotaro for totally freezing up, leaving him internally awestruck by her incredible talent as he openly admits she caught him completely off guard. Wasting zero time cashing in on her first victory, Kenny ruthlessly orders him to honor the penalty and strip, prompting an embarrassed Kotaro to start undressing, while belatedly realizing just how heavily rigged these stakes are against him. As he reluctantly removes his jacket, Kenny shamelessly invades his personal space to stare intensely at his exposed collarbone, openly confessing that she finally understands why girls find a guy's neck so incredibly erotic, leaving a highly disturbed Kotaro to tell her she has a serious problem. Completely fueled by her new obsession with his physique, Kenny bluntly admits she is now more motivated than ever to make him take off the rest of his clothes, forcing an exasperated Kotaro to quickly reset and focus back on the match. The highly anticipated basketball match kicks off, and Kotaro immediately catches Kenny completely off guard with some incredibly swift and unpredictable footwork on the court. Confident in her athletic skills, Kenny quickly moves to block his path, smugly declaring that she will never let him pass, while totally anticipating his setup for a fake-out three-point shot. Kotaro completely shatters her arrogant expectations by flawlessly executing a sudden fadeaway shot, leaving the undisputed basketball prodigy absolutely stunned by his wildly improved moves. As the ball sinks perfectly through the net, Kotaro obnoxiously taunts his former bully about her totally failed defense, though a thoroughly annoyed Kenny quickly fires back by reminding him that the score is still tied. Spinning the ball with massive confidence, Kotaro eagerly challenges her to take her turn, leaving Kenny to quietly admit to herself that her favorite old punching bag has seriously leveled up his game since they were kids. Fully realizing that he is no longer the weak little minnow they used to effortlessly stomp in their respective sports, Kenny silently decides it is time to deploy some heavily drastic measures to secure her victory. Faced with the terrifying prospect of actually losing to him for the very first time, she suddenly rips open her school shirt to reveal an incredibly distracting set of frilly lingerie, sending Kotaro into an absolute panicked meltdown. While a totally flustered Kotaro wildly stammers about her sudden mid-game wardrobe malfunction, Kenny proudly declares that weaponizing her underwear to completely shatter her opponent's concentration is simply an ironclad rule of her family's absolute refusal to ever lose. She then shamelessly doubles down on her bizarre distraction strategy by bragging about her powerful administrative connections and inevitable destiny to rule the school, prompting Kotaro to frantically question what kind of absolute pervert is plotting to take over the academy. Utterly convinced that wearing exotic undergarments every single day was the ultimate tactical preparation for this exact showdown, Kenny intensely announces that the real match has finally begun, leaving a deeply exasperated Kotaro to loudly question her absolute sanity. Kenny casually suggests they continue their basketball match, but Kotaro is completely overwhelmed, mentally screaming in absolute panic as he struggles to keep his eyes on the game. Kotaro frantically realizes he has made a massive miscalculation, sweating as he notes she has absolutely no shame about the stakes of the match, leaving him incredibly nervous and completely convinced that he has already lost. The scoreboard ticks up to 26-20, forcing Kotaro to bitterly curse his bad luck as Kani easily sinks another 3-point shot, widening the gap to a stressful 6 points. Kani teasingly notes how ridiculous and overly dramatic Kotaro looks, but he loudly barks at her to shut up, stubbornly insisting that missing a single shot does not mean their game is over. Kani boldly offers to let him score a basket just so she has an excuse to take off even more clothes, prompting a flustered Kotaro to panic scream at her to stop undressing until she has actually lost a point. Desperate to stay in the game, Kotaro tells himself he absolutely cannot lose, though he frantically begs her to keep her distance while dressed like that. Kani casually brushes off his panic, reassuring him that she is merely playing standard defense. Despite his resolve, Kotaro loses his footing and slips to the floor, swearing in frustration, as Kani effortlessly breezes past him to claim the ball. The ball goes clean through the hoop, and Kotaro lets out a sigh of relief at what he considers a stroke of luck, realizing that even though she scored, it was only a 2-pointer. Kani confidently tries to claim her last basket was a 3-pointer as a convenient excuse to immediately strip off her skirt, but Kotaro instantly shoots down her blatant cheating with a harsh rejection. He furiously argues the technicalities of the court lines to prove it was only worth 2 points, desperately trying to stop her from taking off any more clothes. As she weirdly accuses him of just wanting to undress himself, Kotaro loses his mind and yells at her to stop flashing her highly inappropriate underwear around, demanding to know if she has any sense of shame left. Completely ignoring his frantic lectures, Kani boldly ditches the rest of her uniform anyway, casually claiming that her outrageous outfit actually makes her feel incredibly safe. This absolute lack of self-awareness pushes Kotaro to his breaking point, as he screams that it does not matter how she feels because he is the one dying of sheer embarrassment. Utterly defeated by her shameless persistence, Kotaro throws in the towel and agrees to just count the 3 points to get the agonizing ordeal over with. Kani completely ignores his misery and playfully asks if he is scared of her before aggressively driving down the court, forcing Kotaro to desperately question how anyone could possibly play a serious game of basketball in literal adult lingerie without feeling completely terrified. Their chaotic matchup takes a disastrous turn when his frantic defense leads to him accidentally crashing right into her chest, sending him into an absolute spiral of panicked apologies. Instead of getting mad, Kani remains eerily calm and tells him to just brush it off, a deeply unnatural reaction that instantly triggers Kotaro's survival instincts and warns him that he is still in massive danger. Noticing Kani's incredibly flushed state, Kotaro genuinely asks if she has suddenly caught a fever, completely unaware of the internal crisis he just triggered. Still reeling from their accidental collision, Kani quietly mutters to herself as a strange and unexpected realization begins to set in. Totally bewildered by her cryptic response, Kotaro demands to know what she is talking about. Kani awkwardly confesses that she honestly believed she was completely immune to feeling any sort of embarrassment, but this highly unexpected situation is quickly making her reconsider her own shamelessness. Internally spiraling, Kani realizes she wildly underestimated how thrilling it would actually feel to be accidentally touched by the guy she is head over heels for. She frantically notes that this overwhelming surge of excitement is a massive miscalculation that threatens to completely ruin all of her carefully crafted seduction plans moving forward. Before Kani can even attempt to recover her composure and salvage her derailed strategy, the gym doors suddenly fly open. A stern newcomer storms into the room, instantly shattering the heavy tension by loudly demanding to know exactly what the two of them are doing. The furious class president immediately jumps to the absolute worst conclusion, dramatically lamenting that her suspicions about a shameless underground game were completely spot on. She aggressively corners Kotaro, viciously accusing him of forcing the star athlete into the scandalous outfit, leaving a desperate Kotaro to awkwardly defend himself by explaining the completely unbelievable truth that Kani actually chose to dress like that entirely on her own. Mizuki fiercely defends Kani, angrily accusing Kotaro of lying and insisting that a nice girl like her would never do anything inappropriate. Kani weakly interrupts the teacher's self-righteous rant, quietly admitting that Kotaro is actually telling the truth and is entirely innocent in this situation. Done dealing with the unnecessary drama, Kotaro sarcastically agrees with the harsh accusations, and abruptly announces his departure, prompting Mizuki to angrily brand him a scumbag, while a panicking Kenny desperately begs him to stay. Completely enraged by the blatant disrespect, Kenny slowly turns to Mizuki and intensely repeats his nasty insults right back at him, perfectly mimicking his demands for Kotaro to get away from her, before dangerously calling for the teacher's attention. Radiating an absolutely terrifying demonic aura, Kenny steps up to Mizuki and dangerously demands to know if he would like to repeat the terrible things he just said to her Kotaro, leaving the poor teacher sweating in total confusion. While a highly nervous Mizuki frantically asks if his student is mad at him, Kotaro suddenly calls out from across the gym, loudly announcing that he almost forgot to do one last crucial thing before leaving. Without a single moment of hesitation, Kotaro casually launches the basketball from all the way across the court, effortlessly sinking a completely flawless nothing but net shot right over everyone's heads. Flashing a massive grin, Kotaro playfully taunts Kenny for dropping her guard, proudly declaring that his epic long-distance three-pointer perfectly ties up their score, so they are completely evenly matched once again. Kenny stares in absolute awe before passionately declaring that she is no longer that foolish kid from the past, and fiercely vowing that she will never lose to him again. Meanwhile, a completely bewildered Mizuki mutters in confusion as Kotaro casually bids them goodbye and strolls right out the gym doors. Tossing his shirt over his shoulder with total confidence, Kotaro flashes a cocky grin and warns his childhood rival to get ready, because he fully plans to finish her off the next time they face off. Left standing in the middle of the court, Kenny blushes furiously and gasps in pure admiration, entirely swept off her feet by his unbelievably smooth and dramatic exit. Someone quietly remarks that the current situation feels exactly like the old times. Flashing back to a sunny day at the local playground, a frustrated Kotaro loudly curses out after suffering yet another crushing defeat. A young Kenny mockingly laughs at his misery, teasingly calling him a helpless little fish, while a tearful Kotaro angrily demands an immediate rematch. Kenny smugly accepts his challenge, casually noting that the outcome will remain exactly the same, but she is suddenly startled when a stern voice calls out her name from behind. A sharply dressed man steps out of a massive luxury car to sternly scold Kenny, demanding to know why she isn't already studying in her classroom an hour before class like he explicitly instructed. Completely freezing up in fear, a terrified Kenny quietly acknowledges the imposing man as her father. As onlookers openly gawk at the expensive vehicle, the neighborhood kids nervously whisper among themselves, gossiping about Kenny's massive wealth, and mentioning how their parents warned them to be extremely careful around someone from an entirely different social class. The harsh whispering culminates in the kids concluding it is no longer a good idea to play with her, leaving a deeply isolated Kenny standing in absolute silence beside her strict father. The memory suddenly shifts back to their youth as a small hand reaches out to tightly grip onto a uniform sleeve. A flashback reveals a tearful, completely shirtless young Kotaro desperately clinging to young Kenny, angrily declaring the situation unfair and refusing to let her leave without granting him a proper chance at revenge. A younger Mizuki suddenly enters the scene and frantically demands to know why the little boy is running around outside without a shirt, while young Kenny simply looks back at her flustered childhood rival. Back in the present, Kotaro's loud threat to make her strip completely echoes over her nostalgic memories, prompting Kenny to softly chuckle, while a confused Kotaro demands to know what she is laughing about. Kenny simply covers her mouth and continues to giggle quietly to herself, thoroughly enjoying the intense nostalgic feeling of their childhood rivalry. She completely breaks character and bursts into joyous laughter, internally noting that Kotaro has not changed a bit, while he simply stares in absolute shock at the unbelievable sight of his usually stoic rival genuinely smiling. Overwhelmed by her hidden feelings, Kenny warmly gazes forward and explicitly confesses that she loves Kotaro with all her heart. Her sweet moment is abruptly shattered as she lets out a sudden gasp, instantly snapping entirely out of her intense romantic daydream. In reality, Kotaro is already walking away when Kenny suddenly calls out for him to wait from behind a partition, prompting him to turn around and cockily ask if she is so dissatisfied with her loss that she is coming back for more. Refusing to let the game end, Kenny aggressively rips off her shirt to expose her lace bra, fiercely arguing that his last shot was a three-pointer, which strictly obligates her to remove another piece of clothing, prompting a completely flustered Kotaro to frantically beg her to stop stripping with such obvious joy. As Kotaro frantically yells at her to stay away and calls her a complete pervert who would make a disastrous class president, Kenny casually reassures him that she is not fully naked just yet. Luckily for everyone involved, a narrator notes the sheer miracle that absolutely no other students happen to walk by and catch Kenny parading around the school in such a scandalous state. Later on, during a casual PE class, a couple of classmates are hanging out by a soccer ball when one suddenly asks his friend, who he considers to be the absolute most beautiful girl in their class, prompting the other guy to immediately give his absolute vote to Kenny. A nearby group of girls chimes in on the fierce debate, with one pointing out that Shiyou is also unbelievably gorgeous with doll-like skin fit for a movie star. While another girl totally agrees with the assessment, the third passionately argues that she is definitely Team Akari because she is just an absolute sucker for her incredibly cute gal aesthetic. The guys continue to marvel at their incredible luck, noting how amazing it is to have three gorgeous girls in the exact same class. As one of them happily agrees that it is a wonderful sight to behold, he suddenly stops and questions why they are even gossiping about this in the middle of practice. The casual vibe is instantly shattered when a smartphone screen is suddenly thrust into view, proudly displaying a secret photo of a sweaty, completely shirtless Kotaro. A totally flustered Akari demands to know how her rival managed to score such a scandalous picture of him. Kenny shamelessly confesses that she secretly snapped the photo during their private basketball match, prompting an outraged Akari to scream that her actions are completely illegal. When asked why she would even such a precious photo with her enemies, Kenny smugly admits she did it entirely just to mess with them. Fuming with jealousy, Akari curses her out for acting so superior and desperately begs Shiyou to help her take the conceited blonde down a peg. Instead of joining the fierce romantic rivalry, Shiyou coldly shuts them down, bluntly stating she has absolutely no interest in their petty drama, before turning her back to leave. Watching her walk away, Akari quietly points out how incredibly emotionally distant Shiyou seems compared to the rest of them, an assessment that even Kenny fully agrees with. While Shiyou stands there looking completely dejected, Kenny notes that her friend has always been like that, never being the type to openly express her feelings. Akari bluntly agrees, jokingly describing Shiyou as being dead inside, though Shiyou quickly dismisses their teasing by muttering that it doesn't matter anyway. Kenny suddenly drops a major bombshell by confessing that yesterday she finally realized she loves Kotaro more than anyone else in the entire world. This sudden declaration catches Akari completely off guard, prompting her to immediately shout back in a fit of jealousy that she loves Kotaro more than anyone else too. Just as their romantic argument starts heating up, a loud, painful cry suddenly echoes from across the schoolyard, instantly cutting their bickering short and drawing their attention. On the school's sports field, a classmate frantically runs up to check on Kotaro, who is clutching his leg in agony and admitting that he has completely twisted his ankle. Kotaro sheepishly explains that he got hurt because he was desperately trying to replicate a fancy soccer move he saw online the night before. His classmates immediately facepalm, calling it an incredibly pathetic reason to get injured, and calling him an idiot for hurting himself before the game even started, while Akari quickly steps in to offer him a shoulder to lean on. With his leg temporarily out of commission, Kotaro is quickly guided over to the school's infirmary so his twisted ankle can be properly examined and treated. Meanwhile, the three girls unexpectedly run into each other right outside the infirmary doors, letting out surprised gasps as they realize they all had the exact same destination in mind. Kenny points out that they all apparently had the same idea to visit Kotaro, while Akari admits she thought they had sneaked away for different reasons. Shiyou, however, defensively claims that unlike her highly competitive friends, she only came because she is genuinely worried about his injury. Akari defensively snaps back that she is also genuinely worried, but Shiyou immediately calls her out on her suspicious outfit, asking why she chose to tie up her shirt to show off her midriff when she wasn't dressed like that out in the schoolyard. Akari lets out a loud sneeze, desperately trying to deny that she is dressed like that just to grab Kotaro's attention. Shiyou completely ignores her excuses, shivering slightly as she casually remarks to Kenny that it is starting to get pretty chilly now that autumn is approaching. Shiyou firmly confronts Kenny in the hallway, demanding to know why she is blatantly wearing tight gym shorts that completely violate the school's dress code. Kanny casually plays dumb, looking over her shoulder to ask if her friend just said something. Kanny innocently tries to argue that wearing gym shorts is a totally common trend nowadays, but Akari immediately shuts that lie down by noting she has never seen anyone actually do that before. Shiyou exasperatedly calls them both out for having absolutely zero shame when it comes to trying to seduce Kotaro. Deciding to take the moral high ground, Shiyou turns to the door and claims Kotaro would be super uncomfortable seeing them dressed, like that, casually announcing her plan to go see him all by herself. Her sneaky attempt to ditch her rivals is instantly thwarted when the other two immediately grab her from behind. Akari aggressively calls out Shiyou's massive hypocrisy, accusing the seemingly perfect girl of secretly harboring her own perverted thoughts. Seizing the golden opportunity, Kanny boldly declares that they are going to find out exactly what Shiyou is hiding under her jacket. Without giving her any chance to resist, Kanny ruthlessly unzips Shiyou's jacket to forcefully expose her secret strategy. The big reveal completely fizzles out as Kanny and Akari stare in massive disappointment, bluntly calling it totally boring since Shiyou is just wearing the standard gym uniform underneath. A flustered Shiyou angrily yells at them to stop comparing her to their shameless standards, defensively insisting she only came by because she was genuinely worried about Kotaro, though Akari remains highly suspicious of her motives. Cutting right through all the flimsy excuses, Kanny bluntly asks Shiyou if she actually has genuine romantic feelings for Kotaro, leaving the dark-haired girl completely tense and cornered. Kanny casually dismisses her rival smugly, stating that Shiyou clearly lacks the hardcore commitment she herself possesses, while Akari readily agrees that the easily flustered gamer girl just struggles way too much with embarrassing situations to be a real threat. As Shiyou falls into a deeply tense silence, the other two smugly conclude that they simply care about Kotaro far more than she ever could, and that it would be cruel to expect her to match their intense dedication. This extremely condescending pity finally pushes Shiyou over the absolute edge. Completely snapping under their constant mockery, a furiously blushing Shiyou loudly confesses that she actually touches herself every single day, while thinking about Kotaro, aggressively declaring that her daily solo sessions make her way more embarrassing and fiercely committed than either of them could ever hope to be. Kanny and Akari both freeze in total confusion, letting out a collective gasp of disbelief, as the shocking implications of their quiet friend's recent behavior finally start to click in their heads. Kanny boldly corners a wildly embarrassed Shiyou by bringing up the incredibly sexy photo of Kotaro she showed off earlier, logically deducing that Shiyou must be using the picture for the exact same self-indulgent purpose Kanny would, while casually assuming she touches herself at least once a week. The tense confrontation takes a slightly awkward turn when Kanny quickly backpedals to clarify that she actually had no intention of doing such a thing herself, while a completely oblivious Akari completely derails the mood by innocently asking if they are just talking about playing video games, leaving Kanny staring at her silent, deeply flushed friend in utter disbelief. As an incredibly flushed and trembling Shiyou completely fails to offer up any sort of defense, a still utterly clueless Akari loudly demands to know why playing with yourself would make someone so red in the face, prompting an amused Kanny to smugly conclude that the quiet girls are always secretly the boldest ones of the bunch. Kanny flawlessly pieces the entire mystery together, casually noting that Kotaro's triumphant return must have drastically amplified Shiyou's long-dormant desires, ultimately pushing her to the absolute extreme of needing to satisfy herself every single day. While an increasingly frustrated Akari loudly begs for someone to explain their dirty conversation to her, the actual target of their intense obsession sits right next door in his room, totally bewildered by all the chaotic screaming happening just outside his door. In the school hallway, a classmate playfully teases Kotaro for being completely glued to his phone and constantly obsessing over his virtual girlfriend. Completely unashamed of his digital romance, Kotaro smoothly fires back that she is obviously his absolute favorite person in the world. Kotaro passionately rants to his classmate about how his heart is always connected with his beloved, despite the distance, only to be bluntly shut down by his classmate, who tells him not to talk about a virtual VTuber like they are in a real long-distance relationship. Meanwhile, Akira silently listens to the embarrassing confession in deep annoyance. Akira's friends ask her what is wrong, prompting her to reveal her deep anxiety about the identity of the girl Kotaro is in love with. As the others point out that Kotaro met his dream girl during his time in Tokyo, Shiyou admits that she is definitely curious to find out more. Akira frantically panics that they are already one step behind their rival and stand no chance, but Shiyou brutally corrects her by stating they are actually 100 steps behind. Deciding that they need to close the gap, Akira suggests that their first priority is to gather intel on their enemy and work together to find out who she is, a plan that the other girls immediately agree to. Meanwhile, Kotaro remains in the classroom, completely focused on a mobile game on his phone. Shiyou initiates their reconnaissance mission by casually approaching Kotaro and asking to see what game he is playing, and a clueless Kotaro quickly explains that he has recently taken an interest in a new music game. While Akira and Kani spy from the hallway and praise Shiyou for her smooth approach, Shiyou pretends to be a fan of the game too, prompting Kotaro to warmly recall how she has always loved video games since elementary school. Kotaro happily confesses that he only decided to try the music game because his beloved dream girl was playing it, though the reality is that he was actually just watching her stream the game. While Kotaro happily plays away and comments on how fun the game turns out to be, Shiyou stands beside him, radiating a dark aura of jealousy as she quietly repeats his words about his crush. Shiyou suddenly reaches out to swipe Kotaro's smartphone, demanding to borrow it, which prompts him to defensively tell her not to take his belongings without his permission. As Kotaro nervously starts questioning if she honestly thinks she can win a game on his device, he is quickly cut off by a nearby classmate, who gasps in absolute awe at how incredibly fast and skillful her fingers are on the screen. Kotaro barely has time to finish his skeptical thought before he is left screaming in disbelief at the sight of a perfect full combo on his screen. Shiyou calmly hands his phone back, smugly noting that the mobile game was incredibly easy, while Kotaro sheepishly admits that her legendary gaming skills clearly extend to high-speed mobile titles as well. Shiyou presses him further, quietly asking if he genuinely thinks she is a better player than his mysterious crush from Tokyo, a highly loaded question that catches him completely off guard and leaves him utterly confused by what she is trying to ask. When Kotaro tries to rationalize things by pointing out that his crush's lack of gaming skills shouldn't really matter, Shiyou aggressively disagrees and leans in, exceptionally close, demanding that he start paying attention to her instead of that other girl, leaving a panicked Kotaro frantically shouting that she is invading his personal space. Later, Shiyou rejoins her friends and tries to claim that she completely failed to get any useful information about his crush, but her highly flustered, puffy face immediately gives her away, prompting Akari to point out that her obvious expression is telling a completely different story. Akari teases Shiyou for letting her intense jealousy make her lose control when she was supposed to extract information calmly, while Kani finds it highly amusing that their usually stoic friend is actually so emotional. Dismissing their squabble, Kani confidently volunteers to take over the mission, promising she will get the answers by asking Kotaro directly and politely. While Kotaro is sitting at his desk eating his lunch, Kani casually approaches him from behind to call out his name, prompting him to look back in mild confusion. Kani completely ditches her promise of being polite and immediately demands that they talk about the girl he likes, causing a nearby classmate to comically spit out his food in pure shock over the sudden mention of a love interest. Kotaro, however, doesn't hesitate for a single second, instantly dropping a flat refusal. Watching the interaction from afar, Shiyou and Akari sigh in frustration, calling Kotaro a complete idiot who lacks any sort of romantic sensitivity. Meanwhile, Kani persistently demands to know who his crush is, but Kotaro snaps back, asking how she expects him to casually talk about love with someone who is so emotionally insensitive to his feelings. Kani completely flips the script by casually bringing up her own crush, describing him as a foolish but deeply manly guy who absolutely hates losing and bravely confronts anything irrational. Kotaro frantically yells at her to stop, completely refusing to hear any more details about this mystery guy while entirely missing her incredibly obvious hints. Continuing her offensive, Kani challenges Kotaro's courage, pointing out that she was brave enough to talk about her favorite person, and calling him unmanly for refusing to do the same. Before Kotaro can even process her bold words, Akari suddenly bursts into the room, cheerfully announcing that he is totally trapped and eagerly volunteering to spill his secrets for him. Finally, breaking under the immense pressure, a heavily blushing Kotaro shyly confesses that the girl he likes has a beautiful smile, and simply seeing her makes him incredibly happy. His surprisingly wholesome and heartfelt confession leaves the classroom in absolute stunned silence for a brief moment before Kanny leans in and flatly questions if that is actually the truth. Desperate to match his exact type, Kanny immediately forces a cute pouty smile and proudly points out that she can smile too, leaving Kotaro utterly bewildered as he frantically questions why she is suddenly trying so hard to impress him. Completely abandoning all shame, Kanny boldly pulls her jacket back to emphasize her chest, aggressively declaring that her figure is definitely way bigger than whoever he has a crush on. This sudden display of sheer confidence just makes Kotaro scream in utter panic, still completely oblivious to her actual romantic motives. Kanny ruthlessly calls him out, bluntly stating that he stares at her chest every 6 seconds whenever they talk, and confidently deducing that he must have a massive thing for big sizes. Both Kotaro and his nearby classmate instantly panic, with Kotaro furiously calling her an idiot and desperately denying the hilariously accurate accusation. Doubling down on her chaotic seduction strategy, Kanny aggressively insists that hers are the biggest and practically demands that he check for himself, boldly offering him a completely free pass to touch them right then and there. Her wildly inappropriate plan ultimately blows up in her face, leading a completely defeated Kanny to cross her arms and pout about her total failure, while Shiyou bluntly asks if she is entirely stupid for even trying something so shameless. Kanny tries to defend her chaotic actions by claiming she was just asking a perfectly calm and logical question. Shiyou immediately shoots this down, pointing out that Kanny is obviously burning with intense jealousy. The realization finally hits the blonde athlete as she genuinely questions if this frustrating feeling is actually jealousy, prompting her exasperated friend to tell her to stop acting like an emotionless robot. Akari confidently calls out her friends for their pathetic lack of experience talking to guys, smugly deciding to take matters into her own hands, since their blatant seduction attempts were incredibly forced and painfully awkward. Wasting absolutely no time, Akari heads straight out into the school hallways to personally demonstrate how a flawless romantic offensive is executed. Akari cheerfully ambushes Kotaro mid-stride, aggressively throwing an arm around his shoulder and playfully dragging him along while he frantically demands she respect his personal space. Completely ignoring his protests, Akari leans in dangerously close to sniff him, playfully noting that he actually uses hair gel now and genuinely cares about his appearance compared to his messy childhood days. A highly defensive Kotaro demands to know what her end game is, but she casually claims she is just making conversation. Akari smoothly explains that caring about appearances is totally normal, boldly dropping a massive hint by stating she is doing the exact same thing to win over the guy she likes. As she happily skips ahead and asks about his own crush, Kanny and Shiyou watch from the sidelines, begrudgingly admitting that their athletic friend possesses vastly superior social skills. Playing the supportive friend card perfectly, Akari smoothly offers to give him some much-needed female advice about his crush, casually manipulating him into opening up by suggesting he would only laugh if she tried talking about the guy she likes. Pressing her undeniable advantage, Akari leans in closer and eagerly urges him to spill the details about how he first met this mysterious dream girl, promising she definitely wouldn't make fun of him for sharing his feelings. Lowering his guard, a slightly hesitant Kotaro stares out the hallway window and quietly admits that he first met his incredible crush shortly after moving away to Tokyo. He reflects back on his rough transition to city life, recalling how deeply isolated he felt, because his intense maximum effort approach to sports and games made all the laid-back kids in his new environment treat him like an absolute weirdo. Kotaro fondly explains that during his lowest point of being completely outcast, he discovered his beloved VTuber completely falling for her fearless ability to chase impossible dreams and act silly without a single care. He passionately declares that watching her shine and give her absolute best gave him the strength to ignore all of his own haters, entirely oblivious to how incredibly pathetic his digital romance story actually sounds to the outside world. Kotaro proudly declares that his affection for his virtual crush was love at first sight, completely wrapped up in his delusional online romance. Hearing him talk so passionately about his love for another girl completely breaks Akari, leaving her utterly shell-shocked and devastated. Akari quietly asks if he truly loves this girl, and Kotaro responds with absolute seriousness that he does indeed love her, completely unaware of the emotional damage his words are causing. Akari weeps in the classroom as she finishes retelling the heartbreaking conversation to Shiyou, who frantically panics and begs her to stop crying. Akari tearfully complains that hearing Kotaro talk about another girl with such a happy smile hurts her deeply, while Shiyou gently comforts her and acknowledges her pain. Watching from the side, Kani quietly reflects that despite Akari's tough persona, she is actually the most feminine and emotionally sensitive out of the three of them. Their emotional moment is suddenly shattered when Kotaro steps into the classroom, dryly pointing out that he has caught them planning their little scheme to spy on him. While the girls freeze in sheer panic, Kotaro sighs in annoyance and calls them a complete bother, trashing them for desperately trying to pry information out of him about his crush. He demands to know why they are so obsessed with his love life, asking if they are just looking for another excuse to make fun of him, and aggressively challenges the three of them to confess their own crushes, so he can finally laugh at them for a change. This clueless demand instantly sends the three girls into a fit of sheer rage and embarrassment, as they all internally scream that he is the actual idiot they are in love with. Terrified by their murderous glares, Kotaro frantically tries to backtrack on his challenge, stammering that he was only kidding about laughing at them, but they bluntly order him to shut up. The story wraps up on this hilariously awkward note, with the three girls still completely oblivious to the fact that their romantic rival is actually just a virtual VTuber. Introduce Kotatsu-chan, an incredibly popular gaming YouTuber with over 1 million subscribers, cheerfully greeting her massive audience as she kicks off her morning stream with some fighting games. A featured magazine spread highly praises her infectious positivity and absolute refusal to give up during tough challenges, excitedly noting that her undeniable beauty shines right through her signature mask and has earned her a deeply devoted global fan base. Wrapping up yet another effortless victory on stream, Kotatsu-chan casually announces to her chat that she is cutting the broadcast short for the day and praises everyone for tuning in. Her sudden departure completely shocks her loyal viewers, instantly sparking frantic accusations in the chat that she must have a secret boyfriend, a wild rumor that she totally shocks them by boldly confirming as the absolute truth. Dropping a massive bombshell on her unsuspecting audience, she happily brags that her boyfriend is coming over, and she desperately needs to get ready, abruptly ending the stream right before waving a cheerful goodbye to her stunned fans. With the broadcast officially over, the famous streamer lets out a tired sigh and drops her online persona, finally revealing that the wildly successful internet idol Kotatsu-chan is actually Shiyou in disguise. Having quickly skyrocketed to internet stardom simply out of her genuine love for video games, Shiyou has successfully kept her high school identity and actual face a complete secret, while maintaining her famously sweet and honest online reputation, excitedly shifting gears to prepare for her impending date. Her supposedly pure and entirely innocent internet reputation takes a massive nosedive behind closed doors as she suddenly pulls out a wildly scandalous thong she bought on a whim, fully intending to wear it for her highly anticipated meetup with Kotaro. Shiyou quietly reflects on the scandalous rumor that Kenny boldly played basketball against Kotaro wearing extremely erotic underwear, admitting she desperately wants to try a similar distraction tactic herself. While slipping off her skirt, she notes that wearing such a kinky outfit is totally out of character, but rationalizes the bold move by assuming he probably won't even get a chance to see it anyway. The scene shifts to the imposing exterior of a massive luxury apartment building reaching high into the sky, setting the grand stage for the highly anticipated gaming showdown. Shiyou opens her front door to greet Kotaro, immediately scolding him for being late to their match. An exhausted and heavily sweating Kotaro quickly defends himself, complaining that her massive building is so ridiculously huge that it took him a solid 10 minutes just to walk up from the ground floor. Stepping inside, Kotaro immediately notes how incredibly luxurious her room is compared to her old childhood house. Shiyou totally ignores the architectural praise, eagerly announcing that it is finally time for their long-awaited video game rematch, and assuring him that they have the entire place completely to themselves, before casually inviting him to take a seat. Settling onto the couch with their controllers, Kotaro excitedly confirms they are playing a fighting game and confidently declares his grand intentions to exact total revenge for his long history of humiliating defeats. Shiyou simply smirks at his intense enthusiasm, softly noting that despite all the years that have passed, he really hasn't changed a single bit. Kotaro aggressively points a finger at her, demanding she take him seriously, because he has been diligently practicing every single day, proudly adding that he strictly followed the highly responsible rule of only playing for 1 hour daily. Shiyou is genuinely amused by his surprisingly wholesome dedication, playfully praising him for being such a good boy. Ready to raise the stakes, Shiyou smoothly suggests that the ultimate loser of their match should be forced to perform a humiliating penalty. Kotaro eagerly jumps at the idea, boldly declaring that, when she inevitably loses, she will be forced to do a full headstand. A brutal 5 minutes later, the grand revenge plan spectacularly backfires, leaving a deeply frustrated Kotaro desperately struggling to maintain a shaky headstand on the floor, while Shiyou ruthlessly records his humiliating punishment on her phone. Fully embracing her absolute victory, Shiyou playfully commands him to move his hips a little more for the camera, prompting a miserable Kotaro to angrily yell at her to shut up. Internally, the gamer girl absolutely revels in the moment, silently cheering for her darling to shake it even more while she captures every embarrassing second. As Kotaro groans and curses from his wobbly upside-down position, Shiyou smugly reflects on the absolute truth that while Kotaro might have leveled up his talents in other fields, he remains an undeniably pathetic small fry when it comes to video games. She happily concludes that she is going to thoroughly enjoy exploiting this massive weakness to constantly force him into doing incredibly embarrassing things for her own amusement. Under the rules of Kotaro's punishment festival, he is forced to dance in his underwear while Shiyou documents the embarrassing moment, earning nothing but his sheer hatred. The torment only escalates as Shiyou subjects him to further physical humiliation, while happily noting that her personal folder of his embarrassing moments is filling up nicely, completely ignoring his furious insults. By their 10th game, Kotaro is completely locked in and determined to break his losing streak. Shiyou is genuinely surprised when Kotaro decides to switch characters, pointing out that he is abandoning his beloved favorite character in favor of a different choice. Kotaro confidently explains that choosing a specific character is a strategic move to gain a tactical advantage, which only earns a dismissive snort from a highly confident Shiyou. As Shiyou cruises toward her 10th consecutive victory, she casually mocks his defensive style, reminding him that he cannot hope to win the match just by constantly running away. Shiyou's smug confidence completely vanishes when Kotaro pulls off a sudden mid-air dodge, leaving her absolutely stunned by his unexpected skill. She is left utterly bewildered, frantically wondering how her childhood rival managed to execute such a highly advanced competitive gaming maneuver. Before she can even recover, Kotaro lands a decisive finishing blow to win the match, leaving Shiyou crying out in absolute disbelief. Kotaro explodes in pure celebration over his victory, while a completely shell-shocked Shiyou can only stare at him and weakly ask how he actually managed to pull off the win. Kotaro smugly points out that Shiyou totally let her guard down during their game, leaving her completely baffled about how he managed to master a completely new character when his favorite has always been Gonki. Kotaro gleefully explains that losing so many matches in the past caused his hands to literally shake whenever he played with Gonki, prompting his secret strategy to trick her. Shiyou reluctantly accepts the explanation, but quickly claims she was actually saving her own best character to catch him off guard anyway. Shiyou falls into a deep state of silent frustration, bitterly admitting to herself that she completely underestimated his growth after falsely assuming he would never be able to beat her. Unable to accept the defeat, Shiyou fiercely demands an immediate rematch, but Kotaro immediately shuts down her request by reminding her that she must complete the loser's penalty first. A highly nervous Shiyou asks what her punishment entails, only for Kotaro to flash a deeply mischievous grin and declare that she has to perform the exact same embarrassing penalty that she forced him to do back in the day. Kotaro smugly commands her to perform a headstand and dance a bizarre instruction that instantly leaves Shiyou completely stunned. Kotaro immediately starts teasing her about whether she needs his assistance to pull it off, but a proud Shiyou warns him not to get too cocky over a single victory, and fiercely insists she does not need his help at all. Shigure successfully kicks up into a headstand to prove him wrong, only to realize too late that gravity is about to work against her skirt. Absolute panic sets in as Shigure suddenly remembers her outfit, frantically realizing that Kotaro is about to get a direct view of her underwear if she remains upside down. Desperate to protect her modesty, Shigure frantically aborts the stunt and collapses to the floor, swearing to herself that she absolutely cannot let him see her undergarments. Kotaro acts highly confident as he teases Shigure, mockingly asking what is wrong and calling her hopeless for struggling with her penalty. He demands that she perform an embarrassing move in her current position to satisfy the conditions, leaving a blushing Shigure completely stunned and sputtering in disbelief. Shigure reluctantly attempts to fulfill the mortifying penalty, shaking with embarrassment and exhaustion. She silently despairs over her complete defeat and curses her choice of daring underwear, while a narrator's note dryly points out that she actually chose to wear the flashy garments entirely on her own. When Shigure weakly pleads that she cannot take any more and attempts to crawl away to escape, Kotaro firmly insists that she is not getting off without completing her penalty. Her panicked attempt to flee backfires when she clumsily knocks over a stack of heavy books, prompting Kotaro to quickly warn her not to hit her head. As books tumble around them, Kotaro leans in close to check on her, calling out her name. The sudden proximity immediately triggers Shigure's overactive imagination, causing her to blush furiously and panic internally as she wonders if they are about to cross a serious line. The heavy romantic tension instantly evaporates when Kotaro notices a piece of paper that slipped out of the fallen books. He casually picks it up, noting that something looks like a photo, leaving Shigure to gasp in sudden, wide-eyed dread. Kotaro's jaw drops as he realizes that the paper is actually a printed photo of himself showing off his toned physique. Shigure is absolutely mortified, turning bright red as Kotaro frantically demands to know how she managed to obtain a picture of him. Kotaro inspects the photograph closer, completely bewildered by the fact that it is deeply crumpled, and asking if water somehow spilled on it. Shigure reacts with pure panic, immediately snatching the embarrassing evidence right out of his hand before he can ask any further awkward questions. Turning completely red with embarrassment, Shigure desperately screams a wild excuse, claiming that she only had the photo so she could visualize her opponent to prepare for their match. She furiously attempts to maintain a tough front, leaving Kotaro standing in absolute bewilderment at her bizarre and highly suspicious cover story. Shigure questions Kotaro's bizarre training method, asking if it would actually be better to practice his gaming skills rather than just sitting there visualizing his opponent. An embarrassed Kotaro angrily barks at her to shut up and declares their training finished for the day, telling her to go home despite her protests that they are not actually done yet. Shigure calmly agrees to leave since he is so insistent, while Kotaro quietly mutters to himself that they will just have to continue their game some other day. Kotaro warmly notes that despite their weird rivalry, he is genuinely happy to hear that life has been going much better for her lately, leaving Shigure completely silent as she absorbs his unexpected kindness. He recalls how her family used to face such severe financial struggles that her parents could not even afford to buy her video games, which Shigure quietly acknowledges as the absolute truth. Shigure reflects on her family's deep poverty before her parents successfully launched their business, remembering how she had to wear her older brother's hand-me-downs and get cheap haircuts from her mom, which constantly led everyone to mistake her for a boy. Because her family could not afford the toys and video games that the other neighborhood kids had, Shigure felt entirely isolated and left out, a problem only made worse by her intense shyness, making it extremely hard to form any friendships. Everything changed one afternoon when a loud young Kotaro suddenly ran up to her, pointing directly at her and calling out to grab her attention. Kotaro excitedly explained that his playmate bailed on him at the last second, so he eagerly asked if she wanted to come over and play with him instead, prompting a highly surprised Shigure to unexpectedly accept his invitation. That afternoon marked the absolute first time Shigure had ever got to experience playing a video game, leaving her completely mesmerized and overwhelmed by the experience. The digital world was unlike anything she had ever experienced before, filling her with pure excitement and making her realize how incredibly fun it could be. She was instantly hooked on the hobby, but the absolute best part of it all was simply getting to spend that time with Kotaro. Reflecting on their childhood gaming sessions, Shigure warmly notes that spending all that time with Kotaro made him her very first friend. She blushes deeply as she admits that she still remembers those precious early days incredibly vividly. As present-day Kotaro confidently walks away promising to absolutely crush her next time using his favorite character Shiyou, fondly watches him go quietly acknowledging that those childhood moments were simply the best times of her entire life. Waving goodbye to her longtime rival, a heavily blushing Shiyou internally confesses that Kotaro was actually her very first crush. Standing alone by the door, she spirals into intense guilt, realizing she only ever wanted to keep playing games with him but completely ruined it back then because her impulsive, teasing behavior constantly got in the way of his genuine kindness. Transitioning straight into her secret VTuber persona for a live stream, a masked Shiyou warmly chats with her viewers about finally getting to play games with an old childhood friend, happily noting that he hasn't changed at all, and that watching him get so intensely excited was an absolute blast. Her live chat immediately explodes with teasing comments about how rare it is to actually see her laugh and accusing her of hiding something. Shiyou quickly gets flustered and tries to brush off their accurate suspicions, playfully scolding her audience for being entirely ridiculous. Feeling completely overwhelmed by her own romantic giddiness, Shiyou abruptly announces the end of the stream, completely ignoring her fans' desperate pleas for her to stay, as she clicks her mouse to cut the broadcast for the night. Believing the camera is fully off, Shiyou pulls down her face mask, instantly exposing her true identity to her still-live audience. Entirely oblivious to her chat, absolutely losing their minds over the massive accidental face reveal, she happily crawls over to her printer to make physical copies of the blackmail photos she took of Kotaro earlier. Drooling obsessively over the printed photo of Kotaro's humiliating punishment, Shiyou sinisterly giggles about how handy physical copies will be for avoiding accidental deletions on her phone. Meanwhile, her actively broadcasting chat completely spirals into a frenzy, simultaneously falling entirely in love with her beautiful face, while frantically questioning why their favorite streamer is suddenly making such a fiercely degenerate expression at a mystery piece of paper. During her live stream, the streamer unexpectedly gets caught up in a weird situation, prompting confused and excited reactions from her viewers as they wonder if it is a prank. Meanwhile, she frantically panics and begs the stream not to shut down. Shiyou is panicking because she realized she forgot to turn off the live stream, accidentally revealing her face and her underwear to her entire audience, sending the live chat into an absolute frenzy of wild reactions and screenshots. Shiyou is left completely mortified, desperately hoping that nobody recorded her massive blunder, though the narrator notes that this accidental reveal actually made her streaming persona Kotatsu-chan even more popular. Mizuki-sensei reflects on his role as a teacher, noting how many students frequently seek his guidance on academic, personal, and relationship issues, as he gently advises a student that expressing her feelings clearly is the key to being understood. As the grateful student thanks him for his advice, Mizuki warmly encourages her to reach out whenever she needs, internally noting how easily overwhelmed young students can get during such a highly sensitive stage of their lives. Determined to always remain mindful and carefully respond to his students' genuine feelings, as a responsible educator, Mizuki's deep thoughts are suddenly interrupted when someone calls out to him. Kotaro approaches his teacher in the hallway looking completely unsure of himself, as he nervously asks if Mizuki has a little time to discuss something that has been seriously weighing on his mind. Mizuki gently asks if his student is dealing with some sort of trouble, and when Kotaro admits the topic is way too awkward to discuss out in the open hallway, the concerned teacher immediately assumes his 3 obsessive female classmates are harassing him again. Fully prepared to offer some serious emotional support, Mizuki agrees to help and leads him straight to the private counseling room. Once they are entirely alone in the quiet room, Kotaro completely shatters his teacher's serious expectations by bluntly asking for hands-on lessons about proper personal grooming, leaving a totally stunned Mizuki staring back at him in pure bewilderment. Mizuki tries to process the unexpectedly harmless request, prompting Kotaro to seriously explain that a YouTuber he watches recently claimed that removing body hair and maintaining good hygiene makes a man highly attractive. The determined teen admits he was motivated enough to buy his own grooming scissors, but is completely clueless about how to actually use them. Before Mizuki can even begin to offer any basic grooming tips, Kotaro casually drops a massive bomb by asking for detailed advice on handling his pubic hair. The wildly inappropriate question instantly throws the heavily blushing teacher into an absolute panic, loudly scolding Kotaro for bringing up something so wildly invasive, when he does not even know his teacher's actual gender. Mizuki cheekily reminds Kotaro about the lingering mystery of their true gender, boldly offering to let the student check for himself if he is curious. However, an exhausted Kotaro flatly declines, casually stating that dealing with his 3 chaotic female classmates has completely drained him, making him totally indifferent to whether his teacher is a man, a woman, or even an alien. Mizuki sighs in mild disappointment, playfully wishing that Kotaro would show at least a little bit of nervous hesitation about the highly delicate situation. Moving past the awkward gender teasing, Mizuki genuinely questions why Kotaro is bringing these personal grooming requests to a high school counseling room instead of simply booking an appointment with a professional stylist. Kotaro completely dismisses the suggestion, casually firing back that the reason he came here should be entirely obvious. Kotaro smoothly drops a massive compliment, earnestly explaining that he chose his teacher simply because Mizuki is undeniably the best-looking person he knows and possesses incredible fashion sense. This sudden and highly genuine praise completely catches Mizuki off guard, leaving the teacher deeply flustered and blushing wildly, as Kotaro logically adds that Mizuki's obvious popularity with girls makes them the absolute perfect grooming mentor. Deeply flattered and totally won over by his student's sincere admiration, an incredibly happy Mizuki swiftly snatches up the grooming scissors from the nearby desk and confidently volunteers to personally fix up Kotaro's hair and eyebrows right then and there. A highly startled Kotaro nervously questions if his teacher is actually planning to do the hands-on grooming personally. Rather than backing down, Mizuki confidently steps right into Kotaro's personal space, leaning in dangerously close with the scissors and playfully asking if the sudden physical intimacy bothers him. Kotaro sheepishly clarifies that he only wanted some basic advice on hair removal because actually asking a teacher to do it for him would be completely unfair. However, Mizuki-sensei bluntly points out that if he truly felt that way, he probably shouldn't have brought up such a highly personal topic to his teacher in the first place. Despite the awkwardness, Mizuki-sensei decides that even though he is Kotaro's teacher, he is willing to put his professional role aside to help him out purely as a close friend. This sudden, unexpectedly intimate offer completely catches Kotaro off guard and leaves him completely stunned. Kotaro is incredibly relieved to have his awkward question taken seriously, but Mizuki-sensei finds him as amusing as ever. As he leans in close, the teacher playfully admits that having a former troublemaker ask a question that gets his own heart racing is actually quite exciting, leaving Kotaro blushing and completely flustered. Mizuki-sensei admits to harboring some deeply mixed emotions about the whole situation as his track jacket slides open. Kotaro instantly panics, prompting Mizuki-sensei to ask what is wrong before suddenly realizing his own outfit is completely open. Flustered and embarrassed, the teacher frantically apologizes and covers up, claiming his clothes were just accidentally unzipped. Kotaro is left completely stunned and frozen in utter shock by the highly unexpected turn of events. Capitalizing on Kotaro's extreme embarrassment, Mizuki-sensei playfully asks why he is blushing so much when he previously claimed to not care about gender, boldly suggesting they verify his actual identity right then and there. This wild suggestion completely sends Kotaro into a yelling panic, causing the teacher to quickly apologize and admit that he simply got carried away because his student was acting so cute. Later, Kotaro proudly walks down the school hallway, admitting he never could have done such a fantastic job styling his hair and eyebrows without Mizuki-sensei's expert help. As he passes by, his fellow classmates look on in utter amazement at his sudden, highly attractive transformation. From inside the classroom, the 3 girls are left completely shell-shocked as they scream in absolute disbelief at the sight of Kotaro's handsome new appearance. An incredibly panicked Akari asks if the others saw it too, prompting Kani to confirm that Kotaro definitely fixed up his hair and eyebrows. Meanwhile, a deeply troubled Shiyou mutters to herself that this sudden devastating level up in his looks is absolutely not right. Shiyou fiercely argues with her rivals, blushing furiously, as she passionately declares that Kotaro's absolute greatest charm is actually how incredibly clumsy he can be. Shiyou is deeply offended by Kotaro's neatly groomed appearance, internally fuming that his messy hair and nose strip were what gave him his cute attitude, and declaring that whoever is advising him is doing a terrible job. Meanwhile, Kotaro stands there feeling completely terrified by the girls' murderous glares, noting that for the first time in his life, he feels like they actually want to hurt him. Inside the teacher's room, Mizuki happily notes to himself that his recent conversation with Kotaro has left him feeling exceptionally motivated to do a much better job today. The other teachers nearby gossip about a parent calling in because her daughter collapsed from sheer exhaustion, explaining that the highly popular girl has been spending far too much time managing her viral social media presence. As the teachers discuss how they want the straightest student to focus on her schoolwork instead of her online fame, a curious Mizuki wonders who this internet-famous student could be, while the teacher struggles to remember her username. The teacher finally locates the profile on his phone and excitedly reveals that the famous internet student is none other than the popular VTuber Fumi Tan, leaving Mizuki completely frozen in absolute shock. Mizuki stands frozen in utter disbelief, his mind completely blown as he slowly puts the pieces together and realizes that Kotaro's ultimate dream girl is actually a student attending their very own high school. Out in the schoolyard, a nervous boy stands before Akira and passionately confesses his feelings, shouting that he really likes her. The boy continues his confession, admitting he fell for her the moment he saw her and pleading with her to go out with him. Up at the windows, some girls immediately start gossiping about the scene, expressing their shock that a star from the soccer club is confessing and quickly realizing that the target of his affection is none other than the famous first year who has already rejected multiple guys since starting school. The gossiping students identify her as Akira Mikazuki, but before they can even finish their chatter, Akira coldly shuts the popular boy down, bluntly telling him that she is simply not interested in him. While the rejected boy stands there in complete shock, asking why Akira dismisses him, stating that she has to run to her next school activity. Up at the windows, the gossiping girls are completely dumbfounded that she would reject the most popular guy in school, with one even jokingly wondering if she just isn't interested in guys at all, though the others immediately brush off that theory. Another classmate approaches the gossiping group and drops some shocking new drama, quietly admitting that she actually saw Akira hanging out with some incredibly shady guys on the street just the other day. The classmate continues her scandalous story, explaining that she saw Akira ride off with those troublesome guys, suggesting that, despite her cute appearance, she is likely mixed up with some very bad characters, leaving the other girls completely gasping in disbelief. One of the girls casually remarks that the soccer star clearly doesn't have a clue about women, and is always trying to hit on girls who are completely out of his league, causing Miho to panic, shout at her to shut up. The others are completely mortified when they quickly realize that Miho is actually the soccer star's ex-girlfriend, leading to some frantic, awkward apologies, while a nearby student listens to the drama in total silence. Akira suddenly runs up to Kotaro, cheerfully apologizing for keeping him waiting and excitedly demanding they get right back to their fight. A slightly flustered Kotaro complains about her rough greeting, teasingly firing back that he honestly thought she had gotten too scared to show her face again. Up at the windows, the gossiping classmates spot them together and curiously ask about the guy Akira is talking to. One of them immediately recognizes him, explaining that he is the new first-year transfer student, and adding that he and Akira actually go way back. The girls wonder if Akira and Kotaro are actually dating, but they quickly dismiss the idea, reasoning that since she rejected the school's most popular athlete, there is absolutely no way she would choose someone like him. Meanwhile, watching the interaction from above, Miho simply smiles to herself, clearly planning something as she hears the gossip. Akari eagerly stretches in her tight wrestling singlet, enthusiastically boasting that she is going to crush Kotaro just like the old days, and warning him not to cry this time around. Kotaro fiercely fires back not to underestimate him, since he actively took wrestling classes to prepare, but Akari completely brushes off his training, brutally promising to make him suffer regardless of his prep work. Ready to make their highly anticipated rematch completely official, Akari asks an older professor to act as their referee. The elderly man cheerfully accepts the role while promising to keep everyone perfectly safe, leaving Kotaro to seriously doubt the old man's actual ability to effectively officiate their intense showdown. Watching from the sidelines, a couple of female classmates gossip about the impending practice match, completely writing Kotaro off as an absolute fool for daring to challenge the undisputed #1 female wrestler in the entire country. Suddenly dropping her confident swagger, Akari glares intensely at Kotaro and unexpectedly demands that he show her his manly strength by actually defeating her. This bizarre shift in attitude leaves Kotaro completely bewildered, as he frantically questions why his opponent is suddenly cheering for him to win their match. Akari officially lays down the ground rules, explaining that they will be strictly following standard wrestling regulations where a 1-second pinfall or a 10-point lead secures the ultimate victory, which Kotaro confidently accepts. Trying to level the playing field, Kotaro boldly proposes a massive handicap, declaring that he only needs to score 2 points to win the entire match, while allowing her to fight completely unrestrained. Akari is utterly stunned by the absurd condition, loudly pointing out that he is giving her a completely unfair advantage, which Kotaro calmly acknowledges. Her pride instantly wounded, Akari furiously points a finger at him and accuses him of sheer arrogance, screaming that he knows he doesn't stand a chance against her under normal competitive rules. Even the gossiping classmates in the background agree that his proposed 2-point limit creates a ridiculously unbalanced and unfair matchup. Kotaro aggressively bites back, telling her to shut up and accusing her of constantly belittling his abilities, arguing that she should just be entirely grateful for the massive handicap he is offering. Instead of getting angrier at his outburst, Akari blushes and admits she actually loves seeing him possess that same fiery confidence from their childhood days. With the rule modifications finally settled between them, Akari flashes a highly devious smile and smoothly pivots the conversation to the absolute most important part of their impending showdown, which is deciding the loser's ultimate punishment. Kotaro boldly declares that the ultimate winner gets a free pass to completely apply any wrestling technique they want onto the loser. Reflecting back on how she used to mercilessly twist him into painful submission holds as kids, Akari happily grins and eagerly accepts the brutal stakes. Akari smugly reminisces about how much she loved their childhood wrestling matches, since the punishments allowed her to get a good look at his body in highly compromising positions, as they prepare to finally begin their actual rematch. With a whistle blow from the referee, the wrestling match officially kicks off. Akari is instantly caught off guard by something unexpected right at the start of their clash. Kotaro displays an incredibly strong and stable stance that makes it virtually impossible for her to land an easy attack, proving to his former bully that his wrestling skills have reached a completely different level. Brushing aside his impressive defense, Akari executes her signature lightning-fast tackle, catching him completely off guard as their classmates watch in pure excitement. While a shocked Akari demands to know how he managed to move without showing any signs of attacking, Kotaro easily slips past her grip, leaving their watching classmates screaming in sheer disbelief at his evasion. Capitalizing on her missed attack, Kotaro smoothly slides around and locks her in a firm hold from behind, completely reversing the situation and trapping her. Akira executes a powerful and decisive takedown on Kotaro during their wrestling match, catching him completely off guard as he is slammed onto the mat. The referee immediately awards Akira 2 points for a perfect takedown. While Kotaro mentally admits that he let his guard down for a split second, the spectating classmates are highly impressed, noting that Kotaro showed some serious resilience even if he ultimately couldn't defeat the dominant Akira. Despite her clear lead in the match, Akira's heart begins to pound furiously as she blushes intensely. She is completely overwhelmed by how great of a shape Kotaro's physique is in, realizing that just touching his mature body makes her heart race in a way she never expected. Akira's mind continues to spiral as she recalls how huge Kotaro's hands felt and how her body trembled when he tried to grab her waist. Being in such close proximity also allowed her to catch his natural scent, throwing her entire concentration into complete disarray. The sheer intensity of his physical presence leaves Akira's mind completely blank and her vision blurry. She frantically wonders if she has suddenly developed a strange new fetish, while a narrator's note dryly points out that she is on the absolute verge of being enchanted by Kotaro's charm. Kotaro calls out to Akira in irritation, demanding to know why she is completely ignoring him. The sudden shout snaps Akira out of her deep trance with a startled cry, prompting Kotaro to boldly demand a rematch and warn her not to think she has won the battle just yet. Instead of her usual aggressive attitude, Akira suddenly becomes incredibly meek and fidgety, quietly muttering that she doesn't actually think she won, but has simply started to see things in a new light. Her unusually soft tone of voice immediately leaves Kotaro sweating in confusion, prompting him to reach out and ask what is wrong. Kotaro expresses genuine worry for her health, noting that she looks incredibly flushed and asking if she has a fever. He points out that her sudden lack of effort during their fight doesn't make any sense unless she is feeling unwell, while a stunned Akira is left completely frozen by his sudden touch. As Kotaro continues to show concern for her well-being in the middle of their battle, Akira is completely swept away by his kindness. She blushes intensely, wondering if he is actually worried about her, and instantly concluding that he is the coolest guy ever as she officially enters full maiden mode. Furious with herself for losing her composure, Akira desperately tries to shake off her romantic thoughts, telling herself she needs to stay focused and absolutely cannot let Kotaro see her weak side. She quickly resets her wrestling stance and loudly demands they resume the fight while Kotaro prepares to face her. Akira resolves to keep her emotions firmly in check as she charges forward to initiate her wrestling match with Kotaro. Akira fiercely warns Kotaro not to underestimate her strength, but the second their hands make contact, a tiny touch completely throws off her concentration. The simple contact instantly sends Akira into an intense blushing meltdown, and when Kotaro tries to grab her waist, she lets out a high-pitched squeal and flinches away, leaving him utterly confused. Akira collapses onto the mat, letting out another bizarre high-pitched scream, which only leaves Kotaro even more bewildered by her highly unusual reaction. The match is officially scored as a 2-point takedown for Kotaro, even though the watching classmates dryly point out that Akira actually just fell over completely on her own. Akira lies on the mat, blushing intensely, as she weakly insists that Kotaro defeated her fair and square, prompting a highly skeptical Kotaro to ask why on earth she looks like she is already at her absolute physical limit. Akira spirals in romantic agony, internally confessing that she is so deeply in love with Kotaro that a mere touch makes her feel incredibly weird, while her classmates whisper in bewilderment about her shoujo manga expression, and jokingly suspect Kotaro of using some sort of aphrodisiac. Kotaro is highly annoyed by her weird behavior, bluntly asking if she is just messing with him and deliberately letting him win, which he complains only makes him look completely foolish. Kotaro leans in close to the trembling girl, warning her that since she fought so half-heartedly, she will now have to face the proper penalty consequences of his 2-point victory. Akira desperately begs him to wait because her heart is literally about to explode from the sheer tension, internally panicking that she will actually die if he subjects her to a wrestling lock right now, though Kotaro coolly dismisses her pleas. Akira desperately begs Kotaro to stop explaining that being so physically close to him is incredibly embarrassing. However, a determined Kotaro completely dismisses her plea, declaring that this is all part of her punishment and insisting on trying out his next move. The intense physical contact quickly drives Akira completely crazy, while her friends watch the embarrassing spectacle from the sidelines in absolute shock. Despite her protests about everyone watching them, Kotaro firmly warns her that she will not be getting away and that this is only the beginning. Akira tearfully begs Kotaro for mercy and forgiveness, but Kotaro is left completely bewildered by her extreme reaction, pointing out that he is literally just holding her hand. Akira panics when Kotaro grabs her arm, her mind and heart racing as her body's sensitivity seems to increase exponentially. While Kotaro notes that her heightened sensitivity makes it difficult to apply a lock, he decides to forge ahead anyway and aggressively initiates his next maneuver. Kotaro relentlessly executes a painful stretch muffler submission hold, prompting Akira to let out an agonizing scream of defeat as her body is stretched to its absolute limits. Akira desperately whimpers that she will break if Kotaro continues to treat her so intensely, while Kotaro sweatily laments to himself that her highly exaggerated reaction is completely ruining the mood. Unable to endure the distressing sight any longer, Kani angrily steps in and demands that they halt the match immediately. Kani furiously accuses Kotaro of being a pervert who gets off on humiliating girls, But a highly defensive Kotaro insists that he is not enjoying himself at all, questioning what kind of maniac would actually find pleasure in such a ridiculous situation, while their friends comfort a completely drained Akira. Mizuki-sensei cheekily teases Kotaro about whether he prefers being the punisher or the one receiving punishment, earning an immediate complaint from the young man about his teacher being a total weirdo. Meanwhile, Akira demands that Kotaro take their upcoming match seriously because she wants a genuine fight, but when Kotaro urges her not to hold back and to attack with all her might, she finds herself completely overwhelmed and flustered by his close proximity and scent. Akira fiercely pumps herself up to keep from losing the match, only to have her intense concentration completely ruined when her opponent bluntly points out that she is actively suffering a nosebleed from her racing thoughts. With both competitors finally squaring off on the mat, the referee officially signals the start of the intense wrestling match. Akira desperately tries to keep her distance to prevent her overactive imagination from playing tricks on her, but Kotaro quickly loses patience with her defensive stance and aggressively charges forward to initiate the attack. Akira is left completely baffled when her swift attempt to engage ends up completely missing the mark as Kotaro manages to slip past. Determining that she needs to remain calm to secure a clean takedown, Akira locks in a firm grip and prepares to drop him to the mat without any unnecessary struggle. The plan goes completely awry as Akira realizes she cannot halt his incredible momentum and fears that his dangerous landing might result in a serious head injury. The onlookers watch in absolute horror, frantically screaming warnings for Kotaro to protect his head before he suffers a disastrous impact. To everyone's absolute shock, Kotaro defies gravity by executing a stunning mid-air flip to completely redirect his fall and avoid a dangerous landing. Akira is left utterly dumbfounded by the incredible acrobatic display, while a highly confident Kotaro firmly reiterates that she should never underestimate him, because he has absolutely no intention of holding back. During their wrestling match, Kotaro suddenly tackles Akira, catching her completely off guard as he confidently declares that he is about to show her exactly how much he has changed since their childhood days. Akira is left utterly dumbfounded, silently marveling at the fact that Kotaro successfully executed that complex wrestling move again without a single shift in his stance. The referee blows his whistle and declares Akira out of bounds, awarding the match point to Kotaro, while a stunned Akira can only gasp in disbelief. Kotaro laughs smugly over his victory and taunts her, pointing out that if he manages to score just one more point, she will be forced to endure another humiliating punishment. The spectating classmates watch in total awe, gossiping about how Kotaro suddenly managed to push Akira from that stance and frantically wondering who on earth this guy is, while the coach chuckles to himself and quietly notes that the boy is seriously amazing. Akira suddenly quietens down and mutters an apology, leaving Kotaro completely confused. She awkwardly admits that she wasn't actually giving the match her absolute all, because every single time she gets close to him, he makes her feel incredibly strange inside. Gathering her resolve, Akira fiercely declares that she will not let these strange emotions control her any longer. She smirks and reminds herself that since Kotaro is the guy she fell for, she stands absolutely no chance of winning unless she gives the match her absolute maximum effort. Kotaro gets incredibly pumped up by her sudden declaration of full effort, eagerly grinning and stating that a serious all-out fight is exactly what he wanted. Cut to after the match, where a heavily defeated Kotaro cools himself down at the school, Fawcett's bitterly cursing his luck after suffering another brutal loss. Kotaro miserably groans that, after she gave him that intense, passionate look, his focus completely shattered, and he couldn't score a single point, causing him to totally lose the match. Akira cheerfully laughs at his misery, smugly reminding him that it is still far too early for him to defeat her when she is actually trying. Even though Akira manages to pull off a win, she is completely out of breath and internally admits that Kotaro has gotten incredibly strong. Her quiet admiration is suddenly cut short when Kotaro speaks up, admitting that there is something he is highly curious about. Without wasting any time, Kotaro bluntly asks why she keeps her hair so long when it seems like such a massive hassle to tie it back every time she is about to get serious in a match. The question strikes a major nerve, prompting Akira to furiously snap and demand to know what he just said. A startled Kotaro tries to laugh it off and urges her to head back to the gym to face her remaining punishment, which she begrudgingly accepts. As they head back, Kotaro is left entirely bewildered by Akira's extreme and unpredictable mood, swings completely unaware that another group of students is already calling out to him from behind. A trio of smug female classmates corners Kotaro in the hallway, with their leader casually asking if she can get a quick moment of his time to ask him a question. The girl brings up Kotaro's surprisingly close bond with Akira, and casually questions if he actually knows about her extensive dating history with other guys, leaving Akira to storm off in frustration, while muttering that Kotaro is a complete idiot. Meanwhile, Akira suddenly notices that her hair tie is completely missing and realizes she must have accidentally dropped it earlier near the outdoor faucet. Akira reluctantly concludes she has no choice but to go look for her missing item, only to suddenly freeze when she spots Kotaro chatting with some other girls down the hallway. Hiding behind a corner, she listens in as one of the girls notes that Kotaro seems to be getting along quite well with her. The conversation takes a drastic and highly scandalous turn when the girl smugly asks Kotaro if he knows that Akira usually goes out with a lot of different men, leaving Akira completely shocked as she listens from her hiding spot. A completely bewildered Akira silently panics over the wild accusations as she listens to the gossiping girl claim she personally saw her hanging out with some scary men on motorcycles who looked like total delinquents. The gossiper firmly advises Kotaro to distance himself from Akira, while the athletic girl desperately tries to figure out what they mean by men on motorcycles. The scary motorcycle delinquents turn out to be completely harmless as the scene reveals what actually happened. The supposedly tough biker gang was just two friendly women offering Akira a ride to go pick up some fried chicken for dinner after her classes, to which she happily agreed. Akira mentally screams that it is all a massive misunderstanding, frantically clarifying that the two terrifying bikers are actually just her older sisters. She proudly notes that her 19-year-old sister Kiyomi is the president of her university's women's wrestling club, while 20-year-old Mario is a designated national team athlete, explaining that her tough family of fighters just looks a bit intimidating on the outside, but are absolutely not delinquents. Highly anxious about the wild rumors, Akira admits she wants to go train, but is deeply worried about how Kotaro is going to react to the gossip. She watches him stand in silence, dreading that his entire perception of her might be ruined, or worse, that he might not even care at all. However, Kotaro's silence has absolutely nothing to do with Akira's supposedly scandalous love life, as his brain is entirely focused on the fact that the gossiping girl is wearing a hair clip shaped exactly like a Wi-Fi symbol, leaving him completely zoned out. The girls furiously demand to know why he is making such a blank face and accuse him of completely ignoring them. Kotaro bluntly apologizes, asking if they ever just start staring at weird things when they get incredibly bored of listening to someone talk, instantly enraging the gossips, while leaving Akira utterly bewildered by his hilariously savage response. Cutting through the drama, a highly serious Kotaro bluntly declares that he has absolutely zero interest in listening to their fabricated rumors about Akira going out with other men, completely shutting down the stunned gossips right on the spot. Kotaro proudly states that his only focus is entirely on defeating Akira in their athletic rivalry, confidently adding that he does not care in the slightest about who she is supposedly dating, a blunt but reassuring confession that completely catches Akira off guard. Accepting the current situation, the gossiping classmate concludes that Kotaro clearly has no attraction to Akira whatsoever, freely admitting that her previous assumptions about their relationship were completely wrong. Hearing this from the sidelines, a deeply saddened Akira quietly processes the harsh reality, bitterly accepting that she is nothing more than an entirely insignificant presence in Kotaro's eyes. Despite the heavy heartbreak, Akira manages to find a small silver lining, admitting that it is honestly somewhat comforting to know that Kotaro at least doesn't suspect her of doing anything strange behind his back. Before the rumors can spread any further, Kotaro suddenly steps right into the room, firmly interrupting the conversation to declare that the scheming girl is entirely mistaken about his supposed lack of interest in Akira. Standing his ground, Kotaro bluntly states that he has absolutely zero interest in listening to her spin. Any more lies a bold confrontation that leaves both Akira and the gossiping classmate completely stunned. The flustered classmate furiously demands proof, challenging his bold accusations, by asking how he could possibly know she is lying, but Kotaro calmly fires back that, while he cannot confirm if Akira was actually hanging out with other men claiming she is wasting her time with guys, is an absolute falsehood. Getting intensely fired up, Kotaro passionately yells that there is simply no physical way he could ever lose a match against a woman who wastes all her time and energy fooling around with other men, instead of focusing on her training. While the girls watch in stunned silence, and nervously point out that his sudden burst of intense energy is actually terrifying, Kotaro loudly praises Akira as an incredibly diligent professional fighter, and a brilliant student, firmly declaring that it is impossible for someone so skilled to achieve greatness without putting in massive amounts of effort. Reflecting on their previous wrestling match, Kotaro passionately explains that he noticed Akira was constantly hiding severe battle bruises under her makeup, proving to him just how insanely hard she trains every single day for such a brutal and injury-prone sport. Kotaro proudly concludes that her nasty rumors are complete garbage, because he can see firsthand every single sacrifice Akira makes for her grueling athletic passion, boldly declaring his immense respect for her relentless dedication, regardless of whatever personality flaws she might have. The upperclassman aggressively questions why Kotaro is getting so defensive and losing his composure over the situation, bluntly asking if he is secretly in love with Akira, and if that is the real reason he is so bothered by the teasing. Kotaro firmly denies having romantic feelings, explaining that he is simply annoyed that a complete stranger would show up just to trash talk a girl he deeply admires. He flips the script by casually asking if she is just jealous, which completely flusters the senior and prompts her to defensively double down on her threats. Refusing to back down, Kotaro fiercely defends Akira, bluntly ordering the upperclassman not to underestimate her, while boldly calling the senior an idiot straight to her face. While Akira stands by blushing and completely stunned by his fierce defense, the insulted upperclassman furiously calls Kotaro repulsive and tells him to drop dead. Kotaro immediately fires back with a ruthless insult of his own, stating he refuses to take any lip from a girl wearing a ridiculous Wi-Fi-shaped hair clip. The argument instantly escalates into a chaotic screaming match as Kotaro boldly orders her to get out, prompting the senior to stubbornly yell right back at him. Meanwhile, her friends watch the exchange in absolute awe, genuinely shocked that her random underclassman is completely unfazed by arguing with a senior he just met. 30 minutes later, the intense dispute finally settles down outside the school gymnasium. Kotaro enters the club room looking completely exhausted, apologizing for the massive delay and complaining that a weird girl completely wasted his time. He is immediately greeted by Shiyou, who bluntly informs him that a heavily blushing Akira is refusing to participate in any more punishment games today, and desperately wants him to just go home, leaving Kotaro completely confused by the sudden change of plans. Shiyou acts as a deadpan translator, explaining that Akira is in no condition to keep fighting and physically cannot speak, because her heart is beating entirely too fast. Rather than taking the incredibly obvious romantic hint, a completely oblivious Kotaro questions why Shiyou is doing all the talking and steps closer to genuinely check on his friend's supposed health issue. As Kotaro leans in close, Akira stares back at him with a deeply flushed face, completely overwhelmed by her skyrocketing affection for him. Utterly blind to the thick romantic tension and her obvious puppy dog eyes, Kotaro just stares back in sheer confusion, cluelessly asking why she is suddenly looking at him so weirdly. Shiyou bluntly calls Kotaro out for being completely insensitive, pointing out how incredibly obvious it is that Akira is madly in love with him. Highlighting Akira's deeply flushed, doting expression, Shiyou completely flusters Kotaro, prompting a highly panicked Akira to suddenly lunge forward and aggressively try to silence her classmate. Furious that her secret is being aired out, Akira forcefully subdues Shiyou, passionately shouting that she will confess her feelings on her own terms when the timing is right. Shiyou is left completely helpless, desperately groaning for mercy under her friend's overwhelming athletic strength. With Shiyou finally surrendering and pleading to be set free, the chaotic scuffle comes to an end as yet another club member is successfully subdued. Akira quickly pivots to Kotaro, desperately pleading with him not to believe the rumors and insisting she has absolutely no male friends, prompting a sweat-dropped Kotaro to casually accept her explanation, while telling her to just take care of herself. Later that evening, Akira finally returns to her family home, sliding open the front door and tiredly announcing her arrival as she steps inside. She is immediately greeted by her sister, who warmly welcomes her back. But to Akira's absolute shock, Kotaro is also right there in her hallway, looking completely at home, as he casually asks if she had any trouble at the club today. Her sister happily adds that they are having yakisoba for dinner tonight, but Akira can only stand there in completely frozen, wide-eyed silence at the bizarre sight of her crush hanging out inside her home. Her sister stares back in utter confusion at Akira's speechless reaction, as Akira's fury begins to boil over. Just as her other sister walks through the door and cheerfully announces she is home, a completely overwhelmed and mortified Akira snaps, delivering a powerful double strike that knocks out both her newly arrived sister and a highly startled Kotaro at the exact same time. Akira is completely exasperated by her intimidating companions, complaining that because they showed up looking so scary to pick her up, a ridiculous rumor has spread at school that she is dating a delinquent. While one of her friends sheepishly apologizes and explains that her dad insists on the tough style, a demanding Akira bluntly orders her to start dressing much more feminine to put an end to the gossip. The tense family dynamic only gets worse when Akira's tough-looking father confronts her about still having long hair, sternly reminding her that he specifically ordered her to cut it short so it would not get in the way of her wrestling. Completely dismissing her father's authority, an annoyed Akira walks away while muttering about how incredibly irritating he is, prompting her furious dad to yell at her for showing such blatant disrespect to her own parent. Refusing to let the disrespect slide, the father immediately commands her to train with him before dinner, leaving a sighing Akira to reluctantly prepare for the workout, while quietly wondering why she even 777 bothered to rebel against him by letting her hair grow out in the first place. She reflects back on the exact moment that sparked her sudden rebellion, recalling a highly specific incident from their childhood years that changed everything. Back in their elementary school days, a short-haired, boyish Akira playfully teased young Kotaro on Valentine's Day about his total lack of holiday chocolates, earning nothing but an annoyed response from the young boy. Kotaro stubbornly claimed he had absolutely no interest in receiving any troublesome chocolates, casually adding that he was not even interested in any of the girls in their classroom, and prompting an incredibly curious Akira to demand to know exactly what type of girl he actually liked. An embarrassed Kotaro shyly confessed that he preferred someone with long, beautiful hair, privately harboring a deep admiration for the elegant Mizuki back in those early days. Hearing his romantic preference completely crushed young Akira, who could only offer a weak and highly discouraged response as she self-consciously touched her own very short, boyish hair. Looking at herself in the mirror, a deeply saddened Akira lamented her coarse hair, bitterly concluding that even if she tried to let it grow out, it would only become a messy disaster rather than the pretty flowing hair of Kotaro's dreams. Akira's father sternly notes that her hair has grown and declares that he will have to cut it again to prevent it from interfering with her training. A highly startled Akira freezes in shock before quietly murmuring her soft refusal. Akira firmly repeats her refusal to have her hair cut, leaving her father completely stunned by her sudden defiance. Akira bravely explains that she wants to let her hair grow out instead of cutting it, prompting her furious father to ask if she is mocking him or suddenly obsessing over her looks. He aggressively warns her that entering a fight with such a relaxed attitude will only lead to an immediate loss. Completely unfazed by his warning, a highly determined Akira questions if keeping her hair is fine as long as she remains undefeated, boldly declaring that she will not allow him to touch her hair until she loses a match. Although her father angrily scolds her for talking back to him, he ultimately accepts the challenge and warns her that he will completely shave her head if she suffers even a single defeat. Following that fateful confrontation, Akira went on an absolute tear, refusing to lose a single official competition, until she successfully climbed her way to becoming the #1 player in the entire country. As she reflects on her incredible athletic journey, Akira quietly admits to herself that all the intense effort and dedication she poured into her training was ultimately just for Kotaro. Akira effortlessly executes a devastating throw on her father, venting her lingering frustration as she scolds him for daring to mock her. While her defeated father groans that she is being far more relentless than usual, Kotaro comments from the sidelines that she has already grown stronger than her dad. However, Akira can only blush in deep frustration, internally calling Kotaro an idiot for cluelessly asking her why she continues to let her hair grow out. Staring down at her complaining father, a heavily blushing Akira silently questions who he thinks she is working so incredibly hard to keep her hair long for, ultimately dismissing Kotaro as a complete idiot. Akira easily dominates the wrestling match, energetically demanding another round with her completely defeated father, who lies exhausted on the floor and admits that his very soul will shatter if they continue training. The Jinchuan High School Sports Festival officially kicks off, and Kotaro prepares himself for the competition, determined to make a great impression during his very first major event at his new school. While warming up and mentally preparing to give his absolute best, Kotaro's concentration is suddenly broken when he hears massive, thunderous cheers erupting from the nearby crowd. The roaring crowd erupts in absolute excitement as Kani easily secures a spectacular first-place finish in the intense 100-meter race, crossing the finish line with a massive lead over her competitors. The girls continue their absolute athletic dominance across all events, with Akira effortlessly conquering the cavalry battle and claiming victory, while Shigure easily breezes through the obstacle race by utilizing her superior evasion skills. Watching his childhood friends thoroughly dominate every single competition they enter, Kotaro is left highly impressed by their incredible performance as they prepare for their next matches. Kani casually approaches Kotaro as he rests on a chair, teasingly asking if he was just staring at her. Kotaro defensively fires back, bluntly asking if she only came over to brag about being noticed. Kani totally ignores his defensive attitude and sweetly admits that she simply wanted him to praise her. Suddenly, Shigure and Akira chime in, expressing the exact same desire for his attention and leaving a bewildered Kotaro questioning what is wrong with the three of them. Shigure steps right into his personal space, gently noting that his headband is crooked and offering to fix it for him. She uses unusually polite honorifics, which only leaves Kotaro completely confused by her sudden gentle behavior. The bizarre behavior continues as Kani sweetly offers him water and Akira steps up to wipe his sweat with a towel. A completely freaked out Kotaro demands to know why they are suddenly using polite honorifics and acting so completely out of character, practically begging them to stop. Kani finally reveals the true motive behind their sudden personality shift, noting that Kotaro's mother is attending the sports festival. The three girls internally declare their absolute determination to act like perfect doting companions in order to score massive points with their future mother-in-law. A quick flashback reveals that Akira secretly eavesdropped on Kotaro's phone call earlier that day, learning that his mom was making a surprise visit to the festival. Realizing this was a golden opportunity to impress his mother, Akira immediately set her grand scheme into motion. The highly anticipated mother finally makes her appearance, gracefully walking up to Kotaro and sweetly asking if he is about to run in his upcoming race, leaving him completely startled by her sudden arrival. Kotaro frantically scolds his mother for just randomly showing up to bother him, while she casually explains she just wanted to drop by to say hello since the parents' seating was nearby. Meanwhile, the three girls stare at her in absolute shock, initially wondering if this gorgeous woman is actually just an older friend. The realization finally hits the trio like a truck, leaving them with their jaws dropped in pure shock, as they internally scream over the fact that Kotaro's mother looks incredibly young and stunning. The girls internally marvel at her breathtaking beauty, admitting she could easily pass for Kotaro's older sister. Their awe quickly shifts back to fierce determination when the mother notices them and sweetly asks if they are his friends, prompting the trio to mentally prepare for their ultimate chance to win her over. Kanade Aburazuki tries to make a powerful first impression on Kotaro's mother by casually bragging about her father being the president of Tsukumi Corporation and offering to help with anything she might need. While Kotaro's mother is highly impressed by the famous company, a grumbling Akira internally accuses Kanade of simply trying to show off her family's massive wealth. Determined not to be outshone, Akira Mikazuki introduces herself by highlighting her cooking and crafting hobbies, proudly boasting about a cute handmade applique she sewed onto her uniform. Although Kotaro's mother finds it incredibly cute, Kanade grumpily dismisses the display as a blatant violation of school rules disguised as a homemaking presentation. Shigure Matsuki tries her own approach by presenting Kotaro's mother with a box of chocolates from a famous shop near her house, encouraging her to them with Kotaro during lunch. While Kotaro's mother politely tries to decline the delicious-looking gift, a highly annoyed Kanade and Akira internally accuse Shigure of trying to bribe her way into her favor. The competitive introductions are suddenly cut short when Kotaro bursts onto the scene loudly demanding to know what the three girls are plotting. He frantically warns his mother not to let herself be fooled by their polite acts. Before Kotaro can expose them, Shigure and Akira immediately silence him with ruthless blackmail. Shigure quietly threatens to reveal what he allegedly made her do at her house, while Akira threatens to claim he sexually harassed her, leaving a completely defeated Kotaro helplessly complaining about her playing the victim. Kotaro's mother remains completely oblivious to the subtle blackmail, happily asking if the three girls are good friends of Kotaro's. Kanade smoothly assures her they are and boasts about her own pure and healthy relationship with him, which only prompts an internally screaming Kotaro to recall the time she stripped completely naked during a basketball match. Bringing the focus back to the sports day events, Kotaro's mother cheerfully announces that it is finally his turn to compete. Realizing he is completely out of time, a panicked Kotaro quickly makes his escape, shouting that he has to go. With Kotaro heading off to his event, his mother bids farewell to the group and heads back to the spectators section. The three girls politely bow and bid her a warm goodbye as she walks away. Akira happily reflects on how Kotaro's mother turned out to be a very kind person despite looking quite different from what she originally expected, while Shigure admits that putting on her best behavior was entirely worth it. However, their brief moment of peace is cut short when they overhear a nearby classmate questioning who the three girls were just talking to, putting them on high alert. Out on the sports field, some classmates gossip about the transfer student Kotaro, wondering why the most popular girls in school are constantly talking to someone who is not even attractive. While they find him incredibly strange, they note that he does not actually seem to be dating any of them. Hearing the whispers, Akari questions who those guys are, while Kani notes that Kotaro is likely only drawing so much attention because he is hanging out with them. Shigure agrees, calmly pointing out that the onlookers clearly still have absolutely no idea what Kotaro is truly capable of. Dismissing the haters as judgmental fools, Akari confidently suggests that everyone should hold their tongue and wait to judge Kotaro until they actually see him run. As the announcement sounds for the start of the first-year 200-meter race, Kotaro stretches at the starting line and fiercely resolves not to let any of his competitors beat him, preparing to go absolutely all out. Just before the race begins, one of the other competitors casually approaches Kotaro to grab his attention. The smug classmate suggests that Kotaro should take the race a little easy, prompting another runner to question his reasoning while confidently bragging that, as a track team member, he can easily run just as fast as any baseball player. The runner honestly admits that he wants to win the race specifically, while his girlfriend cheers him on from the crowd, prompting the other competitor to casually claim that he did not feel like running at full speed anyway. The classmate warns his friend that everyone is expecting him to win, and that the crowd will be highly disappointed if he does not give the race his absolute, all just as nearby onlookers spot Kotaro waiting on the track. Back in the classroom, some classmates gossiped about how Kotaro relentlessly defeated a third-year senior in the relay competition. They complained that Kotaro possessed absolutely no sympathy, arguing that he should have let the older student win as a nice final memory, while Kotaro quietly sat at his desk, completely ignoring their chatter. At the start of the race, the signal to run suddenly echoes, catching a deeply distracted Kotaro completely off guard and leaving him reacting way too late. With the other runners already dashing ahead of him, Kotaro curses his terrible start and quickly kicks into a sprint, furiously scolding himself for letting his mind wander to childhood memories at such a critical moment. Watching from the sidelines, Akira yells in frustration about Kotaro's slow start, while Shigure notes how incredibly rare it is to see him looking so distracted when the pressure is actually on. A couple of classmates watch from the fence and point him out as the loser transfer student, though one advises not to be too harsh since they are on the same team, while Akira grows irritated by the trash talk. While the three girls fume with silent irritation over the classmates calling Kotaro a total loser, The boy himself focuses entirely on his sprint, desperately wondering if he has enough time to catch up to the other runners. The three girls suddenly launch into a wildly aggressive cheering section with Akira fiercely yelling for him to beat those losers, Kani questioning how she could have ever lost to someone who gives up so easily, and Shiyou threatening to strip off all his clothes as a punishment if he dares to lose. Kotaro is left completely baffled by their chaotic screaming, wondering why they are making such a massive fuss for no reason, while the runner ahead of him smiles smugly at his struggle. Fueled by his own competitive pride, Kotaro flashes a determined grin and resolves to prove everyone wrong, muttering to himself that he definitely doesn't need anyone telling him how to run. With a sudden and terrifying burst of speed, Kotaro completely blows past his smug competitor, leaving the other runner gasping in utter disbelief, as he is instantly left eating dust. The lead runner frantically panics as he realizes just how incredibly fast Kotaro is closing the distance, desperately screaming to himself that he needs to push past his limits and go even faster to stay ahead. During the intense foot race, Kotaro aggressively closes the gap, leaving the leading runner completely stunned as he effortlessly overtakes him right before the finish line. Crossing the finish line in a spectacular burst of speed, Kotaro claims first place for his group, completely blowing past his exhausted competitors. Holding up his winning flag, Kotaro smugly brags about his victory to the crowd, while his totally amazed classmates loudly point out that he actually just defeated a legitimate member of the track team. Watching his impressive victory, the three girls immediately start fighting over him again, boldly claiming the champion as their future husband and completely refusing to back down from each other. Their fierce romantic squabble is instantly shattered when Kotaro's beautiful mother surprisingly comments on their wild screaming, causing the three panicked girls to realize she heard every single unhinged word before they immediately flee in sheer embarrassment. As the sports festival rolls on, Shiyou announces that it is finally time for the three-legged race, taking a brief moment to warmly reflect on her close bond with her friend. Shiyou praises her glasses-wearing partner Sumika for always treating her so nicely despite her deep shyness, but the blonde gamer internally notes that her gentle friend has been acting entirely differently as of late. The supposedly innocent Sumika suddenly drops an absolutely unhinged bombshell, blushing furiously, as she confesses that Kotaro looked so incredibly cool winning his race that she actually daydreamed about having his child, proving she is just as madly in love with the clueless guy as the rest of them. While thinking about how Kotaro is the object of Kanade's affection, Sumika privately feels like he is not quite up to her perfect friend's level. Her quiet contemplation is interrupted when her friend asks if she is doing all right, catching Sumika completely off guard. Sumika laments the fact that the upcoming three-legged race has been turned into a mixed-gender event, quietly admitting that she does not have a crush on any boy and actually struggles to get along with guys in general. She confesses her deep dislike for exercise and lack of confidence, worrying about her own body shaking while running. She reflects on how she wanted to practice with her original partner, but was far too shy to even speak to him when suddenly a voice calls out to her. The teacher in charge delivers some unexpected news to Sumika, explaining that her assigned partner for the three-legged race has been injured and will not be able to participate. To solve the sudden partner shortage, the teacher happily announces that Sumika will instead be running with Kotaro, introducing him as the fastest boy in school, as Kotaro casually greets his new partner. The unexpected pairing leaves Sumika in a state of absolute screaming panic over the sudden turn of events, while her friend stands beside her in complete shock. Sumika tearfully complains that Kotaro is exactly the type of guy she cannot handle, prompting her determined classmate to immediately volunteer to swap places so she can run with him instead. The situation quickly spirals out of control, as two more girls dramatically burst onto the scene, loudly demanding to participate the second they hear Kotaro is in the race, while Kotaro nervously points out that a forced swap does not make any sense. While the other girls aggressively bicker over who gets to run with Kotaro, with some having highly suspicious motives, a deeply exhausted Sumika quietly worries that they will not be able to run well at all. Sumika shyly approaches Kotaro to apologize for the chaotic partner change, nervously expressing her worry that an athletic guy like him would never want to be paired up with someone like her. Kanade nervously suggests that if she simply pretends to have an injury, they can both get out of the race, promising she will explain everything to the teacher, but Kotaro immediately shuts down the cowardly plan, calling it completely wrong. Kotaro firmly tells her that because this is a school sports festival, if she has the ability to run, she should absolutely put in the effort and compete. Kanade tries to object, but Kotaro completely ignores her hesitation and tells her to follow him so they can practice, leaving her to cry out in absolute disbelief. Watching him go, Akira reflects on how incredibly serious Kotaro gets about everything, while Kani fondly admits she actually likes that passionate side of him, a sentiment that Shigure quietly agrees with. Kotaro and Kanade awkwardly begin their training, attempting to sync their steps and practice running together as a team. The clumsy training session immediately hits a snag when Kanade accidentally steps right on his foot, letting out a panicked scream. A tearful Kanade frantically apologizes for stepping on him and laments that she is completely hopeless at sports, but Kotaro bluntly agrees that their current performance is going to be a major problem, prompting her to complain about how incredibly rude he is being. Kanade struggles to process his bluntness, tearfully noting to herself that this guy is completely different from everyone else, who usually coddles her, while she silently apologizes to her online persona for failing so miserably. Kanade nervously suggests trying to run at full speed right away, which catches Kotaro completely off guard and leaves him staring at her in sheer confusion. Kotaro bluntly calls her out, questioning if she is holding back and refusing to run seriously, because she is far too worried about how everyone else is going to judge her, leaving a stunned Kanade desperately struggling to offer a defense. Kotaro listens as his self-conscious classmate opens up about her deep insecurities regarding her athletic abilities. She anxiously admits that she is not good at sports and is incredibly self-conscious about her running because people used to laugh at her slow pace during middle school. Kotaro processes her painful confession and calmly responds with complete honesty, admitting that while he has never actually seen her run, he can clearly tell she is holding herself back out of fear. His surprisingly insightful words catch her completely off guard, leaving her staring at him in silent shock. Flashing a warm and highly supportive smile, Kotaro encourages her to finally stop holding back, promising that he will match her pace and keep up with her no matter how slow she thinks she is. Before she can even fully process his reassuring offer, he excitedly tells her to get ready and gears up to run alongside her. Throwing her hesitancy aside, she lunges forward into a run, guided by Kotaro's loud, rhythmic pacing instructions to focus on putting her foot forward. Though she is initially startled by the sudden burst of movement, she quickly tries her absolute best to find her footing. As they sprint forward together, Kotaro remains entirely focused, staying right by her side and keeping his movements fully synchronized with her clumsy running rhythm. The girl is absolutely amazed as they race down the path, internally marveling at how Kotaro is effortlessly adapting his own athletic movements to match her incredibly awkward and uncoordinated running form without a single complaint. Completely exhausted after the sprint, she bends over to catch her breath, coughing heavily and blushing from the sheer physical exertion. While she feels a bit embarrassed about her chest jiggling during the run, she silently realizes with absolute shock that she just ran faster than ever before in her life. As the exhaustion settles, Kotaro praises her efforts, warmly telling her that she did really well for her first run. She is deeply touched when Kotaro casually points out that her dedicated after-school practice has clearly paid off despite her unusual form. Highly startled, she asks how he could possibly have known about her secret solo training, only for him to playfully remind her that they are in the exact same class. Before their impromptu running session, the classmate was practicing her footwork all by herself, chanting rhythmic steps to build her confidence. Her solitary training was suddenly interrupted when Kotaro called out to her, curiously questioning why she was practicing for a three-legged race entirely alone, instead of inviting her partner to join. Sumika timidly admits that she practiced entirely on her own because she lacked the courage to ask him and didn't want to cause any embarrassment. Kotaro warmly reassures her that her hard work was definitely not a wasted effort, encouragingly adding that it would be a massive shame not to run after sacrificing so much time, which prompts a deeply moved Sumika to confidently declare that they should aim for absolute victory. Blushing deeply, Sumika happily agrees with his encouraging words, internally reflecting that, from that exact moment onward, her entire impression of Kotaro was completely and forever changed into a massive crush. Watching the suspiciously romantic scene unfold from behind a nearby wall, Kenny frantically points out the incredibly weird and intimate atmosphere forming between the pair, while Akira mutters in sheer disbelief over Kotaro's completely unexpected success with women. Shigure desperately tries to reassure herself by reasoning that her sweet friend Sumika is absolutely not the type of girl who would ever try to steal someone else's future boyfriend. Lined up on the track for the three-legged race, a highly anxious Sumika trembles with stage fright, nervously whining to Kotaro that she still finds it incredibly difficult and terrifying to run in front of such a massive public crowd. Sumika frantically explains that despite his earlier praise, going at full speed is still way too embarrassing for her. Her anxiety instantly skyrockets as she shivers and suddenly notes that she can feel some incredibly intense, terrifying stares piercing directly into her from the sidelines. The source of the terrifying pressure is immediately revealed to be the three jealous rivals who are glaring absolute daggers at the pair from the sidelines. While Sumika mentally panics under their overwhelming presence, Shigure tries to force herself to calm down. Kenny unhingedly suggests asking a teacher to immediately disqualify them, and a devastated Akira spirals into utter despair, dramatically questioning if watching her beloved Kotaro, tied to another girl, officially counts as getting cuckolded. Completely oblivious to the deadly glares radiating from his obsessive classmates, Kotaro politely asks Sumika to move a bit closer and firmly wraps his arm right around her waist to secure their stance. Sumika lets out a startled squeal, internally screaming in pure panic over the intimate physical contact, but quickly realizes she isn't bothered by his bold touch in the slightest, blissfully wondering why she actually loves it so much as she sinks even deeper into her massive crush. Akari, Kenny, and Shigure glare with terrifying, crazed expressions at Sumika, with Akari warning her not to expect any forgiveness while Kenny demands to know what she is doing with her man. As Shigure furiously accuses her of being a thieving cat who has finally revealed her true colors, a petrified Kotaro internally laments that while pretty girls are supposed to be beautiful when jealous, these three are absolutely horrifying. Sumika is suddenly warned to get ready for their upcoming event, catching her completely off guard and leaving her gasping in sheer shock. Kotaro eagerly drags Sumika forward to start their three-legged race, completely ignoring her panicked pleas to wait as the starting signal officially kicks off the event. The mismatched pair immediately loses their footing, tripping over themselves and crashing face first onto the track as Sumika lets out a terrified scream. A mortified Sumika tearfully laments that she fell and frantically apologizes to Kotaro for the blunder, while they are forced to watch their competitors sprint far ahead down the track. While Sumika cowers in deep despair and laments that their race is completely ruined, Kotaro calmly takes the blame for failing to coordinate their starting foot, shocking her by confidently ordering her to get back up and start with her right foot. Sumika is left completely stunned by his relentless determination, silently wondering if he is genuinely still focused on winning the race despite their massive disadvantage. As Kotaro eagerly urges her to push forward, Sumika is struck by a wave of intense guilt, realizing that she has only been thinking of herself even after forcing him to partner with her, while he remains purely focused on doing his absolute best. Deciding that she no longer cares what anyone else thinks of her, Sumika suddenly sprints forward with explosive speed, leaving the nearby competitors utterly shocked and screaming for everyone to look at her. Sumika's sudden sprint sends her exceptionally large chest bouncing wildly, drawing chaotic gasps from the male onlookers, who suddenly realize how incredibly beautiful she actually is. Meanwhile, a deeply panicked Shigure shrieks that Sumika's size is somehow even bigger than Kenny's, prompting a highly furious Akari to scream in rage that their quiet classmate has been secretly hiding such a scandalous figure all this time. Kanade confidently argues that her own figure is definitely larger, stating she personally confirmed it during their time in the changing room. To prove her point, she suddenly reaches out to check Sumika's, leaving a completely mortified Sumika to frantically shout and demand to know what she is doing. Kanade grumbles that hidden curves might actually have a much stronger impact on guys than big flashy ones. Meanwhile, their classmate explains that Sumika has always been incredibly self-conscious about her figure and tried to hide it, which is why nobody ever noticed her, while Akari and Shigure are left completely baffled by Kanade's bizarre terminology. Sumika worries that Kotaro is still a guy after all and might easily succumb to those exact kinds of feminine charms. Driven by a sudden burst of competitive jealousy, she mentally declares that she simply doesn't care anymore and is going to give the race her absolute all. As the race gets underway, Kotaro and Sumika run together. Sumika notes that even though it might be a little late, Kotaro successfully adjusted his running style to perfectly match hers, making their steps incredibly well coordinated. Sumika is completely locked in, mentally declaring that she doesn't care about Kanade and her friends staring at them, while the three rival girls watch from the sidelines and begrudgingly admit that Sumika is turning out to be a highly formidable rival. Sumika's sheer determination keeps her running at full speed as she desperately repeats to herself that she wants to win. Even after they cross the finish line, she keeps charging forward, forcing a sweating Kotaro to call out and tell her they have already reached the end and desperately need to stop. Sumika suddenly snaps out of her zone and frantically apologizes, asking Kotaro what position they finished in, only for Kotaro to dryly reveal that they came in dead last. As Kotaro groans in exhaustion and laments their awful result, a heavily blushing Sumika can only apologize and quietly sigh over their unfortunate loss. Kotaro loudly laments his devastating loss, but immediately flips his attitude, passionately declaring that the harsh defeat will only help him grow stronger. Watching his reaction, Sumika is absolutely amazed by his relentlessly positive athletic mindset, quietly regretting that she did not give the race her own maximum effort before Kotaro suddenly turns back toward her. Sumika suddenly cries out in alarm when she notices blood aggressively dripping down Kotaro's leg, but he simply glances down at his tied ankle and casually acknowledges the injury without a single ounce of concern. A deeply guilt-ridden Sumika drops to the ground and frantically apologizes, tearing up as she blames herself for being completely useless and forcing him to adapt to her awkward running pace. However, Kotaro calmly steps closer and gently assures her that she has the entire situation completely backwards. Flashing a bright, highly supportive smile, Kotaro reminds her of his personal motto that slacking off is entirely uncool. He reveals he pushed through the pain simply because he knew she had been secretly practicing so much for the race and genuinely wanted her to give it everything she had. Hearing his heartfelt encouragement, a heavily blushing Sumika stares up at him in complete awe, deeply moved by his relentless dedication and the undeniable fact that he genuinely gives his absolute all until the very end. Completely captivated by his pure sincerity, she silently praises his incredible determination, warmly realizing that his unyielding spirit absolutely sets him apart from anyone else she has ever met. Just as Sumika is completely lost in her blossoming romantic realization, a highly observant Kani suddenly slides right up next to her, bluntly pointing out that her face has turned bright red. Sumika nearly jumps out of her skin in sheer panic at the sudden ambush, while Kani confidently crosses her arms and smoothly states that it makes total sense for Sumika to fall for a genuinely great guy like Kotaro. A deeply flustered Sumika frantically screams out a total denial, desperately trying to cover up her massive crush, though a highly skeptical Kani simply brushes off the loud protest and completely refuses to buy her weak cover story. Kani fiercely resolves to herself that she will absolutely not show any mercy to her friends if they end up as romantic rivals, immediately sprinting off to aggressively offer Kotaro some hands-on first aid for his ankle. Meanwhile, a completely bewildered Sumika watches Kani's chaotic energy, quietly admitting to herself that she completely fails to understand those intense romantic feelings. Kanade blushes as she watches Kotaro bicker with his three chaotic female classmates, realizing that she finally understands the overwhelming attraction they must feel whenever they are desperately seeking his attention. Watching the interaction, Mizuki-sensei quietly reflects on Kanade, recalling the gossipy conversation in the staff room about a brilliant straight-A student named Fumi Tan who is frequently absent from school. As Mizuki-sensei catches sight of the cute Fumi Tan keychain dangling from Kanade's smartphone, a shocking suspicion begins to take root in his mind, as he wonders if the famous online streamer is actually his quiet student. Mizuki-sensei tries to shake off the wild theory, admitting it is hard to believe that the extremely loud and cheerful Fumi Tan could possibly be the same painfully shy girl standing before him, ultimately concluding that his imagination must be playing tricks on him. A stylish girl introduces herself to the world as Himero, a highly popular online streamer who has actively built up a dedicated fan base of over 150,000 subscribers over her 3 years of broadcasting. Today, Ijimekko is excitedly heading out to meet up with a close friend and fellow popular streamer, the legendary internet idol Kotatsu-chan. The two of them originally met in the online streaming community back when they were both completely unknown newcomers. But Ijimekko cannot help but giggle over her friend's massive, highly publicized blunder from just the other day. The popular VTuber recently suffered an absolutely disastrous wardrobe malfunction during one of her live broadcasts, accidentally flashing both her real face and her bare butt to her entire audience before the feed could be cut. Although the initial broadcast was swiftly scrubbed from the internet, she managed to completely flip the script by boldly demanding her viewers flash their own butts in return. This hilarious challenge sparked a massive viral movement where her dedicated male fans flooded social media with pictures of their own rear ends, effectively burying any remaining traces of her original slip-up and turning the whole incident into a legendary internet myth. Meeting up with her friend at a cafe later on, she smugly admits that the wild incident actually worked out perfectly by massively boosting her overall subscriber count and providing her with a ton of entertainment, leaving her companion highly amused that she is completely unfazed by the recent scandal. The friend naturally worries about the real-world consequences of such viral infamy and casually asks if any creepy internet strangers have tried to track her down. But the streamer easily brushes off the concern, noting that her personal life remains entirely undisturbed. She proudly boasts about maintaining exceptionally firm personal boundaries with her loyal fanbase to keep them from crossing the line, prompting her friend to dryly point out that she literally commanded an entire army of men to post their butts online just days prior. Deciding to move on from the bizarre internet drama entirely, her friend notes there is a much more important topic they urgently need to discuss. The dark-haired friend suddenly shifts the conversation into highly blunt territory, directly asking the streamer if she was forced to wear thongs just to satisfy her boyfriend's bizarre sexual preferences. The wild accusation causes the streamer to instantly choke on her drink in sheer shock, while her friend smugly confesses that her overwhelming curiosity simply got the better of her and forced her to watch the infamous live stream. Desperately trying to clear the air, the flustered streamer frantically denies wearing the revealing underwear to please a partner. Unwilling to let the topic go, her friend immediately presses harder, assuming she must have a boyfriend and bluntly asking if she just wore them to satisfy her own personal erotic interests, instead leaving the deeply embarrassed streamer to awkwardly admit that her assumption is basically spot on. Blushing furiously, the streamer nervously confesses the real truth, admitting that the guy isn't actually her boyfriend yet, but she deeply likes him and desperately wants to get much closer to him. This highly unexpected romantic revelation completely blindsides her friend, who lets out a massive shout of pure disbelief. Furious on her behalf, the friend goes on a massive rant, aggressively demanding to know why a top-tier girl like her would ever need to make the first move when she could effortlessly date absolutely anyone she wants. The streamer desperately tries to justify her crush by explaining how incredibly handsome he is and fretting over the fierce competition from other gorgeous girls in her class. Completely unimpressed, her friend brutally labels the guy as utter trash for constantly surrounding himself with new girls the second she looks away, dryly concluding that her entire romantic situation is just way too complicated. Eagerly changing the subject, the streamer invites her friend to hang out at her apartment building's pool next Saturday, explaining that she really needs to step up her game since her two main romantic rivals will also be attending. The friend calmly agrees to go, but brutally warns her that since her real identity is now public, showing up in a swimsuit could easily lead to her face and butt getting plastered all over the internet all over again, leaving the streamer completely terrified by the highly probable scenario. Shiyou is completely flustered as she talks about her concerns, explaining that while the butt challenge itself does not matter, it would be incredibly embarrassing if the guy she likes actually caught her on tape. She worries that even if it is genuine love, everything would go wrong if it became public, leaving her friend to wonder why she is worrying so much about it. Her companion admits that she does not fully understand the situation, but is now incredibly curious to know if the guy in question is actually a good man. Meanwhile, Shiyou remains in a complete blushing meltdown, her head practically steaming from the sheer embarrassment of the conversation. The scene cuts to Saturday, showing a tall condominium building under a partly cloudy sky as the weekend finally arrives. Sumika, wearing glasses and her swimwear, arrives at the indoor pool facility. She notes to herself that the highly anticipated day has finally come as she spots people enjoying the water. Sumika looks around the massive pool area, highly impressed by how luxurious the place is. She recalls how she managed to get inside by simply telling the staff at the entrance that she is a close friend of Kotatsu-chan and begins searching the area to find her. Sumika quickly spots Shiyou standing near the pool. She silently marvels at Shiyou's natural beauty, noting how she shines like a star without any makeup, and figures she is trying to avoid being recognized by others while wondering if anyone could ever compete with such looks. The peace is suddenly shattered when Akari confronts Shiyou, demanding to know why she is covering her head. The sudden confrontation catches both Shiyou and a watching Sumika completely off guard. Akari confidently questions if Shiyou lacks confidence in her swimsuit. Watching from a distance, Sumika is completely dazzled by Akari's stunning, incredibly toned physique, admitting she has never seen a body so beautiful. The situation heats up even more when Kanade steps in and boldly warns Shiyou that she will never get Kotaro's attention by acting so sheepishly. Shiyou defensively tells her to leave her alone, while a completely starstruck Sumika wonders if Kanade is a celebrity with a Hollywood-level figure, shocked that such high school girls actually exist. Sumika watches in absolute awe as Shiyou, Kanade, and Akari all stand together, silently concluding that these girls are every bit as stunningly beautiful as Kotatsu-chan herself. Sumika is completely stunned by the gathering of gorgeous girls, silently wondering what kind of incredibly special guy they could all possibly be competing for. Her deep thoughts are abruptly interrupted when Kotaro calls out to them from nearby. Kotaro walks out to the pool, but the moment he arrives, he is left completely dumbfounded by the girls' revealing choices of swimwear, while the girls are equally surprised to see him. Sumika is left utterly speechless by Kotaro's fashion choice, silently questioning why on earth he would willingly wear such a ridiculous swim cap. Meanwhile, the girls confidently strike poses, playfully asking how they look and teasingly wondering if their revealing swimsuits are a bit too stimulating for him. Instead of getting flustered by their display, Kotaro becomes deeply annoyed, shivering with rage as he accuses them of deliberately trying to mess with him, completely catching the girls off guard with his unexpected reaction. Completely missing their romantic hints, a wildly competitive Kotaro loudly challenges them to a real swimming contest, furiously declaring that no swimsuit can ever save them from a total defeat in a serious competition, leaving Sumika to sigh in disbelief. The girls are left completely exasperated by his intense competitive drive, sighing that he takes things far too seriously and is literally reprimanding them for their outfits. Sumika quietly watches the chaotic scene, utterly bewildered that any of these beautiful girls could possibly harbor romantic feelings for a guy who lacks even a single ounce of romantic sensitivity. Gearing up for their upcoming match, Kotaro confidently notes that this is their very first time competing against each other in swimming, which the girls readily agree with as they stretch and prepare. The girls silently note that if they had actually competed in swimsuits back when they were kids, Kotaro would have instantly figured out their true genders. Completely oblivious to their inner thoughts, an energetic Kotaro boldly declares that he will easily crush them in the 100-meter freestyle race. Kotaro notices Shiyou's strange attire and asks why she is wearing a hoodie right before they are supposed to compete in the water. Feeling intensely shy, Shiyou nervously makes up a quick excuse about having a massive pimple on her back, prompting Kotaro to express genuine concern for her sudden skin issue. Shiyou quickly brushes off her own excuse as a joke and excuses herself to go rest, telling Kotaro to just go on ahead without her. Kotaro is left entirely confused by her bizarre behavior, while the other girls point out that skipping a race is completely out of character for their absolute best swimmer. Safely out of sight, Shiyou completely loses her cool and blushes furiously, internally panicking over the sudden realization that the swimsuit she picked out is simply way too revealing to wear out in the open. Even though she acknowledges that her friends are also wearing incredibly eye-catching swimwear, Shiyou feels like she took things entirely too far. She secretly admits she originally hoped to show off her bold look to Kotaro in private, but ultimately decides she needs to change out of it immediately before she ends up acting like a total pervert. 20 minutes later, the group relocates to the sunny outdoor pool to begin their contest. As they prepare to start, Shiyou curiously asks what the penalty for losing the match will be, prompting Kotaro to reach into his bag, and note that they will definitely need to use a specific item since they are going to be swimming directly under the sun. Kotaro enthusiastically reveals that the penalty is sunscreen, explaining that the winner will get to apply it directly to the loser's body. The unexpected announcement leaves the girls in a state of absolute blushing panic, with Kanade instantly assuming he is proposing a physical punishment, and frantically worrying that Kotaro has come up with a surprisingly perverted penalty. While Kotaro looks on in mild confusion, Kanade privately blushes and reasons that Kotaro is simply a normal teenage boy, after all, quietly admitting to herself that the penalty actually sounds pretty good whether they win or lose. Meanwhile, Akari confidently declares that they are going to win the race either way, completely ignoring the underlying tension. The competitive spirit of the race is instantly derailed, as Kanade passionately decides that she actually wants Kotaro to touch her, boldly declaring that she will deliberately lose the race just to get the penalty. Hearing her friend's brilliant idea, Akari immediately agrees with the logic and aggressively resolves that she will also have to throw the contest on purpose. As Kotaro instructs everyone to take their starting positions on the blocks, the girls desperately try to coordinate their strategies to make their intentional losses look convincing. While Akari notes that holding back from the very beginning would be far too obvious, Kanade suggests they should give the start of the race their absolute all, and then simply ease up near the end as Kotaro finally calls out for them to get ready. The starting signal echoes across the pool area as Kotaro dives straight into the water with maximum energy, initiating the highly anticipated swimming race. Kotaro powers through his lane with incredible technique, tearing through the water and leaving a massive wake behind him as he speeds ahead. Akira struggles to keep up, frantically complaining about Kotaro's absurdly fast pace, while a highly surprised Kani admits to herself that she never expected him to possess such incredible swimming talents. Kotaro's hand slams firmly against the pool wall to claim a decisive victory. Kotaro erupts in absolute celebration, loudly cheering over his first-place victory, while an exhausted Akira and a highly disappointed Kani catch their breath and process their complete defeat. Kotaro immediately rubs his win in their faces, smugly teasing them and calling them pathetic losers, which only earns a dismissive insult from Kani about his childish boasting, while Akira sighs over how immature he still is. Akira quietly admits to herself that she genuinely gave the race her absolute best effort, while a frustrated Kani reluctantly agrees that they suffered a complete and undeniable defeat. Both girls fume in silence over their plan to tease him, completely backfiring, but they quickly snap out of it to aggressively demand an immediate rematch, leaving a completely oblivious Kotaro to cluelessly question what they are making such a big fuss about. The mood shifts dramatically as Kotaro holds up a bottle of sunscreen and confidently declares that it is finally time for their designated punishment. Akira and Kani blush intensely as they nervously prepare themselves for the penalty, and Kotaro calmly steps forward to get started on applying the sunscreen. The promised punishment begins in an incredibly tense manner as a single finger slowly traces a highly sensitive path directly down the middle of a bare back, instantly sending a shiver through the target. Shiyou lets out a startled shriek from the sudden physical contact, frantically questioning why Kotaro is touching her back with his bare fingers. A completely clueless Kotaro simply wonders if this isn't supposed to be part of their agreed-upon punishment, leaving a deeply flustered Shiyou completely baffled, until he casually asks if she has already forgotten the terms of their deal. The method behind his madness is suddenly brought to light as Kotaro recalls a hilarious summer camp memory where he drew on a male classmate's skin. The prank left the poor guy with highly embarrassing permanent tan lines that forced him to wear long sleeves for the rest of the season, prompting Kotaro to realize exactly what kind of mark he is about to leave. The girls prepare for their penalty, but when one suggests drawing a ridiculous design on their backs as revenge, she immediately regrets her bold idea. The second, the penalty actually starts letting out a panic squeal as a highly focused Kotaro realizes this bizarre situation is going downhill incredibly fast. The physical contact proves to be far too much for the defeated pair to handle as both girls find themselves completely overwhelmed by an intense shivering sensation running straight down their spines the moment he touches them. While his highly sensitive classmates desperately struggle to endure the ticklish ordeal and wonder if he feels anything at all, Kotaro remains entirely oblivious to their embarrassment, blushing, but looking so hilariously focused on his work that they realize he is behaving like a true unstoppable artist. Meanwhile, a highly self-conscious Shiyou finally finishes changing back in the locker room, quietly hoping her more conservative outfit choice will be enough to keep her from getting caught up in any weird situations. Shiyou's hopes are instantly shattered when she steps back outside, only to watch in sheer horror as a relentless Kotaro completely refuses to let his classmates escape his intense application, leaving his helpless victims pleading to be let go, while Shiyou shudderingly realizes she walked right into a complete disaster. Shiyou is completely shocked and flustered when she stumbles upon the scene, loudly demanding to know what kind of indecent punishment Kotaro is performing in public. Shiyou's mind immediately spirals into a wild panic, frantically imagining how incredibly embarrassing it would be if Kotaro touched her like that, terrified that she would make a weird noise, and that a leaked recording would completely ruin her online reputation while labeling Kotaro as a total pervert. Kotaro proudly boasts about his work, claiming that the two perfectly lotioned girls are now his wonderful creations, which only leaves a deeply mortified Shiyou internally screaming that he is a massive creep. Kotaro commands the exhausted girls not to budge until they are fully tanned, before casually turning to welcome Shiyou back and eagerly inviting her to race him in the pool, leaving the blushing girl secretly wanting to compete, but feeling too hesitant to join. When Shiyou quietly insists that she simply cannot swim today, a completely confused Kotaro demands to know why not and asks if she is feeling sick, which only makes her stammer nervously in an attempt to explain her hesitation. Looking away in deep anxiety, Shiyou quietly confesses that she is simply far too worried about what other people might think of her. Curled up in distress, Shiyou silently despairs over her double life, frantically worrying that her online popularity will cause major trouble for Kotaro if she makes a single slip-up, and lamenting that this constant anxiety will haunt her as long as she continues streaming. Staring out the window in deep melancholy, Shiyou sadly admits to herself that although streaming has been incredibly fun, she should probably consider quitting her live broadcasts entirely to protect her normal life. Finally, gathering her courage, Shiyou asks Kotaro if he can listen to her for a moment, and despite admitting that they might not be incredibly close, she quietly confesses that she still wants to her deepest secret with him. She confesses that she is actually a highly successful and popular online streamer, showing him the massive broadcast on the nearby screen, and desperately warning him that spending time with her could easily make him the target of intense, unwanted public attention. Kotaro raises an eyebrow and asks if his classmate is simply trying to boast about her online popularity. Unamused by his casual dismissal, she quickly snaps back, passionately asserting that she is actually quite famous, even if he remains completely oblivious to her internet status. Shiyou grows serious, explaining that while she is fully prepared to handle the risks of her online presence, she has no intention of causing any trouble for him. She gently requests that he wait for her to sort things out, asking him to stay by her side until she eventually decides to step away from these kinds of activities entirely. Kotaro calmly counters her worries, pointing out that if she doesn't mind the risks, there is absolutely no reason for them to have any problems. His simple, logical breakdown of her dilemma leaves a stunned Shiyou completely speechless as she struggles to find a counterargument. Helping her to her feet, Kotaro notes that rivals naturally get tangled up in each other's lives when a challenge is made, urging her to stop letting doubts and worries cloud her mind. He keeps his tone practical, though he quietly admits he is genuinely happy that she was thoughtful enough to worry about his well-being. Leading her along, Kotaro reassures her that her streaming doesn't bother him in the slightest, telling her to keep doing whatever she wants. Though she is initially surprised by his maturity, she quickly recovers and teases him, telling him not to act like a grown-up when he is usually such a handful. The gentle gesture speaks volumes, cementing a silent but genuine understanding between them as they walk forward together. The moment prompts her to fondly look back on their childhood days, reflecting on how Kotaro has possessed this exact same bold, direct nature since the very first day they met. She remembers how he walked right up to her bench and insisted on playing together simply because she was sitting all alone. She reminisces about how he would constantly pull her along, actively dragging her out of her introverted comfort zone so that she could actually experience and enjoy the wider world around her. Completely swept away by the nostalgic memories and his constant support, she smiles happily to herself, internally wondering how she could have possibly avoided falling deeply in love with him over the years. Back in the present, some nearby boys start whispering in excitement, wondering if they just spotted the famous streamer Kotatsu-chan nearby. Meanwhile, she walks right past them, entirely oblivious to the commotion, and simply wondering to herself if she missed any developments while she was briefly away in the restroom. Overhearing a nearby poolgoer warning his companion to respect a girl's privacy, Shigure's friend is taken completely aback when the other guy openly wonders if the boy she is walking with could actually be her boyfriend. The first guy quickly dismisses the romantic theory, suggesting the boy is likely just her brother because a girl as stunning as her would never date someone who looks so immature. Hearing this, the observing friend quietly reflects on how outsiders view their relationship. As the pair continues on, the friend quietly observes them from a distance and realizes it is the very first time she has ever seen her friend make such a soft, genuinely happy expression. Relaxing on a poolside lounge chair, the friend warmly concludes that Shigure is truly in love, sincerely hoping that Kotaro will turn out to be a good partner who makes her happy. Meanwhile, Kotaro heads off to wash some leftover sunscreen off his hands, prompting Shigure to eagerly offer to join him. Shigure playfully boasts to Kotaro that she is an exceptionally fast swimmer, prompting him to dryly tell her not to brag. However, she secretly slips into a deep romantic dilemma, realizing that while she wants to win, losing the match might actually result in a hands-on massage from him, leaving her completely conflicted over whether she should actually try her best. Disaster strikes when Shigure suddenly loses her footing on the slick tile and begins falling backward with a terrified scream. Spotting the danger, instantly a panicked Kotaro lunges forward to break her fall, desperately shouting for her to be careful. In his frantic rush to steady his slipping classmate, Kotaro reaches out blindly to catch her, only for his hand to accidentally clamp down firmly onto her rear end. The highly intimate and unexpected physical contact sends Shigure into an absolute blushing meltdown, forcing an incredibly loud, high-pitched shriek of pure embarrassment from her. A deeply mortified Kotaro frantically stammers out an apology for the clumsy accident, while a red-faced Shigure cowers in sheer mortification. Unfortunately for her, the loud squeal she made draws the immediate attention of nearby onlookers, who quietly gossip about how someone so cute could possibly make such a vulgar sound. Clinging to the wall in a complete panic, a deeply flustered Shigure apologizes to Kotaro, claiming that the sudden scare has left her far too shaken to swim anymore. This unexpected withdrawal leaves Kotaro completely dumbfounded as he lets out a shout of utter disbelief. While a flustered girl angrily demands to be left alone and begs not to be pressured, Kotaro remains blissfully oblivious to the fact that he has just made physical contact with the most coveted target in the entire world. Instead of feeling any excitement over the touch, he is left feeling deeply disappointed that his highly anticipated competition with Shigure has been abruptly postponed. Akira, Kani, and Shigure peer out from around a corner in the school hallway, instantly sensing that something highly suspicious is currently going on. Sumika warmly greets Kotaro as he walks down the hall, prompting Kotaro to politely ask if she is already hitting the books for their upcoming exams. Watching the friendly interaction from their hiding spot, the three observing girls begin to feel highly suspicious, muttering to themselves that the two are acting far too close for comfort. The girls fret that Kotaro and Sumika have grown dangerously close ever since the sports festival, with one even frantically wondering if Sumika is actively trying to seduce him. However, another quickly defends her friend, arguing that a good girl like Sumika would never do such a thing, leaving the others completely torn and unsure what to believe. The girls continue their hushed discussion, questioning if they had already made it completely clear to Sumika that they all have feelings for Kotaro. After confirming that they definitely did, they find it absolutely mind-blowing that Sumika can still casually chat and get along with him without showing even a hint of worry or awkwardness. One of the girls insists that Sumika is a truly genuine friend who would never dream of interfering in their romantic relationships, but the others remain highly skeptical and admit they simply do not trust her. They menacingly declare that if she tries to step out of line, she will quickly find out exactly what happens to the nail that sticks out. Later during lunch, Sumika is left sweating in absolute terror when she suddenly finds herself under a highly intense interrogation. Faced with her friend's terrifyingly intense and silent glares, a trembling Sumika frantically stammers out an apology. When they coldly demand to know exactly why she is apologizing to them, she tearfully whimpers that she really just wanted to enjoy a peaceful lunch together with her friends. Shiyou starts the conversation by reassuring Sumika that the other girls will not actually attack her, which Kanny dryly translates to meaning they simply possess a bare minimum level of common sense. Shiyou then pivots the topic entirely bluntly asking Sumika if she has been getting along well with Kotaro lately, a sudden question that catches the shy girl completely off guard. A deeply flustered Sumika nervously denies any romantic angle, shyly explaining that she only gets along with Kotaro because he is genuinely kind and easy to talk to. However, Shiyou instantly sees right through her weak cover story and quietly notes to the others that Sumika is clearly highly interested in him. Realizing they have a new romantic rival on their hands, Kenny quietly confirms with Shiyou if they should proceed with their secret plan to sabotage his appeal. Shiyou immediately launches the scheme by casually asking Sumika if she knows that Kotaro uses a highly childish Velcro wallet featuring a nerdy anime character. Sumika is completely bewildered by the sudden trivia and asks what they mean, prompting Shiyou to smugly explain how Kotaro embarrassingly made a loud Velcro ripping sound when he opened his wallet the other day. Kenny celebrates internally, firmly believing that their brilliant operation to make Kotaro look uncool in front of their rival is working perfectly. However, Shiyou continues the story explaining that when Kotaro's friends laughed at the childish wallet, he completely shut them down by proudly declaring that his grandmother bought it for him, and that he thinks it is incredibly cool regardless of what anyone else says. Instead of being turned off, Sumika is instantly sent into a massive blushing meltdown, passionately gushing over how wonderful it is that Kotaro deeply cares for his grandmother, and boldly declaring how much she loves him for it, leaving Kanny screaming in absolute disbelief at the completely backfired plan. Kanny furiously scolds Shiyou for completely ruining the sabotage operation, reminding her that they were supposed to be making him look terrible. A deeply panicked Shiyou curses her own big mouth, frantically realizing that her heartwarming anecdote actually just made Kotaro seem infinitely cooler in their rivals' eyes. While a dreamy Sumika happily reflects on Kotaro's incredible kindness and silently thanks Shiyou for massively boosting his appeal, an utterly defeated Kanny calls Shiyou completely hopeless and tags Akira in to take over the sabotage effort. Stepping up to the plate, Akira confidently tries an entirely different angle by accusing Kotaro of being highly insensitive. She claims that whenever they hang out, he completely ignores her feelings and only ever talks about the other girls he actually likes, which instantly catches Sumika's attention. Sumika immediately begins to panic, wondering if Kotaro already has his eye on someone specific, and tearfully begs Akira not to talk about his love life, because it hurts to hear. Completely ignoring Sumika's distress, Akira dramatically continues her act, pretending to be a tragic, jealous maiden who is far too scared of rejection to confess her true feelings, because they aren't officially dating, successfully overwhelming the anxious girl with her fake romantic tragedy. Shiyou suddenly voices a deep, dramatic question about why people become so incredibly cowardly the moment they fall in love, which immediately prompts an annoyed classmate to demand that she stop randomly starting heavy conversations about love without being asked. Kanny complains that listening to Shiyou's constant love dilemmas is becoming absolutely unbearable, prompting Shiyou to apologize while admitting it has just been weighing heavily on her mind. The tension immediately spikes when Akira loudly declares that it is finally her turn to brag about what she loves most about Kotaro, forcing another classmate to desperately beg her not to make their chaotic situation any worse. Sumika quietly watches her dramatic classmates bicker over their D-crush, letting out a soft, highly amused chuckle at their ridiculous antics. Sumika giggles and points out that the three of them seem to really like Kotaro a whole lot, catching her classmates completely off guard and leaving them completely speechless. Sumika quickly panics and apologizes, explaining that she did not mean to laugh at them. She warmly admits that she actually thinks Shiyou and Akira are incredibly beautiful, cool women who look absolutely adorable, whenever they get love struck, leaving the two rivals utterly flustered by her sweet compliment. Sumika softly explains that this is the very first time she has ever had a bento lunch, with so many people admitting that the lively gathering honestly makes her feel incredibly happy. Sumika opens up about her lonely past, explaining that she always ate lunch entirely by herself during junior high. She expresses how deeply grateful she was when Kanny became her first real friend in high school, warmly adding that sharing such lively, happy moments with everyone right now feels like an absolute dream. Sumika shyly apologizes for bringing up such strange emotional thoughts, but her touched classmates immediately surround her to offer warm comfort. As they pat her head and enthusiastically invite her to eat lunch with them every single day, Shigure is moved to tears by how incredibly adorable her friends truly are. Sumika warmly reflects on how her intimidating classmates are actually incredibly nice beneath their intense behavior. Gratefully thanking them, she listens as they enthusiastically plan to drag Kotaro into their next lunch gathering, despite his usual habit of eating with the boys, only for Kanny to suddenly pivot the conversation into highly serious territory. Without wasting any time, Kanny bluntly corners her with the million-dollar question, directly asking if she feels attracted to Kotaro, which leaves a completely blindsided Sumika utterly speechless. The other girls instantly panic over the sudden, incredibly blunt interrogation, frantically demanding to know why Kanny is asking such a personal question out of nowhere, though Kanny calmly fires back that she knows they are all dying to find out the truth too. Refusing to let her off the hook, Kanny presses even harder, demanding a straight answer on whether Sumika actually likes him or not, while the other girls watch in suspense, leaving the nervous student desperately trying to collect her thoughts under the intense pressure. Sumika weakly manages to explain that she does not quite grasp those kinds of romantic feelings, quietly clarifying that she honestly just views Kotaro as a friend. Relieved by her innocent response, the other girls instantly let out a collective sigh of comfort. While the others quietly process her answer, Sumika quickly points out that lunch is almost over and suggests they finally focus on eating before politely excusing herself to go to the restroom. While in the restroom, Sumika happily reflects on how smoothly the lunch interrogation went, warmly noting to herself that her intense classmates are genuinely kind and caring friends. However, her peaceful thoughts quickly shift to guilt as she silently admits she simply lacked the courage to confess her true feelings for Kotaro. Fearing she might cause unnecessary trouble for her new friends, she anxiously ponders the rumor they mentioned about Kotaro already liking someone else, desperately wondering if it could actually be true. Sumika sadly recalls how incredibly happy Kotaro always looks whenever he is hanging out with the three girls, leading her to painfully assume that he must already be in love with one of them. Heartbroken by the realization, she sadly concludes that she stands absolutely no chance with him and should probably just give up on her hopes entirely. But as she walks down the hall lost in her deep, depressing thoughts, she suddenly bumps directly into Kotaro himself, sending her right back into a flustered panic. Walking down the hallway, Kotaro accidentally bumps right into Sumika, causing her to let out a startled cry as her smartphone instantly slips from her hands and tumbles onto the floor. Kotaro quickly drops to his knees to retrieve the fallen phone, frantically apologizing for his clumsiness and checking to make sure she is okay. However, as he grabs the device, his eyes suddenly lock onto the attached keychain, and he instantly recognizes it as Fumi-tan merchandise, leaving Sumika gasping in sudden panic. Still kneeling on the floor, Kotaro completely freezes up as he holds the phone, leaving a highly confused Sumika staring down at him and wondering why he suddenly stopped moving. A deeply nervous Sumika hesitantly calls out his name, but Kotaro remains entirely transfixed, his focus locked completely onto the small character accessory dangling from her phone case. Kotaro's face lights up with absolute awe as he dramatically reveals that the keychain is actually an incredibly rare piece of Fumi-tan merchandise, leaving Sumika utterly baffled by his sudden burst of intense nerd knowledge. Closing the distance with an entirely new level of unhinged excitement, Kotaro eagerly demands to know if having such a rare item means that Sumika is actually a massive fan of Fumi-tan too, completely overwhelming the highly flustered girl. Sumika awkwardly stammers out an admission that she is indeed a fan, prompting a completely overjoyed Kotaro to suddenly lunge forward and aggressively grab her hands in sheer excitement, catching her totally off guard. Blushing heavily and sweating with absolute joy, Kotaro passionately gushes about how incredible it is to finally find someone in his daily life who actually his niche internet interests. Meanwhile, a completely overwhelmed Sumika blushes furiously, awkwardly pointing out that he is staring at her entirely too intensely while he celebrates his new fandom buddy. Kotaro aggressively corners Sumika, passionately yelling about how he has always dreamed of finding a close friend to geek out with over his beloved VTuber Fumi-tan, which only prompts a deeply flustered Sumika to tell him to shut up, because he sounds completely perverted, while she internally panics over what she is supposed to do next. Sumika spirals into absolute dread, terrified of the highly disastrous possibility that if Kotaro ever discovers his beloved internet idol is actually just an extremely shy and awkward introvert like her, his heart will be completely shattered. She reflects on how Fumi-tan is merely a loud, energetic persona she created to escape reality, since her true personality is completely opposite, firmly resolving that she absolutely cannot let anyone, especially Kotaro, ever find out the truth. Her internal panic is suddenly shattered when Kotaro aggressively corners her against the hallway wall, stepping way too close into her personal space, as he eagerly urges her not to run away or be afraid of him. When a mortified Sumika frantically points out that all of their passing classmates are staring directly at them, a flushed Kotaro boldly declares that they have no choice but to go out together, catching her completely off guard by suddenly inviting her on a Saturday date. As Saturday finally arrives, Sumika anxiously walks through the streets, desperately trying to calm her racing heart and reassure herself that everything is going to be perfectly fine. She nervously wonders where exactly Kotaro is leading her, growing increasingly anxious as she realizes they are walking right through the neighborhood where many of their classmates lie, desperately wishing to leave before they are spotted by anyone they know. Their stroll is suddenly interrupted when a handsome foreign tourist holding a map politely approaches them to ask for directions, leaving a highly startled Sumika completely frozen. The tourist politely asks for directions to the nearest sushi restaurant, and although Sumika desperately wants to use the opportunity to practice her English, her extreme social anxiety completely locks her up, leaving her standing there stuttering in a silent panic. Seeing her struggle, Kotaro smoothly steps right in and effortlessly addresses the tourist in fluent English, leaving a completely starstruck Sumika staring at him in absolute awe. Sumika is surprised to run into Kotaro, who is busy helping a foreign tourist searching for a sushi restaurant. Eager to help, Kotaro confidently offers to guide him to a great local spot, asking to look at his map so he can show him the way. Sumika is completely blown away by how natural and fluent Kotaro's English sounds as he easily explains the directions on the map, leaving the deeply grateful tourist to thank him warmly. Still stunned, Sumika quietly marvels to herself about how cool Kotaro is. However, the conversation takes an unexpected turn when the tourist suddenly asks if they know the popular online streamer Fumi-tan, catching an instantly panicked Sumika completely off guard. The mention of her secret online persona instantly triggers Kotaro's hardcore fan mode as he enthusiastically pulls out his phone to preach about Fumi-tan's cuteness, leaving both the tourist and a mortified Sumika completely overwhelmed by his sudden passion. The thoroughly bewildered tourist politely agrees that she is a lovely girl before quickly bidding them farewell and making his escape. Undeterred by the awkward exit, Kotaro proudly rejoices that he has successfully spread the gospel of Fumi-tan to the international stage, while a deeply sweating Sumika can only offer a highly doubtful response. As they walk together down the street, Sumika reflects on the completely unexpected side Kotaro just showed her, quietly telling him that he is truly a bizarre person. Kotaro cheerfully announces that they have almost reached their final destination, prompting a relieved Sumika to happily reply. Sumika's relief instantly vanishes when she realizes they have arrived at the local shopping center, leaving her in a state of sudden absolute dread, as she nervously prays they are not actually heading inside. Kotaro enthusiastically explains that he brought Sumika to this specific cafe because they are currently running a special collaboration menu with his favorite VTuber Fumi-tan. He excitedly asks if she thinks it is amazing, completely unaware of the extreme irony of the situation. The waitress serves them a special parfait designed to represent Fumi-tan with a mix of sweet, sour, and spicy flavors. As Kotaro apologizes for dragging her along, Sumika silently marvels at the fact that he ordered the very masterpiece parfait, she personally designed, while recalling how even the cafe manager was initially shocked by the bizarre flavor combination. Kotaro happily confesses how incredibly thrilling it is for him to finally meet someone who has his deep passion, eagerly declaring that lunch is completely on him today. Before they dig in, Kotaro pulls out his phone to scan the QR code featured on the Parfait sticker, excitedly explaining that it unlocks a highly exclusive voice message from Fumi-tan herself. The phone suddenly blares a passionate love confession from Fumi-tan declaring her deep affection, leaving Kotaro blushing in absolute shock, while a highly panicked Sumika completely loses her composure. A thrilled Kotaro holds up his phone and loudly celebrates his insane luck at pulling the rare confession message on his very first try, completely oblivious to Sumika's silent mental breakdown, as she intensely regrets how incredibly embarrassed she felt while recording that exact voice track. Sumika spirals in sheer embarrassment, internally panicking that even with her voice processed, hearing her own words play back makes it feel exactly as if she just confessed her love directly to Kotaro in real life. To make matters worse, Kotaro keeps obsessively tapping the button to replay the confession over and over again, prompting a desperately pleading Sumika to beg him to stop pressing it. Noticing her flushed face, Kotaro curiously asks why she is so red, forcing a flustered Sumika to brush it off as nothing and quickly urge him to finally start eating their melting parfaits. As they settle down to eat, Kotaro casually notes that he has always been highly curious about something, directly asking Sumika what she personally likes about Fumi-tan and why she decided to support her in the first place. Sumika nervously stammers out a vague agreement, internally panicking over the fact that she absolutely cannot answer his questions honestly without revealing her massive secret that she is actually Fumi-tan herself. Desperately trying to maintain her cover, Sumika explains that she views Fumi-tan as her ultimate ideal self. She awkwardly points out her own intense clumsiness to back up her lie, reminding Kotaro of her massive blunder when she completely wiped out during the recent sports festival. Opening up about her past struggles, Sumika confesses that her constant blunders often caused trouble for others and ultimately led to her being deeply isolated in school. She claims this painful history is exactly why she admires the fearless streamer, completely idolizing how Fumi-tan confidently owns her mistakes without a single ounce of shame. Sumika quietly reflects on her own emotional confession, internally validating that this is the exact reason she created her online persona in the first place, allowing her to safely play the role of a highly confident and self-assured character on the internet. Wrapping up her heartfelt explanation, Sumika passionately admits that she desperately wishes she could just completely cast aside her clumsy nature and be reborn as someone as incredible as Fumi-tan, leaving a highly attentive Kotaro quietly processing her heavy emotional confession. Breaking the silence, Kotaro softly tells her that she really does not need to be so hard on herself, catching the self-deprecating girl completely off guard with his sudden gentle reassurance. Looking her right in the eyes, Kotaro sincerely drops an incredibly sweet compliment, firmly declaring that he genuinely believes she is already a completely wonderful person, exactly the way she currently is. The direct compliment instantly sends Sumika into a massive blushing meltdown, leaving her completely overwhelmed by his pure kindness. She tearfully gushes over how incredibly sweet he is for willingly choosing to spend his precious day off hanging out with someone like her. Desperately trying to hide her skyrocketing embarrassment, a heavily flustered Sumika begins aggressively shoveling down her dessert, loudly insisting that his sweet praises won't earn him any favors. Kotaro quickly warns her to slow down before she chokes, casually adding that the dessert is already bad enough on its own. His blunt culinary critique instantly triggers an internal meltdown for Sumika, who furiously screams in her head that she personally designed that exact parfait herself, though she forcefully swallows her pride and keeps her mouth entirely shut. The sweet cafe hangout is completely compromised when Akira unexpectedly spots the pair from around a nearby corner. As she quietly realizes that Kotaro is actually out on a secret date with their shy classmate, the devastating news instantly reaches Shiyou, whose face immediately drops into an expression of absolute soul-crushing horror. Shiyou is utterly devastated and completely confused by what she is seeing, watching Kotaro looking incredibly happy while being entirely unaware of her presence. The sheer mental shock of the situation is so overwhelming that she falls directly to her knees in the middle of the street, completely unable to process the scene while concerned passers-by stare at her and wonder what could possibly be wrong. After getting summoned unexpectedly, Akira and Kanade arrive to meet up with Shigure, who is sitting quietly with her head down. Kanade immediately questions why Shigure called them out of nowhere, while Akira asks what kind of major emergency could possibly warrant such an urgent meeting. With tears in her eyes, a heartbroken Shigure delivers the shocking news that Kotaro is currently on an actual date with their quiet classmate Sumika, desperately begging them to tell her that it is all just a terrible dream. The sudden revelation completely blindsides the other two, leaving Akira frozen in absolute shock, while Kanade lets out a loud scream of pure disbelief. Unable to handle the devastating reality, Kanade begins to sob over her beloved Kotaro, her legs giving out beneath her, as she collapses straight to the ground in a state of utter dramatic despair. Watching her friend's total meltdown, Shigure quietly notes that Kanade has officially hit rock bottom and crumbled under the exact same shock that she did. Kanade remains completely face down on the pavement, crying out that such a betrayal should never have happened, while Shigure can only watch her friend's pathetic display and call out to Akira in a desperate attempt to find some comfort. Kanade angrily complains that she put so much effort into trying to get Kotaro's attention only for Sumika to ruthlessly steal him away from them, prompting her friend to desperately yell at her to stop saying such harsh things. As Kanade continues to fume, a calm and level-headed Akira speaks up, explaining that she honestly does not believe Sumika would ever do something so underhanded, catching the other two completely off guard. When Shigure asks why she is so certain, Akira confidently defends their friend, pointing out that Sumika is exceptionally considerate and deeply loyal, and would never dream of betraying them behind their backs. The reassuring defense immediately starts to ease Shigure's mind, while Akira quietly continues her thoughts about what Sumika is truly like. Shigure quietly reflects on Sumika's personality, explaining that her close friend suffers from incredibly low self-esteem, and is never proactive, recalling a past conversation where she directly asked Sumika if she had a crush on someone. Sumika's heartbreaking reply was that a liking from someone as insignificant as herself would only end up bothering her crush, prompting Kani and Akira to agree that Sumika is weighed down by deep insecurities, while Shigure admits they never stop to consider how Kotaro genuinely feels about her. Akira and Kani find it completely hard to believe, since Sumika is undeniably cute, deeply questioning why she constantly underestimates herself to such an extreme degree, as Kani resolves to figure out the exact cause of her friend's trauma. Kani quietly reveals that she heard rumors about something incredibly negative happening to Sumika during her middle school years, suggesting it might be the root of her self-doubt. Their investigation is suddenly interrupted when a group of rowdy classmates strolls past, loudly calling out to look at a girl eating a parfait nearby. The group quickly recognizes the girl as Sumika, gossipingly whispering about her transferring schools and mockingly concluding that since she is sitting with a guy, she must have recently attempted a flashy high school debut. One of the passing girls maliciously laughs about how Sumika must be glad to have escaped her old classmates, revealing that everyone used to mockingly call her Torako, which immediately enraged Shigure and Akira as they realize Sumika was the victim of childhood bullying. Completely losing her patience, a highly serious Kani boldly marches right up to the gossiping classmates and demands to have a quick word with them, instantly catching the group off guard. While the classmates are completely dazzled by their beauty, Akira questions why Kani is approaching them so suddenly, only for Kani to smoothly introduce themselves as Sumika's current classmates and directly ask about the Torako nickname. The gossiping girl casually confirms the nickname, explaining that they called her Torako because she was incredibly slow and clumsy, mockingly adding that Sumika always ended up annoying everyone around her. As the conversation continues, one of the girls offers to some revealing stories about Sumika, suggesting that they take their discussion to a nearby cafe to talk in private. At the cafe, Sumika politely excuses herself to use the restroom, while Kotaro happily agrees to wait for her at their table. On her way to the restroom, a heavily blushing Sumika gets completely caught up in her own thoughts, privately gushing over the fact that this outing genuinely feels like a real date with Kotaro. Sumika reasons that even though they only came here to indulge in one of their hobbies, it doesn't change the thrilling fact that Kotaro invited her out happily, concluding that she is having a wonderful time anyway. However, her romantic daydreaming is suddenly shattered when she hears a loud, familiar name mentioned in one of the cafe booths. In the nearby booth, a group of local high schoolers are completely starstruck to realize they are sitting with the famous national wrestling champion Akira Mikazuki, who is flattered that they actually know about her achievements. Peeking into the booth, a horrified Sumika instantly recognizes the strangers as her former middle school classmates. One of them excitedly explains that he used to wrestle too, which is how he instantly recognized Akira as they begin exchanging friendly introductions about their respective high schools. Sumika is left utterly bewildered and anxious, desperately wondering why her old classmates are hanging out with Kani and the other popular girls, and what their connection could possibly be. Sumika's heart drops when she hears one of the girls ask the classmates to everything they know about her, leaving her in a complete panic as she realizes they are about to dig into her past. One of the former classmates giggles and immediately starts spilling the beans, fondly recalling how incredibly clumsy Sumika used to be back in the day and preparing to a specific example. The classmates laugh as they recount a hilarious incident from the cultural festival where Sumika tripped while they were carrying a handmade banner on a cart. They explain how she accidentally destroyed the banner and somehow ended up riding the cart like a runaway train, leaving the entire group thoroughly amused by her past blunders. Sumika overhears some classmates gossiping about how incredibly clumsy she is, laughing about how she always fails at everything she tries. Meanwhile, a completely oblivious Kotaro continues to play Fumi Tan's romantic voice note over and over again, declaring his love back to the phone, and earning some seriously cold, annoyed glares from the cafe employees. At a nearby table, some classmates loudly gossip about how Sumika drops everything she carries all the time, joking that when someone is that clumsy, teasing them is the only natural reaction. The three rival girls sit at the table with them, silently listening to the harsh teasing. Sumika stands behind the wall, feeling completely devastated, quietly noting how terrible it is that her classmates get so incredibly excited, bad-mouthing her. She anxiously wonders what Kani and the others must think of her as Kani prepares to chime in. To Sumika's absolute heartbreak, Akira laughs along with the classmates and calls the story really funny, with Kani seriously agreeing and Shiyou adding that she cannot believe how incredibly stupid the whole situation was. Sumika is left completely shell-shocked and deeply hurt as she realizes her close friends are actively joining in on the mockery. As a classmate laughs about how funny it would be if everyone started calling Sumika stupid, Akira casually agrees that it was a highly interesting story. Overhearing this from the hallway, a deeply hurt Sumika quietly processes the betrayal, bitterly concluding that she was completely right about her place in their lives. Deeply heartbroken, Sumika lets out a tearful, bitter laugh, sadly realizing that she was likely the only one who actually believed they were all genuine friends. Back at the table, Kotaro begins to grow increasingly worried, noting that Sumika is taking a remarkably long time and is not even answering her phone. Fearing that something bad might have happened to her, he decides to settle the bill and head out to search the cafe for her. Kotaro spots Sumika standing alone in a quiet corridor and wonders what she is doing there. Kotaro casually approaches and asks her what is wrong and why she is hiding out in such a secluded spot. Sumika turns around in complete shock, her eyes filled with tears, prompting a deeply concerned Kotaro to frantically ask if she is actually crying. Their quiet moment is suddenly interrupted by a burst of loud, mocking laughter echoing from a nearby room. Startled by the sudden noise, Kotaro peers inside a window, completely baffled to see a group of girls gathered together and laughing uproariously. Looking closer, Kotaro realizes that Shiyou, Akira, and Kani are sitting with some classmates who are loudly gossiping about how funny it was when Sumika tripped at the start of the three-legged race, mockingly calling her incredibly clumsy. Kotaro's blood begins to boil as the gossipy girls continue to laugh and mockingly declare that Sumika is completely hopeless. Sumika desperately tries to stop him as Kotaro angrily storms off, muttering that he absolutely refuses to tolerate people bad-mouthing his classmate. Deeply disappointed by their nasty remarks, Kotaro is ready to step in and put a stop to it, but he suddenly pauses as he takes a closer look at his three childhood friends. Upon closer inspection, Kotaro realizes that Shiyou, Akira, and Kani are not actually sharing in the laughter. Instead, they are wearing terrifyingly cold, passive-aggressive smiles silently gearing up to unleash absolute hell on the gossiping girls for insulting their friend. Sitting around the cafe table, the cocky hometown bullies enthusiastically suggest exchanging contact numbers so they can all hang out again, completely misreading the room while the three protective girls listen with unimpressed expressions. The arrogant bullies are instantly hit with a terrifyingly cold rejection from the girls who bluntly refuse the offer without missing a single beat, leaving the hometown troublemakers completely baffled by the sudden hostility. The three girls lean in together and flash incredibly intimidating glares, ruthlessly declaring that they have absolutely zero interest in being friends with unpleasant people like them, completely crushing the bullies' inflated egos on the spot. The highly coordinated verbal smackdown leaves the group of hometown bullies completely stunned, sweating in pure shock, as they suddenly realize their cocky flirting just completely backfired. Watching the intense confrontation unfold, Kotaro simply lets out an exhausted sigh at the escalating drama while a deeply anxious Sumika watches the fierce counterattack in sheer panic. Kani steps up to ruthlessly continue the counterattack, coldly bringing up the specific school the bullies had previously bragged about attending. The sudden shift in her demeanor leaves the bullies completely bewildered, frantically wondering why the girls have dropped their friendly act. Stepping into the verbal beatdown, her twin-tailed friend drops an absolute bombshell, casually revealing that her family's massive company is actively involved in running their school, leaving the bullies stammering in sheer disbelief at the massive corporate flex. Kani smoothly follows up, proudly stating her full name and revealing that her father is the powerful representative of a massive corporate conglomerate, glaring down at the bullies with absolute untouchable authority. The terrifying reality completely shatters the bullies' confidence, with one frantically pointing out that a quick internet search actually proves their elite status. The girls ruthlessly advise the bullies to fix their nasty attitudes, bluntly warning that they have absolutely no problem crushing unpleasant people like them. Akira smugly leans back on the sofa, revealing that their earlier polite laughter was entirely fake, and that she was simply waiting for the perfect, funniest moment to completely shut down their highly annoying giggling, leaving the hometown bullies utterly speechless and defeated. The obnoxious classmates angrily confront the group, demanding to know what is up with their annoying attitude and accusing them of trying to intimidate them. However, Kanade calmly steps up and warningly advises them that they are dealing with Akira Mikazuki, coolly advising them not to mess with her if they want to avoid a massive wave of regret. Now thoroughly intimidated, the three classmates quickly back down and offer a sincere apology, admitting they were completely wrong about their behavior. They explain that they simply believed the social worlds Sumika and the popular girls lived in were entirely different, prompting Kanade to point out that their narrow mindset is precisely why they resorted to making fun of Sumika in the first place. An irritated Akira bluntly calls out the classmates, telling them they simply fail to comprehend Sumika's true worth, and stating that vulgar people like them have absolutely no right to make fun of her. Meanwhile, Kanade quietly sips her drink and warmly adds that Sumika is actually a genuinely kind person who always understands the feelings of others, and reaches out to help as Shigure quietly notices just how deeply upset her friend is. Sumika stands nearby with tears welling up in her eyes, deeply moved as she listens to her friends fiercely defend her and openly declare to everyone that she is an incredibly special friend to them. Shigure praises Kani for being incredibly smart, suggesting she must have intentionally hidden her close bond with Sumika from those guys specifically to catch them in the act of gossiping. The classmates sit in absolute terror as the girls note that thanks to her clever scheme, they were easily able to extract some highly revealing admissions from those fools. Watching the intense confrontation unfold, Kotaro quietly smiles, noting to himself how far these girls are willing to go, while Shigure lets out a soft, amused grunt, and Akira confidently stands up to finally wrap things up. In a final terrifying display of solidarity, Kenny grabs the classmate's tie while Akira fiercely warns them that if they ever dare to make fun of their friend again, the consequences will not end well for them. Kotaro calmly watches the intense scene, internally reflecting on how impressive it is that these popular girls are fully willing to go to such wild extremes just to protect their close friend. Sumika is left completely speechless and deeply touched by the overwhelming display of loyalty, her face turning bright red as she watches her friends stand up for her with everything they have. Kotaro and Sumika suddenly walk back into the cafe, surprising the three girls. Kotaro calmly explains that they overheard their entire conversation, and while their fierce tone was a little intimidating, they heard everything. This leaves the girls in a state of absolute panic, silently worrying that they have accidentally exposed their unpleasant sides and deeply disappointed Kotaro. Instead of being upset, Kotaro flashes a warm, admiring smile and honestly confesses that he was actually glad to see the three of them stand up with such fierce determination, confidently adding that he really liked it. This highly unexpected praise leaves the three girls completely frozen, their faces instantly turning bright red in absolute shock and pure romantic delight. Completely misinterpreting his supportive words, the girls spiral into a romantic frenzy, gushing over the fact that Kotaro complimented them and declaring that they are about to die of happiness. Things quickly take a hilarious turn as one aggressively suggests they might earn even more praise if they beat up Sumika's former classmates, leaving a totally clueless Kotaro staring at them in sheer confusion. Meanwhile, Sumika's former classmates are completely terrified as they watch her stand alongside the three intimidating girls, silently wondering who the strange guy with them is, as Sumika nervously tries to address the group. Sensing the terrifying aura of the group, the former classmates instantly panic and frantically apologize to Sumika, tearfully admitting that they said some terrible things, but desperately pleading that they meant absolutely no harm. Though Sumika timidly tries to play it down and reassure them that it is fine, Kotaro gently places a reassuring hand on her back and warmly encourages her not to hold back her true feelings. Kotaro warmly reminds her that they are all here to support her, while Akira firmly stands by her side and encourages her to confidently speak her mind without any hesitation. Kotaro playfully urges her to be completely blunt and speak her mind, just like her outspoken online persona Fumi-tan, catching a deeply flustered Sumika entirely off guard. Empowered by his heartfelt support, Sumika takes a deep breath, musters her courage, and prepares to speak up directly to her former classmates, catching everyone in the booth completely by surprise. Sumika boldly confronts her former classmates, loudly declaring that the absolute truth is she has always really disliked all of them. The bad-mouthing classmates are left completely shattered and in utter disbelief over Sumika's surprisingly harsh and direct outburst. Shigure, Akira, and Kenny immediately rally around Sumika to support her, praising her for speaking her mind and warmly encouraging her to say even more of whatever she wants. As the girls passionately resolve to cheer and encourage their friend even more, Kotaro watches the sweet interaction with a warm smile, contentedly concluding that all is well that ends well. While walking down the street together, the girls note how surprising it is that Sumika and Kotaro the exact same interests, realizing that is why the pair originally met up at the cafe. The three girls breathe a massive sigh of relief upon confirming that Sumika did not actually go out on a romantic date with Kotaro, though their curiosity remains high as they ask if the two good friends regularly spend their weekends together. Sumika suddenly pauses on the sidewalk and calls out to her classmates, warmly thanking them all so much for hanging out with her today. Sumika expresses her deep gratitude to the trio for defending her honor, though her friends simply shrug it off and casually explain that they only spoke up because they were genuinely furious at those judgmental idiots. Staring at her supportive classmates, a deeply touched Sumika tears up with absolute joy, quietly calling out to them as she realizes how truly lucky she is to have such amazing friends. Sumika quietly reflects on her internal struggle, admitting that her current situation is becoming incredibly difficult to handle. Even though she has deeply fallen in love with Kotaro, she sadly accepts that she stands absolutely no realistic chance of competing against such stunningly beautiful girls, quietly telling herself that her feelings are ultimately hopeless. The scene shifts to the bright flashing storefront of a popular local karaoke venue, setting the stage for their next group activity. Kotaro enthusiastically proposes a singing competition to settle their next score, and while Shigure notes this is their very first time doing such an event, and explains that Akira is unfortunately absent due to practice, a curious Kenny eagerly asks what the loser's punishment will be this time around. Kotaro miserably recalls a highly humiliating childhood penalty where Kenny forced him to dress up in a maid outfit, which only prompts Shigure to secretly giggle over how adorable he must have looked, while Kenny fondly remembers the hilarious spectacle. Pointing out the venue's massive closet of rented outfits, Kotaro boldly proposes a new high-stakes penalty where the ultimate winner of the singing contest gets a free pass to force the loser to dress up in cosplay and serve everyone orders. Kanny readily accepts the terms on the condition that the commands remain strictly within morally acceptable boundaries, while Shiyou quietly reflects that they obviously won't be allowed to wear the outfits outside of the store. Eager to kick off the competition, a highly confident Kotaro enthusiastically grabs the microphone and proudly volunteers to sing the first song of the day. At the karaoke room, Kotaro loudly warns the group that the bottom two performers will face a punishment. While the blonde Akari eagerly offers to liven things up with her maracas, Kotaro immediately complains and demands no tambourine playing while he is trying to sing. As Kotaro stands confidently at the microphone, Akari and Shiyou watch him with intense curiosity, whispering that this is their very first time hearing him sing. Kotaro delivers an incredibly passionate performance of a popular J-pop song, pouring his entire heart and soul into his singing. Sensing how good his performance is, Akari and Shiyou secretly record him on their phones, with both girls blushing as they privately swoon over his masculine voice and his sudden talent at everything. Kotaro smugs as the screen displays his impressive score of 95 points, while the girls are left completely stunned by his excellent results. As Kotaro casually sits back down and shrugs off his score, Shiyou admits she finally understands why he was so confident about proposing a punishment for the losers. Shiyou confidently steps up to the mic, declaring that it is her turn and warning Kotaro that underestimating her was a massive mistake. Meanwhile, Akari watches with a smug expression, privately thinking that Shiyou is naive to think she can win him over so easily. Shiyou completely shocks everyone by delivering a fast-paced Western rock song with incredible rockstar energy. Shiyou scores an incredible 97 points and smugly boasts about her karaoke skills, leaving Kotaro annoyed, yet impressed. Sitting beside him, Akari praises her friend by pointing out that any song suits Shiyou well because of her naturally pretty voice. With the competitive tension rising, Akari confidently steps up to the microphone, declaring that it is finally her turn to sing. Kanny delivers an incredibly beautiful and passionate performance of a popular Japanese song, leaving the onlookers completely spellbound by her powerful vocals. As Kotaro and Shiyou marvel at her amazing singing talents, the karaoke machine prepares to finally calculate and reveal her official score. The screen flashes a brilliant score of 97 points, revealing that Kanny has officially tied with Shiyou for first place. While Shiyou admits she was convinced Kanny would easily beat her, Kanny confidently processes the tie-breaker outcome. A deeply devastated Kotaro holds his head in despair, unable to believe that his score of 95 points actually made him the sole loser of the game. Showing absolutely no mercy, Shiyou and Kanny declare their victory and immediately order him to grab a humiliating penalty costume from the closet and change into it. A completely mortified Kotaro is forced to stand there wearing a schoolgirl uniform, bitterly lamenting his embarrassing punishment. While Kanny happily snaps photos of his misery to use as her new wallpaper, Shiyou acts completely unimpressed and calls the sight painful to look at, despite secretly sneaking photos of her own. Determined to elevate the punishment, Shiyou suggests forcing him to wear a dog collar, but Kanny immediately objects and offers up a set of cat ears as the superior accessory. The two girls instantly break into a fierce argument over his look, with Shiyou insisting that he looks far better as a dog, while Kanny aggressively demands that he wear the cat ears. Watching them clash, a terrified Kotaro anxiously wonders if they are actually going to fight over the accessories. Hoping to escape the rising tension, Kotaro nervously suggests they simply move on to the next song, but the girls quickly halt his escape by reminding him that his punishment is far from over. Shiyou firmly orders him to submit to their commands, prompting a defeated Kotaro to realize he has no choice but to obey. Out in the main lobby of the venue, some nearby customers watch the unfolding scene in absolute bewilderment, whispering to each other and questioning what kind of bizarre game is currently taking place. Kotaro stands at the counter in a state of absolute red-faced panic, desperately begging Shiyou to hurry up and make her selection because everyone in the lobby is actively staring at them. While Shiyou smoothly takes her time, Kanny watches them from around the corner, teasing Kotaro for his embarrassment while privately concluding that Shiyou is a total pervert for walking him around on a leash. Back in the private room, Kotaro passionately belts out the romantic lyrics of the next song, only to be immediately interrupted by Kanny, who smugly reminds him that part of his ongoing punishment is to replace every single reference of the word "you" with her own name. At the karaoke parlor, Kotaro is forced to perform a love song declaring Kanny as his number one, leaving a blushing Akira to begrudgingly admit that it was a slightly better performance. Shiyou quietly observes that she never expected Kanny to be such a closet romantic, forcing him to sing such a cheesy ballad as a completely exhausted Kotaro collapses onto his knees on the floor, while Akira contentedly declares that she is fully satisfied with the creative punishment. Despite the successful punishment, Akira sternly warns Kanny not to get too cocky and thinks she has officially won Kotaro over, catching Shiyou completely off guard with her lingering competitive drive. Suddenly getting a massive surge of confidence, Kotaro boldly acknowledges their impressive singing skills, but dramatically declares that it is finally time for him to unleash his own ultimate revenge as he fiercely grips his microphone. Akira coolly remarks that she has been holding back her true singing abilities specifically to save them for a special moment, prompting Shiyou to point out that she is setting the overall bar incredibly high. Akira confidently agrees, adding that it would be absolutely humiliating to suffer a defeat against Kotaro when he is wearing such a ridiculous outfit. Kotaro suddenly bursts into a wildly dramatic performance, raising his microphone high and loudly announcing that he is going to perform Fumi Tan's hit song Great Unraveling, as the VTuber's colorful music video begins playing on the screen behind him. Shiyou is left completely confused by the song choice, prompting Akira to casually explain that Fumi Tan is actually Kotaro's absolute favorite VTuber, a specific piece of trivia that she originally heard from Sumika. Kotaro passionately delivers some bizarre freestyle lyrics about Fumi Tan's brilliant smile and pink dress, dancing around energetically, as a completely stunned Shiyou realizes that he is actually making up his own rap lyrics on the fly. Shiyou is absolutely blown away by his performance, marveling at how incredibly complex the rhythm of the song is, while a sweating Akira can only stare in disbelief and comment on how Kotaro's overall lung capacity is genuinely extraordinary. At a local karaoke room, a highly aggressive Kotaro dressed up in a sailor uniform holds a microphone and loudly commands the noisy girls to shut up and pay attention. The sudden outburst leaves the nearby girls shivering in fear over how scary he is. Kotaro fiercely demands absolute silence because he claims the song is the national anthem, prompting a highly skeptical Shiyou to question if he genuinely believes that. During the song's interlude, an observing Akira takes mental notes of his intense reaction, realizing that Kotaro would likely be thrilled if they sang that exact song, resolving to keep it in mind. After pouring his absolute soul into the performance, Kotaro finishes the song completely exhausted, only for the karaoke machine to display a perfect score of 100 points, drawing a loud cry of pure disbelief from the onlookers. Shiyou and Akira are left completely speechless by his vocal talents, staring in absolute awe at the perfect score on the screen. Kotaro pants heavily in exhaustion, prompting one of the girls to ask if he is doing all right since he looks incredibly worn out. Panting, Kotaro dramatically explains that the song is impossible to sing normally because it requires risking absolutely everything, leading Shiyou to dryly reply that she has no interest in risking her life over karaoke. The final evaluation results reveal a close but losing score of 96 points for Shiyou and 97 points for Kanny, leaving both girls sighing in disappointment over their defeat. Shiyou bitterly grumbles about her loss, while a defeated Kanny crosses her arms and sighs that it is physically impossible to beat a perfect score of 100 points anyway. Their complaints are instantly cut short when Kotaro suddenly slides open the door, smugly announcing that it is finally time for their designated loser punishment. Striking a dramatic pose, he proudly declares that he has already prepared the perfect outfits for them, leaving both girls completely speechless. The punishment forces Kanny into a tight bunny suit, leaving her blushing furiously, as she nervously notes that the outfit is a little too tight for comfort. Meanwhile, a deeply embarrassed Shiyou is made to wear a classic-made outfit, hiding her face as she grumbles about her dislike for cute costumes, quietly admitting that she would honestly rather wear revealing clothes than this. Sitting back on the sofa in his own sailor uniform, Kotaro smugly mutters that their costumes are incredibly embarrassing, before eagerly wondering what task he should make them do first to exact his revenge. While a silent Kanny shivers in anticipation, Shiyou nervously worries about what kind of highly humiliating request he is about to spring on them. Kotaro confidently demands a microphone, aggressively insisting that they cue up a Fumi Tan song for him to sing, while Kanny and Shiyou stare back in utter confusion. Leaning back with a smug expression, Kotaro declares that he feels incredibly inspired and plans to exclusively sing Fumi Tan songs for the rest of the day. Shiyou dryly questions if that is really all he wants and asks if he is ready to sing again. Kanny holds up the glowing microphone and asks if he is ready for it, but Kotaro dramatically claims that his previous performance left him far too exhausted to even hold the mic himself, trembling as he complains about his shaking limbs. Watching his pathetic display, Kanny silently notes how ridiculously arrogant he is being. Taking his lazy request as a bold, romantic challenge, a heavily blushing Kanny creatively secures the microphone within her cleavage and leans forward, suggestively asking if this is how he wants it held, while Kotaro gapes in utter shock. Kotaro absolutely loses his mind, frantically screaming at Kanny to use her actual hands and accusing her of deliberately trying to sabotage his singing. Kanny boldly fires back that if her placement method stops him from performing, he simply lacks passion, while a flustered Shiyou silently marvels at Kanny's shameless courage and wishes she possessed that same level of boldness. Seizing the opportunity to be the reliable one, a deeply blushing Shiyou steps forward and properly holds the microphone out in her hand, gently urging Kotaro to just focus on his singing while she supports it for him. Kotaro immediately agrees that Shiyou's normal approach is infinitely better, prompting a petty Kanny to ruthlessly mock Shiyou by suggesting that a standard handhold is her only option since she completely lacks the physical assets to try anything bolder. As an insulted Shiyou demands to know what she means, Kanny smugly notes that while Shiyou clearly harbors her own intense desires, she is simply too embarrassed to actually act on them. Pushed to her absolute limit, an intensely determined Shiyou fiercely declares that she is willing to do whatever it takes to secure a victory, boldly warning Kanny that she better be prepared to go all out if she refuses to do the same. While a bewildered Kotaro internally questions how Kanny can confidently deliver such heavy dialogue with a microphone still firmly lodged in her chest, Shiyou quietly accepts the intense rivalry and mutters to herself that the battle lines have officially been drawn. Shiyou silently solidifies her resolve, prompting Kanny to proudly declare that Shigyu's crude, straightforward methods are absolutely not the only right path to victory, confidently boasting that she has her own highly effective ways of getting exactly what she wants. Shiyou, dressed in a maid outfit, boldly launches herself into their chaotic party game, blushing furiously as she fiercely resolves not to let Kotaro underestimate her this time. The sudden, incredibly daring move catches Kotaro completely off guard, leaving him screaming in absolute shock and embarrassment. Kotaro frantically panics and yells at Shiyou for revealing her underwear, only for a highly flustered Shiyou to tell him to shut up and mind his own business. Meanwhile, Akira coolly watches the chaos, confidently claiming that she could easily pull off the exact same move if she wanted to. Shiyou pantingly warns Akira that she will make her deeply regret provoking her, but Akira simply brushes off the threat, confidently asserting that the challenge only makes their game much more interesting. Kotaro sits between his fiercely competitive classmates in a state of sheer confusion, privately blushing over their intense determination to grab the microphone, as he struggles to comprehend why they are taking the game so seriously. Sensing the heavy and highly dramatic atmosphere, a clueless classmate quietly questions if it is finally time for them to actually start singing. The bizarre, highly tense standoff in the karaoke room is suddenly interrupted by a polite knock on the door. A friendly karaoke employee slides the door open to politely inform the group that their loudspeaker is broken, casually adding that they only have 10 minutes left of their session. While Akira calmly acknowledges the update, the poor employee takes a closer look at the room and is instantly frozen in pure, unadulterated horror at the wildly suggestive and chaotic scene unfolding inside. The deeply traumatized employee shivers in absolute terror, utterly horrified by the bizarre sight, leaving the narrator to dryly conclude that for this poor worker, Kotaro will forever be remembered as the absolute worst human being in history. While holding her umbrella under the falling rain, a very excited Akira suddenly spots Kotaro and loudly invites him to head over to karaoke together right away. Kotaro immediately rejects the invitation, explaining that since it is raining and he wants to watch a live stream tonight, he is simply heading straight home. An outraged Akira complains that it is completely unfair since he went with Shigure and Kani the other day, prompting Kotaro to patiently tell her to calm down and remind her that they only went without her because she had club practice at the time. Desperately pleading with him, Akira reveals she heard all about how they got to dress Kotaro up like a girl during their karaoke session, passionately whining that she wants to do the exact same thing to him. A heavily blushing Kotaro is left completely exasperated, weakly wondering why on earth the three girls feel the need to absolutely every single detail with one another. Refusing to take no for an answer, Akira aggressively grabs Kotaro's arm and tries to drag him along in the heavy rain, prompting an annoyed Kotaro to loudly demand that she immediately stop pulling him. Losing his patience, Kotaro abruptly yanks his arm back and yells at her to cool it, but the sudden and unexpected movement causes Akira to completely lose her footing on the slick ground and start to slip backward. With a loud cry, Akira crashes hard onto the wet pavement, dropping her umbrella, as she painfully lands directly in a large puddle. As Akira sits in the puddle lamenting her bad luck, a highly panicked Kotaro immediately rushes back to check on her, frantically apologizing and admitting he pulled back far too hard. Akira softly tells him it is fine and acknowledges that she was also pulling too aggressively, but Kotaro remains deeply concerned, insisting on taking a look at her leg to check for any injuries, while she shyly reassures him that it is only a minor scratch. Kotaro completely loses his temper and loudly scolds Sumika for her carelessness, reminding her that, as a dedicated athlete, she needs to take much better care of her body, which leaves her completely stunned by his sudden, intense outburst. While Kotaro frantically rummages through his bag, only to realize he doesn't have any bandages on hand, Sumika is secretly touched by his frantic worry, quietly marveling at just how deeply he genuinely cares about her well-being. With the rain pouring down around them, Kotaro decides they have no other option but to head back to his place, so he can properly treat her scrape, a sudden invitation that leaves a highly flustered Sumika in complete and utter shock. Upon arriving at his house, Kotaro casually announces his return to an empty entryway, while a dripping, wet Sumika stands there in a state of extreme nervousness, her heart racing as she hesitantly steps inside. When Kotaro calls out for his mother, only to receive no answer, Sumika instantly spirals into a full-blown romantic panic over the sudden realization that she is now completely alone with him at his place. Trying to keep things practical, Kotaro hands her a towel to dry off and instructs her to follow him into the living room so he can finally tend to her injury. Kotaro carefully finishes treating Sumika's scraped knee, casually noting that the bandage should hold up for now. Completely overwhelmed by his sudden closeness, a heavily blushing Sumika can barely find her voice as she quietly offers him a shy thank you. Left utterly defenseless by his gentle demeanor, Sumika begins to tremble in pure romantic overload, desperately thinking to herself that Kotaro is simply being far too sweet today, and she doesn't think she can handle it. Kotaro suddenly asks if she brought a change of clothes with her, and when she nervously confirms she has a sweatshirt, he casually tells her to go ahead and take a shower to wash off the rain. The sudden suggestion catches her completely off guard, leaving her stuttering in utter surprise. Finding herself under the warm water, Sumika panics over how she somehow ended up showering at Kotaro's house. Her imagination quickly runs completely wild, desperately recalling adult manga tropes, where a boy is instantly captivated by a girl's post-shower charm, ultimately leading to a sudden, intimate encounter. Sumika squeals in pure embarrassment as she imagines the boy suddenly pouncing on the girl, desperately lamenting to herself that she was far too flustered to ever read any further in those scandalous stories. While drying her hair, Akira wishes she had read her romance manga to the end to learn how to handle such tense situations. Hoping to make a highly sensual entrance, she sprays on some perfume and prepares to imitate her favorite manga heroine. Akira's glamorous plan instantly hits a snag when she realizes she only brought a simple sweatshirt with her, dryly noting that a casual hoodie is not sensual in the slightest. Deeply blushing and overwhelmed with anxiety, Akira nervously wonders how her fierce romantic rivals Kani and Shigure would handle this exact same nerve-wracking situation. Akira resolves to seize this golden opportunity while her rivals are not around, realizing she will definitely lose to them, if she hesitates and steps forward fully determined to attack with absolutely everything she has got. Boldly deciding to face Kotaro in just her underwear, she slides the door open and flusteredly lies that her sweatshirt got wet too, leaving her completely unable to change. Her grand romantic scheme is instantly shattered when Kotaro's beautiful mother turns around, instead expressing deep concern and immediately offering to find her a change of clothes, leaving Akira utterly speechless. A completely mortified Akira frantically questions when she came back, prompting the mother to cheerfully apologize and explain she was locked in her room doing remote work and missed her arrival. The mother casually mentions that Kotaro forgot something at school and will be back soon, leaving a devastated Akira to realize she just took an embarrassing risk for absolutely nothing before she is handed a bundle of clothes to wear. The mother explains that since her own clothes won't fit, Akira will have to wear Kotaro's clothes instead, leaving a heavily blushing Akira in a state of absolute shock as she slides into Kotaro's personal sweatshirt. Giddily sniffing the clean fabric, Akira blushes and happily decides that wearing his clothes is actually a massive upgrade and that she is incredibly glad she took the risk. Just as the mother sits down to ask her a highly serious question, the mother suddenly shifts the conversation to a highly serious note, bluntly asking Akira if she was the one who used to treat Kotaro poorly back in elementary school, leaving Akira completely stunned by the direct confrontation. The mother explains that she had asked Kotaro about her before he stepped out, mentioning she didn't realize Akira was the same girl from the sports festival. This revelation sends Akira into an absolute panic, as she realizes his mother knows her true identity, leaving her desperately scrambling for a way to save face. The mother muses on how surprising the entire situation is, noting that she never would have expected her son's childhood bully to actually be a girl, leaving Akira to quietly endure the heavy tension. The mother demands to know exactly what kind of things Akira did to her son, sending Akira into a frantic panic. Trembling with anxiety, Akira desperately tries to play it down as mere punishment games rather than actual bullying, internally screaming that she needs to apologize right away, though the mother remains entirely unconvinced by her weak excuse. The mother smilingly presses further questioning who it was that forced Kotaro to strip down, put him in a wrestling hold, and made him do highly embarrassing poses in their childhood. Stunned by how many details the mother actually knows, a tearful Akira realizes her past behavior looks dangerously like harassment, silently accepting that she has absolutely no excuse left to defend herself. Devastated by the realization that Kotaro did absolutely every humiliating detail with his mother, Akira stands there in pure dread. She frantically panics over what she should do next, fully aware that no mother would ever be happy to hear about her beloved son being subjected to such embarrassing treatment. With a terrifyingly sharp glare, the mother coldly questions whether those actions weren't a bit too extreme to be excused as simple punishment games. Completely paralyzed by the intense pressure, a trembling Akira can only clutch her shirt in absolute terror, stammering as she struggles to find any words to respond. Completely breaking down under the immense guilt, Akira bursts into tears and tearfully offers a desperate apology. Blushing furiously, she passionately confesses that she actually loves Kotaro so much, explaining that even though she knows it is wrong, her overwhelming feelings simply make her want to tease and be mean to him. Kotaro's mother is completely struck by a sudden wave of guilt, looking deeply flustered, as she quietly wonders how she could possibly apologize for her previous behavior. Akira suddenly bursts into tears and bows deeply in apology, sobbing that she should have been completely honest from the absolute start, which instantly throws Kotaro's panicked mother into a frenzy of trying to explain that she wasn't blaming her at all. Gently handing over a handkerchief, Kotaro's mother kindly reassures her that she knows there was absolutely no malicious intent to humiliate her son, privately reflecting with mild surprise that the tough athletic champion is actually incredibly sensitive. The mother sheepishly apologizes, jokingly admitting she has a terrible habit of acting a bit mean toward pretty girls, before smoothly shifting gears to invite Akira over to check out a special family altar in the corner. Akira walks over to find a quiet Buddhist family altar featuring a framed photograph of a gentle-looking man with glasses. The mother softly explains that the photo is of her late husband, who unfortunately passed away when Kotaro was only in elementary school, fondly recalling that he was a wonderfully dedicated father who stayed at home to look after their beloved son. She reflects on how utterly devastated young Kotaro was by his father's sudden passing, admitting that, although she desperately wanted to stay by his side as much as possible, her demanding career forced her to work long hours, leaving her young son to deal with a lot of painful loneliness at home. She sadly recalls that even during the brief moments they were able to sit down and a meal together, Kotaro always wore a deeply somber and closed-off expression on his face. Everything suddenly changed one memorable afternoon when she managed to return home early from work, only to be greeted by a completely transformed Kotaro, wearing an exceptionally bright and radiant expression on his face. Her son had burst through the front door half-naked, excitedly shouting about losing a fierce fight against a legendary opponent, and getting punished for it, which initially worried his mother but ultimately filled her with pure joy just to see his happy smile return. Sumika is left completely stunned when Kotaro's mother fondly reveals that all Kotaro could talk about was losing to her. She explains that while any other kid would have been disappointed by a defeat, Kotaro was actually having fun for some reason, even mentioning a few days later how he lost to 2 other strong opponents, but was determined to beat them. Kotaro's mother expresses her deep gratitude to Sumika, warmly explaining that his smile finally returned only after they met. Sumika shyly admits that she is also incredibly happy to hear that, though Kotaro's mother quickly points out that she is fully aware of just how insensitive her son can be. Kotaro's mother warmly adds how amazing it is that her son fails to realize just how beautiful and kind Sumika is, leaving the flustered girl in a state of absolute shock. Kotaro's mother casually mentions that once she found out Sumika was a girl, a lot of things suddenly made perfect sense, prompting a curious Sumika to ask for clarification, as the mother admits she has been highly intrigued for a while. Kotaro's mother teasingly points out that Akira's punishment games clearly involve a lot of unnecessary physical contact, blunt force, questioning Sumika if she only wanted to participate in those games because she actually wanted an excuse to touch Kotaro since she secretly likes him. While Sumika stammers and fails to find any convincing excuse, Kotaro's mother simply giggles at her predictable reaction. Kotaro's mother cheerfully admits she completely relates to that strategy, explaining that these kinds of games provide the absolute perfect excuse to touch someone anywhere without any consequences. She casually reveals that she used to play those exact same games with her husband all the time, happily reminiscing about how she used to make him get drunk and completely naked with absolutely zero resistance. As Sumika silently processes the shocking realization that Kotaro's mother behaves exactly like her and her friends, the older woman warmly explains that hearing Sumika's story made her feel incredibly sympathetic. Recognizing that Sumika is simply acting this way because she desperately wants Kotaro's undivided attention, his mother offers a highly enticing piece of inside information to apologize for previously making her cry. The cozy conversation is suddenly cut short as the front door slides open and Kotaro casually announces his return home. Ignoring Kotaro's sudden return, his mother eagerly spills the beans on his secret physical weaknesses, revealing that he has highly sensitive armpits that can be easily exploited, and suggesting that wrestling in oil would make him slippery enough to let her hands wander anywhere. Sumika enthusiastically agrees to the wild advice, leaving a completely bewildered Kotaro staring at them in absolute shock and confusion. Kotaro is left completely shell-shocked and betrayed, weakly questioning how his own mother could do this to him, while one of the girls enthusiastically cheers that she is learning so much from her future mother-in-law. The scene transitions as the group heads out on an outdoor class trip. While Akira excitedly cheers about how great the mountains look, Shigure is completely miserable, and an unimpressed Kani wonders why on earth they even came to such a place in the first place. Shivering in the chilly air, Shigure whines about how cold it is and begs to go home, only for Kani to firmly tell her to stop complaining and remind her that they are scheduled to go skiing tomorrow. Their supervising teacher, Mizuki, suddenly announces that it is time to make dinner, explaining that they will be forming cooking groups by drawing lots. Hearing the news, the girls immediately get highly competitive, with each of them desperately wishing to end up in the exact same group as Kotaro. They begin drawing their lots, and one of the girls carefully pulls out a slip of paper to see which group she has been assigned to, revealing the number 4. Unveiling her number, Kani looks deeply disappointed and mutters to herself that drawing number 4 is a terrible omen. Her disappointment instantly vanishes into pure shock when Kotaro casually walks up beside her holding his own slip, and revealing that he also drew number 4, meaning they are officially in the exact same cooking group. Kanny is completely overjoyed to find out she drew the number 4, immediately declaring it her absolute favorite number now, while the others wonder what she means. Eager to impress Kotaro, she proudly boasts that she is going to make the most delicious curry in the world for him, eliciting a sudden cry of surprise from Sumika. Sumika eagerly runs over to find out if she is in the same group as her friends. She is absolutely thrilled to realize she got paired up with Kanny and Kotaro, happily predicting that their upcoming school trip is going to be amazing, while Kanny quietly agrees with her excitement. Shigure bitterly laments her terrible luck after drawing the wrong number and missing out on her preferred group, while Akira can only offer a dry, unimpressed response to her friend's dramatic disappointment. The boys decide to split up the chores, announcing they will handle cooking the rice and instructing the girls to take charge of making the curry. Sumika and Kanny readily agree to the division of labor, preparing themselves for their cooking duties. The ingredients and cooking utensils are neatly laid out on the table, setting the stage for their outdoor culinary endeavor. Sumika is highly impressed by Kanny's expert knife skills and eagerly praises her cooking technique. Kanny confidently explains that she has been practicing diligently for the day she finally marries Kotaro, and they move in together, prompting a thoroughly bewildered Sumika to question if her long-term marriage plans might be a bit too hasty. Kanny suddenly realizes she forgot to grab the curry powder for their recipe. Wanting to be helpful, Sumika enthusiastically salutes and volunteers to fetch it right away, telling Kanny to go ahead and keep preparing the rest of the ingredients. Kanny silently watches her leave, noting to herself that the curry powder is actually located in a completely different direction from where Sumika is heading. Kanny decides to check on Kotaro, but she is suddenly frozen in shock when she spots the real Kotaro and his cooking partner preparing the rice quite a distance away. Realizing she has spent the entire time boasting about her marriage plans to a complete stranger, she is left utterly mortified while the random classmate next to her asks what she is talking about. Kotaro's classmate blindsides him with an incredibly direct question, asking him to choose which of the 3 popular girls constantly surrounding him he actually prefers. This sudden, unexpected interrogation immediately throws a highly flustered Kotaro into a complete screaming panic. Kotaro desperately tries to deflect the bizarre line of questioning, but his classmate remains completely unconvinced, pointing out that it is crazy not to have feelings for at least one of the gorgeous girls in his circle. Meanwhile, an anxious Sumika quietly peeks over the counter, blushing as she eavesdrops on their private conversation. Kotaro laughs off the idea and claims his classmate only says such things because he fails to realize how utterly terrifying those 3 girls can actually be. However, his friend warns him that his overly dismissive attitude has started fueling some seriously weird rumors around school about his preferences. The classmate explains that from an outside perspective, it is incredibly obvious to everyone that the girls are genuinely interested in him. This surprising revelation catches Kotaro completely off guard, leaving him stammering in absolute disbelief. Kotaro insists that such a development is completely impossible, and declares that he could never view them as love interests, anyway unaware that a devastated Sumika is overhearing his words from just around the corner. Meanwhile, his friend continues to playfully tease him, ignoring his frantic requests to drop the subject. Attempting to clarify his actual taste in girls, Kotaro casually mentions that someone quiet and gentle like Sumika would be much more his speed, warmly adding that she is a genuinely nice person. Standing just out of sight, a deeply flustered Sumika processes his words with tears in her eyes, realizing that her own quiet personality perfectly aligns with Kotaro's preferences. While his classmate begins to seriously analyze this new information, Kotaro quickly demands that they put an end to the teasing. To completely set the record straight, Kotaro loudly proclaims that Sumika is strictly a good friend, immediately following it up by screaming his passionate love for his favorite virtual idol instead. This loud declaration leaves his classmate staring at him in disappointment, concluding that he really does have his head stuck in the clouds. The scene transitions to the busy campground cooking facility, where the students continue their outdoor activities and meal preparations. Walking away with a heavy heart, Kanny silently processes the painful realization that Kotaro actually likes Sumika. Though she sadly reasons that her cute friend would make a worthy winner and contemplates admitting defeat, she quickly shakes off the despair, firmly resolving that she needs to step up her game and get Kotaro interested in her instead. Wiping away her tears, a deeply emotional but intensely determined, Kenny fiercely tells herself that she is going to be okay and can definitely pull this off. Kenny continues to walk bitterly, questioning why she feels so incredibly sad when Sumika suddenly spots her and excitedly calls out. Running up to her, Sumika cheerfully explains that she was waiting for her, and that dinner is almost ready, leaving a highly conflicted Kenny to quietly panic in her head, realizing she no longer has any idea how to act normally in front of her close friend. Sumika proudly presents a boiling, deeply ominous-looking pot of curry emitting skull-shaped fumes, happily announcing that since they did not have any curry powder, she went ahead and made it using a combination of other spices, leaving a completely horrified Kenny utterly speechless. When a deeply skeptical Kenny hesitantly asks if she is absolutely sure about the recipe, a completely oblivious Sumika innocently questions if this isn't exactly how normal curry is supposed to look. Lifting up a ladle of thick jet-black sludge, Sumika happily boasts about how incredibly rich and flavorful the spice aroma is. Noticing her friend's trembling and completely frozen expression, Sumika curiously asks what is wrong with her face. Shivering in pure terror, a sweating Kenny can only weakly apologize, admitting that she genuinely has absolutely no idea what face she is even supposed to make in this situation. Sitting down at the table, a classmate holds his head in utter shock at the smoking plate and asks if it is even supposed to be curry. When a classmate dryly asks Sumika if she actually tasted it, she cheerfully claims it tastes just like a homemade meal, earning a harsh retort that her creation is an absolute insult to homemade cooking. As the narrator notes that Sumika's powder-free curry completely defied all human expectations, a deeply defeated Kenny formally apologizes for her complete negligence as the head cook. After the disastrous dinner, the girls finally head over to the outdoor hot springs to relax with the others already soaking in the warm water as Kenny prepares to join them. Akira and Shiyou enter the bathhouse wrapped in towels, excitedly marveling at how incredibly spacious the place is. And while Akira eagerly proposes an endurance contest in the nearby sauna, a deeply thoughtful Kenny remains completely silent and spaced out in the background. When a concerned Akira asks if she has something on her mind, a slightly startled Kenny quickly brushes off her worry and quietly insists they should just head inside. Akira and Shiyou quietly whisper about how incredibly spaced out Kenny seems today, as she leads the way into the wooden sauna, hoping that some quiet relaxation will help clear her mind. Sweltering in the heat, a heavily blushing Kenny suddenly asks if she should start acting more obedient, leaving a completely shocked Akira to frantically question what has gotten into her so suddenly. Kenny sadly laments that her dominating personality must be the exact reason why Kotaro thinks she has absolutely no shame, prompting Akira to point out that it is far too late to change her personality, while Shiyou dryly notes that wanting to cover up and act modest means she is completely losing her core identity. Sumika nervously steps into the sauna and is warmly greeted by Akira, who cheerfully invites her to join their relaxing session, but Sumika finds herself completely frozen and staring at Shiyou in silent wonder. Breaking her silence, Sumika shyly gushes over Akira's incredibly toned physique, admitting she has never seen such wonderfully defined abs, which leaves a flattered Akira blushing as she offers a warm thank you. Sumika smoothly pivots to shower Shiyou with similar direct praise, admiring her incredibly smooth skin and slim, enviable figure, prompting a highly flustered Shiyou to admit that such direct compliments are making her blush intensely. Sumika quickly apologizes for getting completely lost in admiration and acting weird, but the girls assure her she is simply incredibly good at giving compliments, prompting her to turn her focus to Kenny. Staring at Kenny with sparkling eyes, Sumika warmly declares that she views her as a wonderful role model, leaving Kenny completely speechless as she quietly reflects on the unexpected praise. Kenny suddenly declares to Sumika that she is actually the prettier one, catching her completely by surprise. As Kenny continues to lean in, she insists that Sumika simply has not realized her own incredible potential yet, and is actually beautiful, leaving a heavily blushing Sumika to plead with her to stop the overwhelming praise. Kenny fiercely doubles down on her compliments, asserting that she is completely serious about Sumika's beauty and is not merely trying to flatter her. While a deeply flustered Sumika can only offer a stunned response, their intense exchange is suddenly interrupted by Shiyou, who loudly demands to know what on earth Kanny is doing. Kanny points out that behind her glasses, Sumika actually has big, beautiful eyes and an incredible figure, leaving Sumika bewildered. Kanny confidently adds that Sumika possesses every single element to attract men and needs to realize it, but Sumika can only cover her face in pure embarrassment, stubbornly insisting she is not pretty at all and prompting an exasperated sigh from her persistent friend. Kanny suddenly grows incredibly intense, fiercely demanding to know if this defeatist attitude is how Sumika realistically plans to win Kotaro over. She sternly warns her not to act stupid, leaving a completely bewildered Sumika utterly speechless by the sudden shift in tone. Determined to prove her point, Kanny suddenly grabs Sumika and begins dragging her out of the bath, boldly declaring that she will show her the truth once and for all. This sudden outburst completely panics Shiyou and Akira, who frantically resolve to rescue Sumika and chase after them, desperately screaming for Kanny to stop. As Shiyou and Akira burst into the dressing room to halt the suspected fight, they are utterly stunned to find Kanny firmly holding Sumika's face. While Sumika tearfully begs for forgiveness, Kanny strictly orders her to stay still, explaining that she is simply going to apply some skin lotion to help her realize her potential. Kanny prepares the moisturizer, marveling at how beautifully Sumika's skin glows, and noting that she has never seen it look so radiant before. Watching from the sidelines, Shiyou and Akira can only sweat in sheer confusion, with Shiyou questioning what is happening, while Akira quietly observes that the two do not actually seem to be fighting at all. With the skincare phase complete, Kanny immediately moves on to the next step of the makeover, explaining that it is time to apply some hair oil. As she styles Sumika's locks, she sternly lectures her that since she has such naturally beautiful hair, she needs to start taking much better care of it, leaving Sumika to quietly accept her friend's aggressive beauty regimen. While they are relaxing after their bath, Kanny helpfully offers to blow dry Sumika's hair, promising to make it incredibly soft and silky. She even decides to style it, completing the look to Sumika's absolute surprise. Sumika is completely stunned when she looks at her reflection, staring in absolute awe at how incredibly beautiful her styled hair looks. Sumika marvels at her completely transformed hair, prompting a highly passionate Kanny to aggressively tell her to recognize her own natural beauty. Watching the intense exchange, their friend in the background is left completely bewildered by the sudden wave of anger. Sumika is deeply moved and tears up with joy, warmly thanking Kanny for always being there to support and encourage her. Sumika affectionately declares her love for her friend, which completely flusters Kanny and makes her grumble that Sumika is simply being too cute. Their onlookers are left totally baffled, wondering why on earth Kanny is complaining about receiving such a sweet compliment. Concluding that there was absolutely no reason to worry, the other girls decide to head back to the sauna to warm up. Meanwhile, a pensive Kanny walks down the hallway, letting out a heavy sigh, with a curious Sumika quietly observing her. Noticing her anxious mood, Sumika asks if she is doing all right, since she has been sighing constantly, prompting a flustered Kanny to apologize for her earlier outburst and brush it off as nothing. Kanny privately wonders why she is feeling so incredibly nervous and acting so out of character. Shaking off her hesitation, she fiercely resolves to stop overthinking and finally take matters into her own hands. With a look of absolute determination, Kanny passionately resolves that she is going to use this school trip to finally confess her true romantic feelings to Kotaro. As Kanny proudly vows to compete for his heart with elegance in her own way, the scene cuts to an entirely oblivious Kotaro suddenly sneezing, leaving his friend to wonder if he is catching a cold. Under a quiet nighttime sky, a short-haired girl begins telling her classmate about a local legend, instantly sparking his curiosity. She explains that there is a legendary tree nearby with a heart-shaped hole in its trunk, and according to local lore, any couple who becomes lovers beneath it will remain together forever. However, the boy completely ruins the romantic mood by pointing out that the phrasing sounds like a video game health bar. Undeterred, the girl eagerly elaborates on the myth, prompting her dense classmate to wonder exactly how many trees with heart-shaped holes they are actually talking about. Blushing furiously, she gathers her courage and asks if his calling her out here means he is finally about to confess, which he nervously confirms. Just as the girl sweetly confesses her feelings to him, They are both startled to find the student council vice president Kanny standing directly behind the legendary tree and staring at them with a totally unimpressed expression. Rather than leaving them to their private moment, Kanny calmly instructs them to pay no attention to her and simply continue with their confession, leaving the couple in a state of absolute screaming panic. The panicked couple recognizes Kanny as the strict student council vice president and immediately worries they are about to get severely punished or even suspended for violating the school rules against romantic relationships. Kanny quickly reassures them that she has no intention of doing that, but then suddenly asks if they actually intend to stay together for good. Kanny aggressively explains that since she plans to confess to her own crush at this exact spot tomorrow, any failed romance here today would act as a terrible omen for her own confession. She loudly threatens to get them both suspended if they do not successfully end up together, forever leaving the poor couple thoroughly bewildered and terrified by her bizarre, intense logic. Thoroughly intimidated, the crying couple quickly agrees to stay together, forever satisfying Kanny, who smugly congratulates herself on securing a successful romantic outcome. Watching her, the exhausted couple can only think to themselves that she behaves like a highly aggressive, terrifyingly powerful Cupid, wishing she had never shown up in the first place. Kanny stands looking out over the mountain view, happily thinking to herself that this is the absolute perfect spot to confess her love to Kotaro. She reflects that checking the spot out early was a great move, especially since a previous couple's success here serves as a highly promising omen, though she quickly realizes that the real challenge will be figuring out how to actually lure Kotaro to this secluded area. Kanny continues to scheme in private, deeply concerned that if Akira and Shigure catch wind of her plans, they will immediately step in to block her moves and ruin her chances. She also reluctantly notes that she cannot be entirely certain Kotaro will even show up if she simply asks him to meet her out here. Kanny wonders what the upcoming itinerary is for their forest camp over the next few days to see if she can find an opening. She is suddenly struck by a brilliant realization as she remembers that tomorrow the entire group is scheduled to go skiing. The next day finally arrives and the students head out to the bustling ski resort to enjoy some winter sports on the snow-covered slopes. Akira skis down the slope with incredible energy, happily checking in with Kotaro about their run and playfully challenging him to another ski competition since he claims it is his strong suit. When Kotaro suddenly asks about Shigure's whereabouts, Kanny explains that their friend unfortunately had to stay in bed due to catching a cold, prompting Kotaro to express his disappointment. Akira's attention is suddenly drawn away when nearby onlookers begin pointing and shouting in absolute awe over an incredibly impressive ski jump happening higher up on the slope. The mysterious skier executes a breathtaking jump and lands smoothly on the snow, leaving Kotaro and a thoroughly impressed Akira to wonder who the talented athlete could possibly be. The skier suddenly waves and cheerfully calls out to the group, expressing her relief at finally finding where they have all been hanging out. As the skier lifts her goggles, she is revealed to be Sumika, who blushes and laughingly explains that she simply ended up coming down the mountain way too fast. This shocking revelation leaves Akira and the others completely stunned to realize their clumsy friend is actually an elite-level skier. Akira runs over in pure excitement, desperately wanting to know how Sumika learned to ski with such mind-blowing skill, to which Sumika shyly explains that she simply goes skiing every year with her family. Sumika jokingly adds that she is quite used to sliding down things even in places without any snow, prompting Akira to loudly complain that she is being far too humble about her incredible talents. Hearing about her impressive skills, Kotaro warmly invites Sumika to join their group for the day. While Kanny quietly nods in agreement, Akira enthusiastically adds that they were actually just about to kick off a friendly ski competition of their own, inviting her to get in on the action. Sumika is incredibly excited to join in on the fun, prompting a worried Kotaro to remind her that the upcoming competition involves a high-stakes punishment game. Sumika insists she wants to ski with everyone regardless, which Shigure eagerly welcomes as a way to make things more exciting, while Kanny reluctantly agrees to her joining. 30 minutes later, the group makes their way up the mountain with a nervous Sumika admitting that she always gets incredibly anxious during the transition off the ski lift, which highly surprises Kanny. Upon finally reaching the summit of the snow-covered slopes, the group prepares to battle the freezing temperatures and kick off their highly anticipated challenge. Kotaro asks what the official punishment will be for this round of the game, prompting Kanny to propose a simple rule where the ultimate winner gets to give any direct order to the loser. Shigure and Sumika both readily agree to the term, finalizing the high stakes. Kanny quietly accepts the high stakes of the game, her mind already spinning with strategic romantic calculations. Kanny secretly rejoices, noting that since she anticipated a skiing competition, everything is unfolding exactly according to her plans. She confidently realizes that winning will grant her the right to order Kotaro to the legendary heart-shaped tree, finally allowing her to make her romantic confession without any annoying interruptions from their friends. While Kanny admits that Sumika's sudden entry into the race was a major curveball, she resolves that there is absolutely no turning back now, though she suddenly remembers one massive glaring problem. The terrifying truth is that despite her grand romantic schemes and high confidence, Kanny is actually completely terrible at skiing. She desperately recalls how her paralyzing fear of high speeds and steep slopes makes skiing an absolute nightmare that she simply cannot overcome. Despite her intense anxiety, she tells herself that failing to win here will completely ruin her entire romantic confession plan, a silent struggle that Kotaro suddenly notices. Sensing her deep anxiety, Kotaro gently advises a highly surprised Kanny that she really should not force herself to participate in the race. Kotaro wonders why they can't all ski together, but Akira firmly rejects the suggestion, claiming that there is no specific reason other than it simply being a terrible idea. Kanny nervously chimes in that, since Sumika is also here now, Kotaro can just wait until they are completely finished with their run, leaving the others completely baffled by her sudden dismissive attitude. Kanny pouts furiously and makes a highly bizarre outburst, loudly telling Sumika that Kotaro only prefers fresh new physical assets over older impressive ones, leaving Sumika completely dumbfounded. Turning her fury on Kotaro, Kanny accuses him of trying to exclude her from the competition and passionately vows to defeat him, prompting a thoroughly exhausted Kotaro to weakly insist that is not what this is about at all. Akira chimes in to defend Kanny, asking Kotaro if he thinks his attitude is being a bit too harsh. Sumika gently tries to smooth things over by suggesting they should let Kanny compete along with them as well, leaving a sweating Kotaro to quietly mumble in reluctant agreement. Following a tense silence, Kotaro awkwardly rubs the back of his neck and finally gives in, quietly agreeing to let everyone join the competition. With the rules established, Kotaro asks if they are all ready to begin and outlines the race course, explaining that they will head down the track that curves right after the steep slope. He adds that they will pass through the ski lift pillars with the finish line positioned directly after the final turn, which the girls confidently acknowledge. They enthusiastically launch themselves down the snowy slope, eagerly shouting for everyone to get moving as the high-stakes race officially begins. Akira is startled as she watches Sumika glide effortlessly down the slope with perfect posture. She is highly impressed by her friend's composure, noting that Sumika's technique is absolutely perfect and clearly shows she has an immense amount of skiing experience. Kotaro also proves to be a highly formidable competitor, skillfully carving tight turns and gliding down the steep slope with impressive speed and precision. But the most shocking sight of all is Kanny actively taking the lead in the race, flying down the mountain in a straight, uncompromising path, while gaining speed with terrifying courage. Watching her go, Akira smiles warmly, internally noting that, as expected, Kanny genuinely excels in absolutely everything she does. In reality, Kanny is crying in pure, unadulterated terror, frantically screaming to herself that she is going way too fast and is absolutely terrified. Trembling uncontrollably as she hurtles down the mountain, she desperately wants nothing more than to just make the nightmare stop. As the skiing competition enters its final high-stakes phase, Kanny spirals into a state of total frantic panic. She worries that trying to accelerate any further will make her crash, desperately admitting to herself that she is on the absolute verge of wetting herself, and frantically wondering if their intense rivalry has degenerated into a bizarre battle of bladder endurance. Kanny and Sumika tear down the snowy slopes at breakneck speeds, pushing their skiing skills to the absolute limit as they barrel toward the finish line. Kanny finds the terrifyingly fast speed of the descent completely overwhelming, crying out in fear as she struggles to maintain control. Suddenly, another skier fiercely bursts ahead, catching everyone by surprise. Sumika pulls right alongside Kani, fiercely declaring that she absolutely refuses to lose, because skiing is the only event where she can truly stand a chance of competing with her. Staring at her rival, Kani is left completely stunned as she fully registers that Sumika is racing right beside her. Kani panics as she approaches a sharp turn, frantically realizing that if she accelerates any further, she will completely miss it and crash. Completely terrified and feeling like she has reached her absolute physical limit, she bitterly contemplates throwing in the towel and simply postponing her romantic confession once again, even if it means accepting a disappointing defeat. Refusing to let fear dictate her future, Kani fiercely rejects the idea of giving up, telling herself that quitting now would make her completely unworthy of ever standing by Kotaro's side. With a loud, determined battle cry, she musters every ounce of her courage and prepares to charge forward. Resolving to move forward with absolute fearless determination, Kani completely shuts out her doubts and commands herself to stop worrying about the consequences as she recklessly accelerates down the snowy slope. During the intense downhill race, Kani suddenly speeds past the others, taking a highly dangerous turn at an unbelievable speed and leaving her competitors completely stunned. Sumika is left utterly speechless as she watches Kani successfully navigate the incredibly sharp bend, unable to believe how closely her friend managed to pass by them. Kani blazes across the finish line ahead of everyone else, leaving a thoroughly defeated Sumika to let out a sigh of relief that the intense race is finally over. Sumika enthusiastically praises Kani for her incredible victory, while Shiyou warmly agrees and commends her for displaying such extraordinary courage on the slopes. Their celebration is instantly cut short when they realize Kani is completely unable to stop continuing to hurtle down the mountain at high speed. Internally, a terrified Kani panics as she realizes her sudden burst of speed is completely out of control, leaving her desperately searching for a way to slow down. Completely losing her footing, Kani is thrown off course, flying wildly through the air in absolute terror. Kani loses her balance entirely as she hurtles directly toward a massive structural pole, prompting a horrified Sumika and Shiyou to scream in sheer panic at the impending crash. Sensing the extreme danger, Kotaro charges down the slope at breakneck speed, angrily berating her for always trying to show off and put herself in harm's way. Kotaro successfully intercepts Kani, absorbing the brutal momentum of her fall to shield her from the incoming impact. The two slide together across the snow, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic collision with the solid column as the dangerous ordeal finally comes to a halt. A sudden disaster strikes on the snowy slopes as Kani loses control and tumbles right over the safety barrier. Sumika screams in panic when she realizes Kotaro rushed in to help her, prompting a worried Shiyou to urgently declare that they need to chase after them immediately before they get lost. Dropping completely out of sight, Kotaro and Kani slide down a steep, treacherous, snowy incline together, completely at the mercy of the mountain. After a terrifying tumble, the two finally grind to a halt in the deep snow, with Kani letting out a heavy groan of relief as she slowly processes that they survived the fall. Sitting up in the snow, a battered Kotaro mutters in frustration, prompting a heavily blushing Kani to softly thank him for saving her life. While Kotaro simply grumbles that she is always getting herself into trouble, Kani is left utterly baffled, quietly asking him how he could have possibly known she was in danger in the first place. Kotaro bluntly points out that she is actually terrible at skiing, explaining that he had been following her closely as a precaution because he noticed she looked incredibly unstable. The realization that he was watching out for her the entire time leaves a stunned Kani completely speechless. When Kani asks how he could have read her so easily, Kotaro brings up a childhood memory of their old skateboard races. He recalls that even though she always tried to act completely confident in front of everyone, she would secretly get incredibly nervous just before the race began. He vividly recalls how her hands would shake and clasp together in fear, but then adding that she almost ended up having a serious accident immediately afterward. Kotaro warmly notes that her habit of clasping her hands whenever she is terrified hasn't changed one bit. Looking down at her own trembling hands, a deeply blushing Kani gasps as she realizes she was subconsciously doing that exact same gesture right now. Kotaro gently scolds her, calling her an idiot and telling her that she needs to learn when to finally stop trying to act cool all the time. His unexpectedly sweet words hit her right in the chest, leaving her staring at him with tears welling up in her eyes. As she listens to him, Kanny quietly reflects on her past, recalling how everyone around her always expected her to be perfect and do well no matter what. Desperate to live up to those overwhelming expectations, she had spent her entire life pretending to be strong, completely unable to show any of her real weaknesses to the world. Kanny sadly reflects on her past pressures, remembering how she always desperately tried to meet everyone's sky-high expectations and achieve perfection. She admits that she pushed herself to the limit simply because she absolutely did not want to disappoint anyone around her. Kanny softly explains that while she hid her struggles from everyone else, Kotaro was the single person who naturally saw right through her facade and noticed the truth about her fears. Hearing her vulnerable words, Kotaro can only listen quietly, offering a soft, thoughtful response. Overcome with raw emotion and blushing furiously, Kanny finally musters her courage and directly confesses her romantic feelings, softly telling Kotaro that she truly likes him. Kotaro is left completely stunned and in absolute shock by the sudden heartfelt confession, staring blankly with wide eyes as he struggles to process her words. The reality of what she just said suddenly hits Kanny, leaving her face bright red in absolute horror. She frantically backs away in a panic, desperately apologizing, as she internally screams over the fact that she just accidentally confessed to him. In a state of pure embarrassment, she retreats to hide behind a nearby tree, frantically lamenting to herself that she absolutely did not mean to confess in a random place like this. Kanny's panic suddenly halts when she takes a closer look at the tree she is hiding behind. She is left completely baffled to discover that the tree trunk is actually covered in several perfectly carved heart-shaped holes. Kanny gasps in shock as she realizes she is standing right in front of the legendary mythical love tree, desperately wondering how they somehow managed to end up at this exact spot. She realizes this setting completely elevates the atmosphere of her accidental confession far beyond anything she could have ever expected. While her heart pounds wildly, a tired Kotaro crouches nearby and gently calls out her name, leaving her blushing furiously. However, Kotaro's response is completely unexpected, as he confusedly asks why she is suddenly talking about skiing when they literally just finished doing exactly that, having completely misheard her romantic confession due to a massive language mix-up. Kanny is left utterly speechless by his denseness, her face turning pale, before she suddenly begins to faint from the sheer disappointment of the massive misunderstanding. As she collapses, she weakly mutters that her feelings clearly are not of any interest to him, leaving Kotaro to frantically panic and ask if she hit her head, while Akira rushes over from the distance to check if both of them are all right. Kanny slowly wakes up in a hospital bed, feeling dazed as she gradually regains consciousness. Looking around, Kanny realizes she is in the infirmary after passing out. She miserably recalls her disastrous failed confession attempt, desperately wondering why everything had to go so terribly wrong as she quietly sighs Kotaro's name. Kotaro suddenly enters the room and casually notes that she is finally awake, catching a heavily blushing Kanny completely by surprise. Kotaro explains that the doctor advised her to rest, prompting an anxious Kanny to ask if he was injured during the rescue. He casually reassures her that he only suffered a few minor scrapes, leading a deeply apologetic Kanny to warmly thank him for saving her despite the massive trouble she caused. A heavy, awkward silence falls over the room as they both struggle to find the right words to say next. Trying to break the ice, Kanny asks what they should do about the official race penalty since she technically won the skiing competition. The unexpected question leaves Kotaro completely dumbfounded. Kanny admits that it shouldn't count as a real victory because Kotaro was clearly holding back out of worry for her safety, but Kotaro firmly replies that rules are rules. He warmly adds that her descent was genuinely impressive and incredibly brave, a sweet compliment that leaves a heavily blushing Kanny wondering if he is actively trying to console her. Deeply touched by his kindness, she quietly tells herself that he is a truly special guy before deciding that it is finally time to officially declare his penalty. Kanny softly asks Kotaro if he could hold her hand for a little, while catching him completely by surprise as she hesitantly reaches out. Kotaro reacts with utter disbelief and loudly demands to know what kind of bizarre joke this is, but his outburst quickly turns to silence when a deeply saddened Kanny softly asks if he really cannot bring himself to do it. Though he complains and acts incredibly reluctant, Kotaro ultimately gives in and gently takes her hand, prompting a quiet, deeply grateful thank you from a blushing Kanny. Staring at her hand, Kanny quietly reflects on her deep feelings for Kotaro, calling him an incredibly good guy whom she falls for over and over again. Though she sadly accepts that she is still too immature and doesn't yet have the right to confess her love, she secretly resolves that she wants to someday become someone whose hand he truly desires to hold. The quiet moment in the hospital room is suddenly broken when Sumika slides open the door, happily calling out to a now awake Kanny. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Kotaro immediately jumps back and awkwardly tries to play it cool, while Sumika excitedly points out how surprising it is to find him visiting as well. Declaring that he is finished with his visit, Kotaro hastily makes his escape, leaving a startled Sumika to apologize to Kanny for potentially interrupting a private moment. Kanny quickly reassures her friend that everything is fine and warmly thanks Sumika for coming over, while a relieved Sumika admits she was simply incredibly worried about her health. Sumika suddenly notices how red Kanny's face is and anxiously asks if she is doing all right, causing a heavily blushing Kanny to stammer in sheer embarrassment. Mistaking her intense blush for a simple fever, Sumika is easily reassured, while a deeply embarrassed Kanny quietly laments how pathetic it is that merely holding hands sent her heart into such a wild frenzy. Kanny quietly wonders to herself, sadly concluding that Kotaro surely does not feel anything or suspect a single thing about what actually happened on the slopes. Kotaro walks by the windows, thoroughly confused by the recent turn of events. He muses on how bizarre it was for her to ask him to hold her hand out of the blue, dismissing it as a highly unusual penalty game, while admitting to himself that he has absolutely no idea what she actually meant. Kotaro decides there is really no point in wasting time worrying about it, since she is constantly blabbing nonsensical things anyway. However, he cannot help but recall how right at that dramatic moment they were actively skiing when she suddenly blurted out the word ski, leaving him to quietly ponder the bizarre remark. Suddenly, the pieces finally start falling into place, and Kotaro blushes furiously as a wild thought strikes him. He wonders in a sudden panic if Kanny actually said she liked him instead of talking about skiing, his heart pounding frantically, as he realizes that her wanting to hold his hand might have been a genuine sign of romantic interest. Kotaro tries to shake off the crazy idea, reasoning that since she is such a tough girl, a confession like that makes absolutely no sense. He groans in frustration, desperately wondering why on earth he is suddenly getting so nervous over it, before resolving that he absolutely should not be thinking about his close friends in a romantic way. A few days rapidly pass by after the eventful school trip, and everyone finally settles back into their normal, everyday routines in the city. Kotaro heads outside for a jog, hoping to clear his racing thoughts and get some fresh air. As he runs, Kotaro notes that his body feels incredibly stiff, and decides he definitely needs to get back into his regular training routine. His focus is suddenly interrupted when he notices a figure staggering unsteadily along the path ahead, prompting a concerned Kotaro to immediately speed up his pace, silently hoping they are doing all right. Kotaro is completely surprised when he runs into a heavily bundled-up Shiyou, who sheepishly confirms her identity with a quiet, flustered reply. Shiyou compliments Kotaro on his discipline for going on an early morning run, but he quickly points out that she is staggering heavily. Shiyou weakly explains that she got a fever during their camp and simply went out to buy some drinks, prompting a concerned Kotaro to notice she also has a runny nose. Embarrassed by her state, Shiyou frantically begs him not to look at her, but Kotaro points out that if she has a fever, she should have just asked her family to handle the shopping. Shiyou weakly admits that there is absolutely no one at home today, leaving Kotaro in utter shock. Shiyou bids Kotaro farewell and starts walking away, though she is clearly struggling to keep her balance as she stumbles down the street. Unable to simply ignore her precarious state, a conflicted Kotaro lets out an annoyed sigh before suddenly stepping in to carry her shopping bag, catching a startled Shiyou completely off guard. Kotaro sternly warns her that wandering around alone in such a terrible condition is highly dangerous. He explains that he would feel incredibly guilty if anything happened to her, firmly resolving to carry her groceries and escort her safely back to her house. A deeply flustered Shiyou hesitantly asks if he is absolutely sure, and upon his firm agreement, she privately reflects that she is actually starting to feel glad she fell sick. Sensing his sympathy, she cheekily demands that he cook her some rice soup, once they get home, prompting an irritated Kotaro to warn her not to take advantage of his kindness as they arrive at her apartment building. Despite grumbling and questioning why on earth, he is the one who has to do the cooking, a reliable Kotaro ultimately gives in and prepares the hot rice soup for her anyway. With the hot meal finally prepared, Kotaro carries the steaming bowl of rice soup toward Shigure's bedroom. Kotaro knocks on her bedroom door to announce that the soup is ready, but Shigure frantically begs him to give her just a moment. Concerned by her panicked voice, Kotaro asks if everything is all right and steps inside anyway, only to pause in complete bewilderment at whatever she is currently doing. Kotaro enters Shigure's bedroom only to find her inexplicably bound in tight ropes on her bed, leaving him to loudly demand an explanation in sheer shock, while she weakly mutters that she has gotten herself into quite a difficult bind. Kotaro carries in a tray of food and privately notes how Shigure tends to act much sillier than usual whenever she falls sick. Shigure casually explains that she tried to replicate a tortoise tie she saw recommended on social media, only to get hopelessly tangled up in the process. When an annoyed Kotaro questions why she is always looking at such strange things, she giggles that she thought it might delight him, prompting a flustered Kotaro to tell her not to get carried away. Refusing to indulge her teasing any longer, Kotaro firmly commands her to stop talking nonsense and focus on resting. As he pulls the blanket up to properly tuck her into bed, Shigure looks up at him with a slightly disappointed sigh. While Kotaro patiently unties the remaining ropes, Shigure admits she was fully prepared for him to be angry with her. Kotaro gently replies that he cannot bring himself to be mad at someone suffering from a fever, which instantly prompts Shigure to ask if that means he will do whatever she wants. Sighing at her predictable scheming, Kotaro simply presents the hot bowl of rice soup he specially made for her. Seizing the opportunity to be pampered, Shigure shamelessly demands to be fed. When a skeptical Kotaro asks if she is truly unable to eat on her own, she weakly explains that she is far too lightheaded to hold the spoon without spilling it on herself, leaving him with no choice but to give in. Warning her not to get too cheeky, Kotaro sits by the bedside and carefully feeds her a spoonful of the hot soup, which Shigure happily devours with a deeply content expression. The incredible flavor instantly blows Shigure away, and she holds her blushing cheeks in pure delight, excitedly declaring that the meal is absolutely delicious and tastes nothing like ordinary soup. Kotaro proudly explains that it is a special chicken broth recipe his father taught him a long time ago. Instantly forgetting her supposed weakness, Shigure snatches the bowl away and begins greedily devouring the soup, loudly proclaiming that she has never tasted anything so good in her life. Watching her aggressively finish off the meal and annoyed, Kotaro points out that she was obviously perfectly capable of eating on her own the entire time. Setting down the empty pot, Shigure happily thanks Kotaro for the meal, leaving him sweating in disbelief at how quickly she polished it off. However, she instantly throws him into a major panic when she slides her shirt down and asks if he can wipe her sweaty back for her, since the hot soup made her break out in a heavy sweat. Kotaro recoils in a red-faced panic, furiously screaming at her to wipe herself. Shigure looks back over her shoulder with a pout and defends her request, arguing that she physically cannot reach her own back, and that staying sweaty will only make her cold much worse. Shigure panics about her sweat cooling her body down and making her cold worse, melodramatically begging Kotaro to help dry her off as her final request. Kotaro dryly notes that she has plenty of energy to talk for someone supposedly so sick, though he reluctantly prepares a towel to help her out. Kotaro promises to make it quick, kindly helping her dry off, while a deeply embarrassed Shigure struggles to keep her composure. Shigure secretly swoons over how warm and comforting Kotaro's hand feels, privately worrying that the pleasant sensation might make her say something incredibly bizarre out loud. However, Kotaro suddenly asks if she is making fun of him breaking her out of her romantic trance. Kotaro points out that he can clearly see her highly amused, mocking grin reflected in the window. Realizing her smug expression was completely exposed the entire time, a deeply embarrassed Shigure can only let out a flustered squeal. Shigure is absolutely mortified to realize just how suggestive her own reflection looked. When Kotaro gets annoyed and prepares to head out, she desperately begs him to stay a little longer, though he bluntly tells her to stop being annoying and go to sleep, since her parents should be home shortly. Shigure quietly drops a bombshell, revealing that her parents actually won't be returning home for another 2 months, leaving a completely stunned Kotaro utterly speechless. Shiyou sadly explains that both of her parents are constantly busy working with her father stationed overseas, and her journalist mother only returning home a few times a year while her older brother is away at university in Tokyo. Learning about her family situation, a deeply surprised Kotaro asks if she really lives in this massive house all by herself. Shiyou reflects that everyone in her family is simply working hard to ensure they never fall back into poverty, before warmly thanking Kotaro for staying with her. Shiyou softly confesses that it has been years since she last enjoyed homemade rice soup, expressing how genuinely happy she was to have it today. Kotaro quietly accepts her gratitude, realizing just how difficult her lonely lifestyle must have been. Shiyou suddenly notices a popular game nearby, instantly catching the attention of an incredibly excited Kotaro, who enthusiastically declares his desire to play it right away. Sumika nervously asks if she can play in his room, to which Kotaro casually replies that it is perfectly fine. As he turns back to his video game, he offhandedly adds that as a thank you, he will make some rice soup for her tonight as well, and tells her to sleep well, a warm gesture that catches Sumika completely off guard and leaves her blinking in surprise. Sumika leans in close, blushing heavily as she softly questions what he means by that, warning him that it is not fair if he keeps saying such incredibly kind things to her. A totally clueless Kotaro can only stare back in confusion, weakly insisting that he did not actually say anything out of the ordinary. Their sweet atmosphere quickly evaporates a few hours later as they end up bickering while playing video games. Kotaro angrily points at the screen, yelling at her to stop cheating, but Sumika simply shoots back that whoever falls for the trap is the one to blame, prompting an annoyed Kotaro to dramatically declare that he is leaving right now. Kotaro leans back at his desk, stretching in frustration, as he groans that he simply cannot focus on his studies at all, bitterly noting to himself that the final exams are going to be here incredibly soon. He blames his lack of focus entirely on Kenny, endlessly agonizing over the confusing words she said to him during the school trip, and desperately trying to figure out what she actually meant by them. He reflects that he obviously cannot just walk up and directly ask her if she likes him, and with no easy solution in sight to resolve his romantic dilemma, he sighingly concludes that he has no choice but to resort to his usual tactics. Meanwhile, over at school, Akira is completely overwhelmed, collapsing onto her desk and loudly whining that the final exams are rapidly approaching, and she absolutely cannot handle the stress. Sumika bluntly points out that Akira's midterm grades were terrible and questions how she even managed to get into this school, to which Akira proudly boasts that she is simply amazing at studying at the very last minute. While Shiyou asks what they are talking about, they note that since Kanny took first place in the midterms, she will likely have an easy time with the finals, but Kanny seriously asserts that this time around they all need to study much more seriously, because Kotaro is around. Right on cue, Kotaro dramatically bursts into the classroom with a determined grin, loudly proposing that they all compete for the highest total score on the upcoming final exams, catching the girls completely by surprise as they shout his name. Faced with the upcoming study session, Akira casually stretches and declares she absolutely hates studying, deciding she is just going to sit this one out. While she is immediately called out for trying to run away, a deeply flustered Shiyou quietly mutters that she should probably make her escape, too, realizing she is definitely not in a safe position. After reminding everyone that Kotaro scored a perfect score on their incredibly difficult entrance exams, the girls sigh in defeat, admitting they stand absolutely no realistic chance of beating him. Wanting to keep the competition lively, Kotaro confidently proposes a compromise, boldly declaring that if even a single one of them manages to outscore him on the upcoming test, the entire group wins. Kotaro suddenly slams his hand down and drops an absolute bombshell, declaring that the loser of the study match must face a mandatory penalty of revealing exactly who their romantic crush is, leaving the girls completely shell-shocked. While a blushing Kenny complains that the sudden romantic penalty is a bit too out of the blue, Kotaro reminds her that she has aggressively interrogated him about his love life, before proposing a fair deal where he will finally reveal exactly who he likes if she manages to defeat him. With Akira instantly getting intensely curious about Kotaro's secret crush, she demands that he must confess the truth if he loses the bet. A highly conflicted Kenny reluctantly agrees to the terms, while Shiyou passionately cheers her on, declaring that all of their hopes are resting on her as the group's best academic weapon. Locking eyes with Kotaro, a fiercely determined Kanny formally accepts the high-stakes academic challenge, ready to give it everything she has got. Kotaro smugly acknowledges that Kanny was previously the top student of their entire year during midterms, but taunts her that she is about to be demoted to second best. Kanny calmly fires back at his arrogance, warning him that he will have to face the music if he loses, while the other girls continue to nervously stress about the outcome and urge each other to hit the books immediately. Late that night in his room, Kotaro confidently reviews his notes, feeling completely secure about his English preparation. He silently reflects on how aggressively he pushed for the competition, privately rejoicing that Kanny accepted his challenge because a victory will finally allow him to uncover exactly who she has a crush on, and put his doubts to rest when his phone suddenly dings with an incoming notification. Glancing down at his lock screen, Kotaro is highly surprised to find a new notification from Akira pop up, leaving him to curiously wonder why she is texting him so late. Feeling incredibly daring, Akira snaps a highly provocative selfie in her room, instantly shocked by her own bold decision. Back in his room, a completely panicked Kotaro stares at his phone in absolute disbelief, frantically screaming over why she would send him such an intense photo. When Akira texts back to playfully tease him about overwhelming his senses so he can't focus on his studies, an irritated Kotaro bitterly grumbles that she is deliberately messing with him. Meanwhile, Akira collapses onto her bed in a silent red-faced scream, utterly paralyzed by the sheer embarrassment of what she just did. Akira rolls around on her bed in pure agony, desperately worrying that Kotaro will get scared and forever see her as a bad girl. Although she originally only wanted to act as a distraction to help Kanny, the reality is simply too much for her to handle alone, prompting her to immediately message Kanny and Shiyou to confess her massive blunder. In the group chat, Akira bluntly posts that she just sent a naughty photo to Kotaro specifically to distract him from his studies. Reading the shocking message at her desk, a heavily blushing Kanny is left completely astounded, demanding to know why on earth Akira would resort to doing something so unbelievably perverted. Shiyou is equally flustered, staring at her screen in utter disbelief, as she furiously questions what that jealous fool could possibly be thinking. However, Kanny's shock quickly turns into strategic inspiration, as she realizes that by using the clever excuse of being a nuisance, they now have a free pass to send Kotaro as many suggestive photos as they want without any limits. Fueled by a sudden intense determination not to lose, Kanny loudly demands her helper's presence, prompting her family's maid to quickly open the door and ask what she needs. Kanny aggressively orders her to assemble their elite photography team, prepare her finest lingerie, and set up her bed immediately. Her maid calmly accepts the dramatic task and begins making the necessary calls. Within moments, a professional media crew storms into her room to set up a studio-quality set directly around her bed. Kanny politely apologizes to the staff for the sudden rush, but they assure her that it is absolutely no trouble at all. The lead photographer happily announces that they are ready to begin, officially kicking off the high-stakes shoot. The scene shifts to Kotaro's phone screen, which suddenly displays a jaw-dropping, highly suggestive photo of Kanny posing elegantly in her bed, accompanied by a casual message claiming Akira suggested she send him a selfie. Kotaro absolutely loses his mind and screams in shock, pointing out that her picture is clearly a studio-quality production rather than a simple selfie. Blushing furiously, he angrily fumes that the girls are clearly conspiring to completely derail his study sessions. Kotaro ruthlessly shuts her down, bluntly texting back that he does not care in the slightest and warning her never to send him anything like that again. Completely unfazed by his harsh rejection, an incredibly positive Kanny treats his reply as a highly promising reaction and enthusiastically coordinates the next shoot with her cheering crew. Watching her, her maid quietly reflects on how vibrant her mistress looks, noting that love truly does change a person. Meanwhile, a frustrated Kotaro bitterly regrets ever sharing his contact information with the girls, muttering that they are clearly just trying to tease him again. He resolves to simply ignore them, but he is suddenly interrupted when his phone begins buzzing aggressively. Looking down, he is highly surprised to find Shiyou's name flashing on the screen, leaving him anxiously wondering what she could possibly want with him now. Kotaro answers his phone, privately reassuring himself that at least over a standard call, she will not be able to send him any suggestive photos. On the other end of the line, Shiyou blushes and admits she assumed He was simply ignoring her, letting out an annoyed click of her tongue when he finally greets her. Kotaro immediately gets worked up, demanding to know what she expected when the girls have been constantly sending him weird photos for a while now, and is highly surprised to learn that Kanny has apparently been sending some too. Losing his temper, he shouts into the receiver that this ongoing cycle is completely pointless, and vows that from now on, he is going to completely ignore all of their messages. He frantically clarifies that when he says he isn't going to read their messages, it doesn't mean he is actively ignoring them, but rather making a conscious omission, urging her not to feel bad about it. Listening to his bizarre rambling, Shigure sweat drops, and privately reflects on how weirdly considerate he is being, sighing that living in this modern social media age is truly exhausting. Thinking their conversation is finally over, Kotaro announces he is going to hang up, while Shigure casually tells him to make an effort and study hard for his exams. Kotaro replies that she doesn't need to tell him that, but Shigure suddenly interrupts to say she almost forgot something and instructs him to check his phone screen, leaving him thoroughly confused. To his absolute shock, Shigure blushes heavily as she reveals her chest on the video screen, playfully teasing and asking if he can see her now, which leaves Kotaro in a state of complete jaw-dropping panic. Kotaro frantically screams that he didn't realize it was a video call and accuses her of catching him completely off guard, while a giggling Shigure playfully whispers that she isn't wearing anything else. Blushing furiously, she teasingly asks if he wants to see more, offering it as a special thank you for taking care of her when she was sick the other day. Unable to handle the intense embarrassment, a bright red Kotaro screams in pure panic and fiercely hurls his phone directly onto the bed, desperately trying to put an immediate end to the chaotic video call. Back in her room, Shigure realizes he abruptly hung up on her and sighs that it was an incredibly close call, admitting she got so caught up in the excitement of teasing him that she almost showed him everything, while the narrator dryly confirms that she really was not wearing anything else. The narrator reveals that Shigure ended up spending the entire night tossing and turning in bed because she got herself so worked up over their conversation, while Kanny relentlessly continued to send her own suggestive photos to him throughout the night. However, Kotaro remains completely steadfast, keeping his head down and ignoring his vibrating phone entirely to focus on his studying. The days of preparation quickly fly by, and the morning finally arrives for the high-stakes final exams to begin at school. Kotaro's classmate asks him if he has been studying for the upcoming test, only for a visibly worn-out Kotaro to cheerfully admit that he has simply been praying to his favorite virtual idol every day to calm his nerves. Looking at his friend's exhausted face, the classmate notes that his health seems to be rapidly getting worse. Meanwhile, Akira secretly reflects on how her plan to distract Kotaro by sending him a provocative photo completely failed, realizing that sending just one image was probably not enough to disrupt his focus, though she soon realizes there is a much bigger issue at play. It quickly becomes clear that Kotaro is not the only one suffering, as both Shigure and Kanny are slumped over their desks in a state of absolute exhaustion. A classmate observes that the two girls are clearly suffering from a severe lack of sleep, leaving them to groan in misery. Shigure sleepily admits that she stayed up the entire night obsessing over whether Kotaro would look at the photos she sent him, calling the whole situation completely ridiculous. Kanny chimed in to agree, mentioning that her own fingers seemed to move entirely on their own to the point where she could not stop herself, which leaves Akira utterly stunned. Realizing that both of her rivals ended up completely sleep-deprived over their own unnecessary antics right before the big exam, Akira is left thoroughly speechless by their self-sabotage. A week passes after the stressful final exams are finally over, and the students eagerly return to find out how everyone performed. Back in the classroom, Akira informs a tired-looking Kanny that the exam results have officially been posted, prompting Kanny to suggest that they head out to check the board together. Kanny confesses that she is incredibly nervous about her score since she took the test on almost no sleep, a sentiment that Shigure quickly s. Their anxiety is suddenly interrupted when Kotaro walks up behind them, smugly asking if they have forgotten about their high-stakes agreement. Kotaro boldly reminds the girls that it is officially punishment time, happily declaring that he is eagerly looking forward to hearing their embarrassing romantic confessions if they lost. As the group heads down the hallway to the bulletin board, the girls nervously remind themselves that losing means they will be forced to confess the name of the person they love. while Kenny desperately hopes they can cheat the system by simply naming a random celebrity. Shigure quietly wonders if her rivals will actually be honest about their feelings for Kotaro, though she grows increasingly anxious as she looks at the crowd of students gathered around the posted scores. Sumika is completely taken aback, letting out a cry of disbelief, while Kotaro is left utterly horrified and speechless by the shocking revelation on the exam board. The final exam results reveal that Akira secured first place with an impressive score, leaving Kotaro in second place and Kani in third. This highly unexpected ranking has everyone staring in absolute bewilderment, desperately trying to understand how such a result is even possible. Kotaro and the others are completely dumbfounded to realize that Akira actually took first place in the entire school. Akira arrogantly claps and smugly boasts that sometimes her hard work and last-minute efforts really do pay off. Akira happily brushes off her success, laughing that it was definitely worth putting in a little bit of effort, and admitting she has not studied this hard since the entrance exam, leaving everyone else feeling completely powerless in the face of her natural talent. A sweating Kotaro is completely devastated, demanding to know how she took first place when she only studied at the last minute. Akira casually explains that studying at the last minute is usually more than enough to do well on exams, leaving Sumika and Kotaro utterly shell-shocked by her nonchalant attitude. Completely broken by his defeat, Kotaro collapses to his knees in despair, crying out that this cannot be happening. Meanwhile, Kani can only facepalm in sheer disappointment over their loss, while the other girls watch the dramatic display in confusion. It is revealed that Shigure managed to secure ninth place, though she is completely drained and pale from staying up. When she begrudgingly acknowledges that Akira really did pass by studying just the night before, Akira proudly agrees, prompting Sumika to tease Shigure that her usual early bedtime is like that of a primary school kid. While Kotaro sits on the floor holding his head in defeat, the girls waste absolutely no time in demanding their victory prize, directly asking him to finally confess the identity of the girl he actually likes. Akira huffs and tells him to just spit it out already, pretending she doesn't actually care, even though she is clearly in a bad mood, which only confuses Kotaro since she won the competition. Shigure and Kani firmly agree that it is absolutely crucial to identify their rival in love, leaving an irritated Kotaro clicking his tongue in annoyance at being cornered. Cornered and blushing furiously, Kotaro finally looks away and loudly declares that he likes Fumi-tan, leaving all the girls staring at him in utter silence and disbelief over his virtual idol confession. Shigure and Kani confront Kotaro, desperately trying to clarify that they want to know his actual real-world crush. However, Kotaro stubbornly reiterates his deep devotion to Fumi-tan, leaving the girls completely exasperated and questioning if they are even speaking the same language. Kotaro passionately shouts that he adores the virtual idol, deeply emphasizing that his feelings for her are completely genuine, while the girls stand there, utterly dumbfounded. When the girls ask if his passionate talk about his crush was just a massive lie, Kotaro firmly responds that it was the absolute truth, since he faithfully tunes into her streams every single day. Sumika can only sigh in disappointment, realizing her rival is a virtual character, while Shigure desperately wishes this whole bizarre confession were a bad dream. Getting increasingly defensive, Kotaro loudly yells that it is entirely his own choice who he decides to love, before quickly running off to escape the awkward confrontation. The girls are left standing in the hallway in absolute disbelief, with Shigure wondering how she is even supposed to process this bizarre revelation, while a deeply relieved Kani realizes that their terrifying romantic rival all this time was simply a virtual character. Needing some time to wrap their heads around the situation, Shigure suggests they all meet up after class to discuss their next steps, which the others readily agree to. Later that afternoon, the group transitions over to a private gathering to further discuss their dilemma. Meeting up in a cozy living room, the three girls offer a cheerful toast to officially kick off their summit. Gathering at Shigure's house, they discuss how Kotaro's crush is actually a VTuber, with Sumika happily pointing out that having a virtual character as a rival is incredibly convenient. Shigure confidently declares that she will eventually make Kotaro fall for her instead, sparking a fierce competitive argument as both Sumika and Kani loudly insist that their love for him is far superior. Eager to settle the dispute, Shigure enthusiastically proposes a contest where they each their favorite traits about Kotaro to determine who loves him the most, immediately going first by proudly declaring that despite his rough exterior, he possesses an incredibly kind heart. With their hopes completely revived, the girls enthusiastically discuss what they find most appealing about Kotaro. When Shigure delivers an incredibly long and overly sentimental explanation about how he always notices when she is in trouble and helps her from the shadows with a gentle gaze, the others quickly dismiss it as way too wordy. Akira then chimes in by simply stating that she loves his hands, only to be immediately called out for being short and creepy. When she tries to clarify that his hands are big and make her body feel good, it only throws her friends into a flustered state of absolute confusion, though they are all secretly thrilled to realize there is still no real rival in their way. Back at home, a deeply disappointed Kotaro stares at his sparse savings on his desk, miserably realizing that he simply does not have enough money on hand. Knowing that limited edition Fumi Tan merchandise is about to go on sale, Kotaro desperately resolves that he must complete his collection at all costs. Facing a serious financial emergency, he accepts that he has absolutely no choice but to finally get a part-time job and start earning some money. On his very first day on the job, Kotaro bows politely and loudly introduces himself as Hinode Kotaro, formally thanking his new team in advance as he prepares to start working. His stern-looking new boss warmly welcomes him and tells him he is counting on him, which Kotaro enthusiastically acknowledges. However, as the boss begins to explain the restaurant's daily operations, Kotaro suddenly pauses in sheer disbelief, pointing at the boss's chest and loudly demanding to know what on earth is pinned there. Kotaro instantly recognizes the badge as an extremely rare limited edition Fumi Tan item that sold out in seconds, prompting his blushing boss to proudly praise his keen eye for immediately noticing the masterpiece. Realizing the restaurant's name is actually identical to Fumi Tan's debut single, Kotaro is amazed to find that his boss is a fellow hardcore fan. The boss tearfully confesses how deeply moved he was when Kotaro admitted during his interview that he applied solely because of the shop's name, warmly shaking his hand and declaring that he has been waiting for a kindred spirit like him. Kotaro is left utterly bewildered when his new boss bluntly explains that their establishment is actually just a perfectly ordinary barbecue restaurant, meaning there is absolutely no logical connection to his beloved virtual idol. Feeling incredibly sheepish, Kotaro admits he only applied for the job because he completely misread the restaurant's name, leaving his highly skeptical boss to jokingly question his mental state before sighing and calling over a friendly coworker named Kokoa to show him the ropes. A remarkably cute and cheerful coworker named Kokoa happily approaches Kotaro, warmly asking if he is indeed the new employee, Kotaro Hinode. Kokoa introduces herself as Kawana Kokoa and cutely tells him to just call her Kokoa, which immediately leaves a heavily blushing Kotaro stammering in response, while the boss happily trusts her to guide him through his training. Kokoa energetically runs off to go take down the restaurant's storefront sign, leaving the doting boss to praise how incredibly adorable and friendly she is, while Kotaro quietly notes her excellent reputation as a thoroughly pleasant girl. The boss mentions that Kokoa is so popular they actually have customers who visit specifically just to see her, and while Kotaro notes how physically capable she seems, the boss warmly advises him to direct any of his working questions straight to her. Kokoa patiently walks Kotaro through the mechanics of the cash register, cheerfully wrapping up the training session by declaring that she has successfully taught him everything he needs to know. She proudly hands over his official employee ID card, happily explaining that she decided to give him the cute nickname Koda-kun, complete with a drawn heart, leaving Kotaro staring at the tag in mild bewilderment. Giggling cutely, Kokoa explains that she added the heart specifically because she finds him cute, which prompts Kotaro to turn away and quickly scribble something onto his new name tag. Kotaro politely thanks her as he proudly clips the tag to his apron, completely catching Kokoa off guard when she realizes he just sketched a perfect little drawing of Fumi Tan right next to his name, leaving her to loudly praise his impressive artistic skills. On his first day at his new part-time job, a friendly coworker named Kokoa teasingly asks if his love for Fumi Tan is the real reason he chose to work here. Kotaro grumbles about her casually calling him Koda-kun, but admits he can tolerate it for the sake of his favorite idol before promising to memorize the menu before the restaurant officially opens. Watching him diligently prepare, Kokoa quietly mutters to herself that Kotaro is certainly a highly unusual and intriguing boy. As the restaurant fills up with customers, Kotaro kicks off his shift, smoothly taking orders at the tables. Kotaro works with incredible efficiency, clearing plates and managing orders without a single slip-up, which thoroughly impresses the shop's older manager. The manager fondly jokes about the rumor that Fumi-tan fans are incredibly talented but highly eccentric, prompting Kokoa to laughingly reply that such a stereotype is a bit of an insult. When the manager praises Kokoa for doing an excellent job training the new recruit, Kokoa humbly downplays her role, claiming she didn't actually do much at all. Kokoa serves a plate of sausages to a male customer who boldly asks her with a smooth grin if he can place a special additional order. The customer swoops in with a smug attitude, confidently asking for her personal phone number. Kokoa politely declines by stating her number isn't on the menu, but the persistent customer refuses to take no for an answer, physically cornering her and delivering a highly cringe-worthy line about building a beautiful future together. Despite Kokoa's visible distress and her desperate requests for him to let go, the man continues to grip her wrist, earning a thoroughly disgusted mental comment from an observing Kotaro. Refusing to stand by, Kotaro instantly intervenes to protect Kokoa, forcefully interrupting the customer and demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. A coworker is surprised to see Kotaro suddenly involved in a confrontation. An obnoxious customer in a floral shirt aggressively grabs Kotaro's apron, accusing him of trying to ruin their meeting and loudly declaring that someone as terrible as him has absolutely no right to be standing by her side. Showing absolutely zero fear, Kotaro lets out a dismissive grunt and effortlessly catches the customer's wrist with an incredibly firm grip, leaving the obnoxious man completely startled and sweating as he realizes Kotaro is unexpectedly powerful. While Kotaro's panicked coworker desperately pleads with them to calm down and warns Kotaro not to dare hit a customer, Kotaro completely ignores her. He fiercely confronts the man, yelling that he didn't just mess with his respected senpai, but has also committed an absolutely unforgivable sin, leaving the customer utterly confused. Kotaro dramatically slams his hand down and points directly at the customer's arm, loudly revealing that the accessory he is wearing is actually a limited edition Fumi-tan merchandise bracelet, which a sweating and thoroughly bewildered customer hesitantly confirms. Pulling out receipts, Kotaro fiercely lectures him, screaming that wearing their beloved idol's merchandise while acting like a total nuisance is completely unforgivable. He points out that his obnoxious behavior will only result in Fumi-tan herself being looked down upon because of fans like him, demanding to know what he gains from this, and asking if he has learned absolutely nothing from her wise words. Kotaro passionately recites Fumi-tan's famous slogan about her being the absolute strongest and ordering everyone to bow down to her, prompting his sweating coworker to quietly mutter that he probably shouldn't be using those specific words as a life lesson. Their loud argument is suddenly interrupted as the bald store manager runs over in a sweat, frantically demanding to know what Kotaro is doing with a customer and ordering him to call for help next time. The boss immediately offers a deep apology to the customer for Kotaro's rude behavior, leaving the sweating man staring at Kotaro in utter disbelief. To everyone's absolute shock, Kotaro's intense lecture hits the customer right in the chest, and the man bursts into dramatic tears, loudly weeping that Kotaro is completely right, and admitting he miserably forgot Fumi-tan's teachings, while Kotaro's coworker can only stare in disbelief at how deeply the lecture actually impacted him. Instead of backing down, Kotaro furiously demands that the weeping man apologize directly to Fumi-tan, prompting his exhausted coworker to dryly suggest that she is the one who actually deserves an apology. The situation spirals into complete chaos as the store manager suddenly joins the fan club, angrily scolding the customer for disgracefully representing their idol, while their loud screams of apology echo outside the restaurant. Wrapping up his first day at his new part-time job, Kotaro is warmly congratulated by Kokoa for his hard work, prompting him to politely address her as they prepare to head home. Kotaro immediately offers a polite apology for causing trouble due to a mistake he made, but Kokoa quickly reassures him that everything is fine, warmly thanking him for stepping in to ensure the situation ended smoothly. Kokoa explains that, while the boss is admittedly still a bit upset, Kotaro's quick thinking managed to resolve the entire conflict harmoniously. While a frustrated Kotaro mutters that he really could have handled things much better, Kokoa kindly tells him not to beat himself up. Leaning in with a slight blush, Kokoa softly confesses that Kotaro looked incredibly manly and handsome when he bravely stepped in to protect her. When Kotaro addresses her formally, Kokoa reveals that she is actually a first-year high school student just like him, and urges him to drop the polite speech. As she mentions that she has wanted to tell him something ever since they met, Kotaro admits that he has also been highly curious about something regarding her, immediately catching her attention. Kotaro directly asks Kokoa if she has a lot of athletic experience, boldly adding that he honestly gets the strong impression that she is actively trained in martial arts. The sudden deduction leaves Kokoa completely frozen in sheer shock, while Kotaro calmly explains that she has thoroughly intrigued him from the very first moment they started working together. Kotaro points out that he saw her effortlessly lift a heavy iron signboard with just one hand, noting it takes immense skill to shift weight like that. He adds that even when a troublesome man bothered her, she instinctively dropped into a combat stance specifically designed to keep her balance, analyzing her defensive instincts with flawless precision. When Kotaro confidently begins to identify her specific movements as professional wrestling techniques, a highly panicked and red-faced Kokoa suddenly screams for him to stop, desperately trying to shut down his deduction. Kokoa immediately backpedals in deep embarrassment, frantically apologizing for screaming so loudly and explaining that she simply gets incredibly nervous and behaves strangely whenever she is upset. Though Kotaro is left a bit startled, he warmly reassures her that her unusual outburst doesn't bother him in the slightest. As they walk outside together, Kotaro bluntly points out that Kokoa's overly flattering way of speaking to him seems highly unnatural and bizarre, throwing her into an absolute state of defensive shock. Realizing his harshness, Kotaro quickly apologizes and asks what is wrong, only for Kokoa to dramatically cover her face and tearfully ask why he always insists on speaking so poorly of her. She passionately complains that his responses have been incredibly cold since the very first day they met, furiously declaring that his dismissive attitude is completely unacceptable, and she simply cannot take it anymore. Bawling her eyes out, Kokoa demands that he treat her much better and act significantly kinder, dramatically reminding him that she is incredibly mentally fragile. In a hysterical frenzy, Kokoa desperately demands to know why he is the only man who constantly keeps his distance from her, especially when she went out of her way to look exceptionally pretty today. While she continues her emotional tantrum, a sweating Kotaro desperately tries to get her to calm down. Kokoa fiercely vows to make him acknowledge her charm once and for all, aggressively begging him to hang out with her for a welcome gesture so she doesn't feel any more insecure. Kotaro firmly insists on heading straight home, desperately pleading with her to keep her voice down as an unexpected figure approaches from behind. Their dramatic commotion is suddenly cut short as Akira spots them in utter bewilderment, shocked to find Kotaro and Kokoa together in the street. Kokoa is instantly frozen in pure shock upon recognizing Akira, while a thoroughly confused Kotaro can only mutter in disbelief, as Akira sternly demands an explanation for what they are doing. Glaring at them with absolute suspicion, Akira directly confronts Kokoa, coldly demanding to know exactly why she is hanging out with Kotaro. Kotaro is highly surprised to run into Akira, who nervously claims she was simply passing by. In her thoughts, she admits she secretly sought him out after his mother mentioned his part-time job, but her stalking attempt is instantly interrupted when Kotaro's co-worker, Kokoa, cheerfully greets her and reveals they work together. Confused by their familiarity, Kotaro asks what kind of relationship the two actually. When Akira casually explains that she and Kokoa originally met back in high school during a competitive wrestling tournament, Kokoa completely loses her mind. Blushing and crying in a massive panic, she frantically lunges forward to shout at Akira to shut up, desperate to keep her athletic past a secret. A completely bewildered Akira asks what is wrong, only for Kokoa to desperately cover her ears and beg her not to make her remember her wrestling days since she has already quit the sport. While Akira expresses her disappointment, admitting she was actually looking forward to wrestling her again, Kokoa quietly looks down in shame. Kokoa passionately explains that she only decided to quit wrestling because she absolutely hated the tight, ridiculous costumes, claiming it is a shameful past, and that she cannot allow herself to look unattractive. Her silly reasoning leaves Akira completely outraged, while Kotaro quietly reflects to himself that this vain concern is where Kokoa's true superficial personality actually shines. Infuriated by her remarks, Akira aggressively tells her that she can do whatever she wants, but she absolutely will not tolerate Kokoa belittling the sport of wrestling. Undeterred, Kokoa tearfully fires back that no matter how much Akira glares, she refuses to change her mind about how ridiculous she thinks the sport is. Akira smugly fires back, taunting that it is incredibly obvious she only quit because she couldn't handle losing, mockingly asking if their last match bothered her that much. This highly targeted insult immediately strikes a nerve, leaving Kokoa fuming in absolute rage. Kokoa furiously screams that she wasn't at her best during their match and boldly challenges Akira to compete in any other event to prove her superiority. While a highly concerned Kotaro desperately tries to step in and calm them down, Kokoa fiercely declares that she can easily beat Akira at absolutely anything. To settle their score, they end up at a tennis table where a highly panicked and tearful Kokoa swings her paddle with frantic energy, screaming in pure effort. Akira easily secures the victory, leaving a deeply frustrated Kokoa to complain that she is simply terrible at table tennis and demand they move on to another game. Meanwhile, Kotaro is forced to act as the official referee, holding up the scorecards and miserably wondering how on earth he managed to get dragged into their chaotic athletic rivalry. For their next challenge, they head to the arcade for a dance-off where Kokoa aggressively stomps on the pads but ultimately screams in pure defeat as the game registers her terrible performance. At the arcade, Akira absolutely dominates the dance machine, loudly celebrating yet another victory. A completely defeated Kokoa collapses in utter despair, miserably questioning how Akira can possibly be so incredibly talented at absolutely everything. Not letting up, Akira eagerly suggests moving on to the claw machine, next driving Kokoa to scream in pure frustration. A few minutes later, Akira proudly boasts about her success, leaving a thoroughly crushed Kokoa to complain about her terrible luck, while Kotaro quietly observes, noting that losing 10 times in a row has clearly reawakened her childhood insecurities. Bursting into tears, a deeply emotional Kokoa tearfully tells Kotaro that she is absolutely not in the mood to be teased, though he dryly replies that her highly expressive face is already telling him everything he needs to know. Desperate for a win, Kokoa begs Kotaro to tell her she is cuter than Akira, pleading that she just wants to beat her rival at something, even if it is a complete lie. While Akira angrily warns him not to dare say such a thing, Kokoa stubbornly clings to Kotaro in public, loudly demanding his compliance, until an embarrassed Kotaro, highly aware of the staring crowd, finally snaps and agrees to do it. Turning his face away in pure embarrassment, Kotaro reluctantly bluffs that Kokoa is indeed cuter than Akira, leaving a highly startled Akira completely speechless in the background. Immediately cheering up, Kokoa giddily blushes and teases him for making her heart flutter, casually apologizing for her earlier tantrum now that her self-esteem has been restored. But as a thoroughly exhausted Kotaro quietly prepares to finally head home, Akira suddenly steps in and firmly stops him from leaving. With tears welling up in her eyes, a highly pouty Akira clings to him and desperately begs him not to walk away just yet, catching a bewildered Kotaro completely off guard. Akira fiercely demands that Kotaro cannot leave until he also declares that she is much cuter than Kokoa, prompting a highly exasperated Kotaro to loudly question why both girls are so utterly obsessed with cuteness. Furious at his hesitation, Akira begins to playfully beat him up, while a highly amused Kokoa quietly giggles at his misery. Seizing the opportunity, a smug Kokoa confidently challenges Akira to one final competitive match, proposing a high-stakes rule where the ultimate winner gets the exclusive right to hear Kotaro call them cute, once again completely ignoring Kotaro as he weakly asks where he fits into their plans. Akira passionately accepts the challenge, fiercely resolving that she has absolutely no intention of suffering another defeat this time around. Meanwhile, a completely sidelined and sweating Kotaro can only desperately plead for them not to decide things on his behalf, weakly repeating that he simply wants to go home. Akira tries to keep Kotaro from leaving by threatening to loudly shout his name for everyone to hear if he attempts to escape, prompting Kotaro to complain that she needs to grow up and stop using emotional threats. Intervening to settle the dispute, Kokoa proposes that Kotaro will be free to go home as soon as they finish a challenge which Kotaro eagerly accepts, as Kokoa enthusiastically points toward a game nearby. Akira is highly surprised to learn they will be competing in wall climbing, but Kokoa excitedly clarifies that it is actually a high-tech climbing game that utilizes dynamic projections. Kokoa explains the rules of the projection-based climbing game, noting that the goal is not simply to ascend, but to hold onto randomly lighting protrusions for as long as possible. She adds that the game is a test of stamina where the first person to tire out and fall loses, making it feel a lot like Twister. Akira instantly gets incredibly excited to try it out, prompting Kokoa to suggest they head over to change into appropriate athletic clothes first. Kokoa cheerfully thanks Kotaro for waiting as she and Akira emerge from the dressing rooms, fully changed into their athletic gear. Kotaro is left completely flustered and blushing when he catches sight of the two girls awkwardly stammering in response, as they confidently show off their athletic physiques. Kotaro secretly admires Kokoa, thinking to himself that while Akira obviously looks fantastic, Kokoa also possesses an incredibly toned and impressive athletic physique, which brings a smug, knowing smirk to her face. While Akira checks on Kokoa, Kotaro's gaze drifts, prompting him to bluntly ask Kokoa if her chest was always that surprisingly prominent. This highly unexpected and direct question leaves Kokoa completely startled and blushing in confusion. An embarrassed Akira frantically asks Kokoa why her body shape suddenly changed so drastically out of nowhere, leaving Kokoa to sweat and blush as she struggles to find a proper explanation. Akira points out that she never noticed anything like that back when they used to wrestle together, prompting an insulted Kokoa to snap that she has simply grown up since then, while angrily telling Akira that her direct line of questioning is completely lacking in any kind of subtlety. Stepping up to the indoor climbing wall, a highly confident Kokoa eagerly pushes to start the match, immediately prompting a slightly nervous Akira to hesitantly agree. Kotaro takes his position at the control panel, shouting for them to get ready before officially triggering the timer to start the race. Kokoa scales the bouldering wall with jaw-dropping speed and agility, effortlessly navigating her way up. She hits the final buzzer to secure her victory, leaving onlookers completely stunned by her incredible experienced climbing skills. Akira fiercely tries to make her way up, confidently declaring that she will definitely win. However, Kotaro calmly observes her messy progress, noting that she relies entirely on raw strength without any actual technique, and concluding that the final outcome of this lopsided match is already painfully obvious. 10 minutes later, Kokoa climbs effortlessly alongside her on the wall, teasingly asking if she is finally starting to wear out, though a heavily sweating Akira stubbornly gasps that she is doing perfectly fine. Seeing her opponent struggle, Kokoa quietly gloats over how desperate she looks, confidently telling herself that this is her absolute best chance to secure a massive win over the inexperienced challenger. Kokoa happily reflects on how useful it was that her male classmates taught her the ropes, while Akira continues to scale the wall with absolute jaw-dropping determination, earning silent praise for her incredible willpower. Kokoa casually taps the buzzer to clear her run, suddenly turning to a stunned Akira to directly ask if she genuinely likes Kotaro that much. While Akira frantically denies having any feelings for him, Kokoa muses that Kotaro is actually pretty interesting, playfully teasing that she might just try to win him over herself, and warning Akira not to hold a grudge if they end up dating. This sudden romantic threat leaves Akira completely stunned, while a totally oblivious Kotaro stands nearby in pure confusion. In her moment of distracted panic, Akira's hand suddenly slips off the climbing hold. With a startled cry of surprise, Akira completely loses her balance and falls backward off the wall. Kokoa eagerly looks over, assuming Akira has finally slipped and is about to fall, giving her an easy victory. However, her triumph is instantly cut short when Akira displays incredible strength and swiftly catches herself on a climbing hold with a determined grunt, catching Kokoa completely off guard. Akira lets out a loud shout of effort as she exerts everything she is managing to cling to the steep wall using only a single hand. This jaw-dropping show of upper body strength leaves a thoroughly stunned Kokoa crying out in disbelief. Kokoa is completely flabbergasted that Akira can hold herself up with just one hand, while Kotaro quietly watches from below and admits it is quite impressive. Akira internally notes that Kokoa has done nothing but underestimate her from the absolute beginning, pulling herself up, as she loudly declares that Kotaro is far too smart to ever fall for someone like Kokoa. Akira taps the finish button to clear the climbing wall while a defeated Kokoa grumbles at the outcome. Resting after her victory, Akira delivers a devastating verbal blow mocking Kokoa by pointing out that even though her body has grown, her mindset remains incredibly small, and bluntly adding that Kotaro doesn't even view her as a potential girlfriend. A tearful and red-faced Kokoa desperately tries to defend herself, loudly arguing that she is a mature adult whose older co-workers always treat her wonderfully, though she embarrassedly mumbles that she has never actually had a boyfriend. She frantically begs Akira to stop mocking her, prompting Akira to privately reflect on how pathetic it is that Kokoa loves to provoke others, but turns out to be incredibly thin-skinned herself. Lost in her emotional outburst, Kokoa completely loses her focus and suddenly slips off the climbing holds, letting out a dazed cry as she begins to fall backward. Kokoa screams in pure panic as she plummets toward the floor. Realizing that she is falling at a dangerous angle and might land directly on her neck, a worried Akira frantically reaches out and screams for Kokoa to grab her hand. Desperately lunging to catch her, Akira manages to grab hold of Kokoa's top, but the force of the fall ends up tearing the fabric. Kokoa is left completely shell-shocked and mortified as she lands on the safety mat, realizing that her shirt has been entirely ripped open at the chest. Kokoa sits huddled on the safety cushion under her official loss sign, while a panicked Kotaro frantically asks Akira what on earth she just did. Still hanging from the wall, a highly apologetic Akira quickly explains that she only grabbed her because she was genuinely worried Kokoa would seriously injure her neck. A deeply embarrassed Kokoa tearfully mutters that while she appreciates the thought, Akira should have remembered there was a soft safety cushion directly below her anyway. However, Akira is suddenly frozen in complete shock when she looks down at her own hand, blankly pointing out that Kokoa's breast padding just fell out during the struggle. Kotaro rushes over to check if everyone is okay after the tumble, but the focus quickly shifts when Akira bluntly points out that something is seriously wrong with Kokoa's chest, leaving a thoroughly confused Kokoa staring down in complete bewilderment. The situation escalates when Akira holds up the rogue padding and innocently asks why Kokoa's breast is in her hand. A completely clueless and panicked Kotaro immediately yells to ask if girls simply lose parts of their chests that easily, which pushes a deeply mortified Kokoa entirely over the edge. Overwhelmed by the absolute humiliation of having her secret exposed, a tearful and red-faced Kokoa desperately covers her torn top and dramatically declares her exit. Kotaro immediately tries to chase after his fleeing coworker under the hilarious assumption that she is seriously injured, but Akira firmly stops him. She warns him that interfering now will only make him suffer, realizing his complete cluelessness about the whole situation. As night finally falls over the city, a heavy sigh echoes through the evening air. Kotaro is incredibly relieved to finally head back home, grumbling that it only got this late because of all her dramatics. However, Akira whines that she wants to hang out even more, completely ignoring his practical reminder that she actually has a strict curfew to follow. Akira hilariously suggests that she can easily bypass her curfew by suplexing her strict father, but Kotaro dryly tells her that martial arts will not solve her domestic issues. Fed up with the nonsense, Kotaro officially declares that he is heading home, leaving a desperate Akira calling out to stop him. Before letting him escape, a smug Akira stops Kotaro in his tracks to demand that he finally admit she is cute, leaving him completely flabbergasted and speechless. Akira demands Kotaro follow through on their agreement to call the exam winner cute, but Kotaro groans that he completely forgot about the deal. Akira teasingly presses him, asking if he is simply too embarrassed to say it out loud, while privately noting that since the agreement was mostly one-sided, she knew he wouldn't easily comply anyway, as she continues chasing after him. Tiring of her endless badgering, a blushing Kotaro finally gives in and softly tells Akira that she is indeed cute. Akira is left completely frozen and speechless by his sudden compliment, her mind blanking in utter shock. After asking if she is finally satisfied, Kotaro turns to leave, but his departure is instantly cut short when Akira suddenly collapses onto the ground, prompting a highly panicked Kotaro to rush back and frantically ask if she is doing all right. Clinging to a nearby pillar, a heavily trembling and blushing Akira weakly complains that he should never say such heart-stopping things, so casually crying that he scared her so much her legs practically gave out. A bewildered Kotaro defensively responds that he was only doing exactly what she had aggressively demanded he do. Akira complains that she never actually expected him to go through with it, warning him that he needs to be much more careful with his words. Kotaro teasingly asks if her legs were shaking because she found him so disgusting, which a flustered Akira quickly denies. Reflecting on how easily they both get flustered despite their love of teasing others, Kotaro prepares to continue walking while a deeply blushing Akira struggles to keep up because her heart is still pounding incredibly fast. Watching Kotaro walk ahead, Akira quietly reflects on her true feelings, admitting to herself that she genuinely loves him and absolutely does not want anyone else to take him away from her. She anxiously recalls Kokoa's recent teasing words, desperately worrying about how Kotaro might react if Kokoa actively tries to pursue him. She continues to worry that since Kotaro is normally obsessed with virtual idols, he might have absolutely no resistance against real-world advances, and could easily give in if another girl decides to directly confess her love to him. Realizing she needs to take decisive action before anyone else can snatch him away, Akira stands in tense silence. Meanwhile, Kotaro checks his phone in a panic, loudly grumbling that he is going to end up missing his favorite virtual idol's upcoming livestream. Driven by a sudden surge of determination, Akira abruptly rushes forward and wraps her arms tightly around Kotaro from behind, catching him completely off guard and leaving him blushing in utter shock. Akira turns away, blushing furiously, boldly pointing a finger at him, as she loudly declares that she has officially marked him as her own, leaving a completely bewildered Kotaro staring at her in sheer confusion. Kotaro is completely grossed out, loudly accusing Akira of spitting on him, which leaves her incredibly flustered, as she frantically tries to deny his bizarre accusation. Frustrated by his total lack of romance awareness, Akira suddenly yells that spit is just spit, before calling him a dummy and making a hasty escape, leaving a completely bewildered Kotaro standing alone in the alley. Akira panics that she completely lost her cool and hugged him without thinking, worrying that she went way too far. However, she quickly tries to reassure herself that Kotaro is far too dense to actually notice or care about her sudden display of affection. Contrary to her expectations, Kotaro is actually deeply affected, blushing furiously as he realizes she just hugged him and wondering if Akira actually has feelings for him. Kotaro quickly tries to deny the possibility, telling himself she was definitely just teasing him, but her flustered expression suddenly reminds him of Kanni's face from before. Unable to make sense of all these confusing romantic signals, Kotaro's childish mind is pushed to its absolute limits as a faint realization finally begins to dawn on him. Back at school, an incredibly shy Sumika approaches Kotaro to hesitantly ask if he would be willing to help her practice for the upcoming inter-class PE competition. Kotaro readily agrees to help since it is an official school event, while a grateful Sumika apologizes for the sudden request and admits she feels highly insecure about sports, fondly remembering how his help allowed them to successfully complete the three-legged race in the past. Gathering all her courage, Sumika passionately declares that she is absolutely done running away from her personal challenges and begs him to lend her his strength one more time. Kotaro warmly tells Sumika she can completely count on him, prompting her to thank him in relief. When he asks which event she actually drew for the competition, she nervously admits she is too scared to even look at her lottery paper, yet leading Kotaro to suggest they open it up and check the result together. Sumika is utterly blindsided when she is handed an official announcement for girls, Sumo leaving her to stare at the bizarre document in absolute disbelief. Sumika is completely horrified to find out she has to participate in sumo, desperately trying to cook up the wildest excuses to skip it, even suggesting they pretend she has a family funeral and wedding on the very same day, though Kotaro quickly shoots down her ridiculous logic. Kotaro refuses to let Sumika escape her fate, firmly telling her she cannot run away just because she dislikes the sport and confidently promising to personally train her so she can face the competition with confidence. To make things even more official, Kotaro immediately assigns her a traditional sumo wrestler named Kagano Fuji, prompting an annoyed Sumika to demand who gave him the authority to rename her on the spot. Emphasizing the importance of building a solid foundation, Kotaro commands her to prepare herself for their intense special training starting the very next day, leaving a defeated Sumika with no choice but to begrudgingly agree. The next day, after school, Sumika is incredibly embarrassed as she tries on a traditional training belt for the very first time, feeling highly self-conscious about her revealing new attire. Kotaro casually dismisses her embarrassment while showing up in his own training gear, explaining that he secured the school dojo and has been intensely researching proper training methods so they can give it their absolute best. Kotaro instructs her to start with basic collision practice, offering to act as the receiver and challenging her to hit him with all her might to push him to the edge of the ring. Kotaro encourages Sumika to throw away her hesitation and charge at him whenever she is ready, but she remains completely frozen and unsure how to proceed. Sumika completely panics as she realizes that colliding with him means physically grabbing him while he is wearing almost nothing, prompting her to desperately back away and plead for more time to prepare herself mentally. Kotaro holds up a bag of salt, apologetically realizing they should probably throw some salt to purify the ring before their match. But Kagano quickly clarifies that she wasn't talking about traditional ritual preparation, but rather their actual mental readiness. She seriously stresses that getting into the right mindset is absolutely crucial, leaving a puzzled Kotaro to wonder what she means. Standing proudly in nothing but a traditional sumo loincloth, Kotaro confidently explains that approaching things with absolute seriousness from the very beginning is the key to locking in the right mindset and overcoming any embarrassment. Hearing his bizarre logic, a heavily blushing Kagano can only wonder in disbelief if he actually stripped down to his loincloth just to prove how serious he is about their training. Fired up by his lecture, Kagano drops into a low sumo squat and loudly thanks him for the guidance, drawing enthusiastic praise from Kotaro as he proudly addresses her by her new sumo moniker. However, as she holds the intense stance, she cannot help but secretly wonder why on earth she is feeling so incredibly embarrassed right now. Determined to match Kotaro's intense dedication, Kagano charges forward with a fierce war cry and slams directly into him, fully resolved to give this training match absolutely everything she has got. Kotaro lets out a powerful shout as he firmly pushes back, while a heavily blushing and trembling Kagano struggles to find her footing, pouring all of her physical strength into resisting his intense charge. Kotaro aggressively barks out instructions, commanding her to put much more power into her hips as they continue to wrestle, prompting a breathless Kagano to desperately squeal in agreement as she tries to adjust her posture. Kotaro continues to shout commands, telling her to tighten her posture and lower her center of gravity even further. Kagano desperately grunts that she understands, earning some enthusiastic praise from Kotaro as he guides her through the intense physical drill, completely unaware that someone is quietly peeking in on them from the hallway. Standing at the classroom door, Shiyou stares inside in absolute horror, weakly questioning what on earth those two are doing together. Standing right behind her with crossed arms, a completely unimpressed Kani dryly explains that they are quite literally practicing sumo wrestling. Kani admits she never in a million years expected to find the two of them wrestling in the middle of school, prompting Shiyou to explain that Kotaro is actually specially coaching Kagano for the upcoming inter-class physical education competition. Kani enviously notes that Kotaro and Kagano must be incredibly close to be doing something so intense together, which a flustered Shiyou weakly tries to downplay. However, Shiyou quickly dismisses any lingering jealousy by sighing that she has absolutely zero interest in getting covered in dirty sand or sweating through a traditional loincloth anyway. Shiyou is suddenly struck by a highly scandalous realization about sumo rules, frantically wondering if competing against Kotaro means he will grab the belt directly between her legs and pull, leaving her completely flustered by the suggestive thoughts, while Akira watches in sheer panic. On the dirt mat, Kotaro politely praises Sumika for successfully pushing him out of bounds, though he quickly adds that he eagerly looks forward to having a genuine all-out match against her next time. Kotaro excitedly suggests hiring a traditional sumo referee to drastically boost their motivation on the mat, prompting a highly amused Sumika to gently suggest that there is absolutely no need to go to such extreme lengths. Unable to tolerate their intimate training session for another second, Akira frantically storms off to put an immediate end to the madness while a determined Kani suddenly slams the door wide open. When a startled Kotaro asks how long they have been standing there, Kani calmly proposes that she and Akira join the training session to help Sumika prepare, prompting a highly annoyed Akira to complain that it is completely unfair to exclude them, while Kani firmly defends her desire to support her friend. Blushing furiously, Kani passionately declares that her only goal is to be helpful, admitting she would gladly face Kotaro in a wrestling match herself, which only prompts Akira to dryly note that she is simply letting her true selfish desires slip out. A deeply moved Sumika happily offers them her sincere gratitude, while a completely bewildered Kotaro scratches his head and relents, reasoning that as long as Sumika is happy, he is perfectly fine with the arrangement. Kani decides that letting two teenagers practice wrestling alone is far too dangerous, immediately designating a completely reluctant Shigure to act as the referee while she exits to make other preparations, leaving her friend to complain that her caution is incredibly excessive. Kotaro eagerly prepares to start ordering Shigure to take her place in the ring, leaving a thoroughly miserable Shigure to stand between them and silently curse her luck for getting dragged into the awkward situation. With a loud call to begin from their reluctant referee, Sumika aggressively lunges forward to initiate the clash, giving the match everything she has got. Sumika and Kotaro are locked in an intense, sweaty sumo mawashi grip inside the ring. Sumika puffs her cheeks in pure blushing determination, mustering every ounce of her strength as she desperately tries to push him back. Unable to watch any longer, Shigure abruptly bursts in to halt the match, fiercely declaring that they have done more than enough. As she nervously watches the two catch their breath and make highly suggestive panting sounds, Shigure's jealousy completely boils over, and she loudly accuses Kotaro of trying to touch Sumika in a highly inappropriate spot. Shigure frantically pushes them apart, loudly insisting there is absolutely no need for them to take the training any further. A thoroughly bewildered Kotaro immediately fires back, reminding her that this is a professional dojo and intense physical contact is literally the entire point of sumo wrestling. Kotaro asks what her problem is, while a flustered Sumika quickly stammers that she didn't mean to do anything weird. Suddenly, Kani pokes her head out from behind the curtain to smugly advise Shigure that if she is going to help, she needs to take it seriously, prompting a highly irritated Shigure to immediately snap back at her persistent arrogance. Kani confidently steps out into the training area, wearing a highly striking bikini combined with her sumo mawashi, telling Sumika to give the practice absolutely everything she has got, which leaves a deeply flustered Sumika completely scandalized by her revealing outfit choice. Kani logically points out that since Sumika's actual opponent tomorrow is a woman, it makes far more sense for them to train together. While a sweating Kotaro questions why she chose to wear a bikini of all things, Kani casually admits she always takes off more clothing than necessary when given the chance, prompting Shigure to call her completely shameless, as Sumika nervously wonders if relying on Kani's intense training is truly a good idea. Although Kani sweetly claims they are best friends, a trembling Sumika can only stutter in response, pointing out that the terrifying dark aura she is projecting suggests otherwise. Glaring with absolute passive-aggressive jealousy, Kani silently fumes that if Sumika wanted to train, it was incredibly distrustful of her not to ask her best friend first. Shigure quietly resolves that more than anything they absolutely cannot allow Kotaro to continue sumo wrestling like this anymore. Sharing her protective instinct, Kani gets into a serious fighting stance, fiercely promising to train her friend to the limit, so Kotaro never gets a single excuse to touch Sumika again, as Kotaro steps up as the referee and loudly calls for the match to begin. The moment the match starts, Sumika aggressively lunges forward and forcefully slams directly into Kani, catching her completely off guard with the sheer power of her sudden head-on tackle. Keeping up the intense momentum, Sumika relentlessly drives forward and successfully pushes a highly startled Kani right out of the ring, earning a loud gasp of surprise from Kotaro as he watches her impressive victory. The training match heats up as Kani and Sumika clash in the sumo ring. Despite Sumika's best efforts, Kani's superior strength and experience quickly overwhelm her, sending Sumika flying out of the ring with a loud cry of defeat. Sumika readily admits her defeat, smiling wryly as she picks herself up from the sand. As Kani kindly reaches out to help her up, Sumika quietly reflects on the massive gap in their abilities, realizing she still stands absolutely no chance of competing with Kani. Standing by the ring, a shirtless Kotaro smugly asks a surprised Kani if she is shocked by how much Sumika has actually improved. Kotaro praises Sumika's natural leg strength and athletic potential, noting that while she is still new to the sport, she has incredible talent. While Shiyou checks on a smiling Sumika and quietly worries that she might actually lose to her in a rematch, Kani crosses her arms in deep thought. She admits she was highly surprised by how confidently the normally timid Sumika challenged her, secretly realizing that Kotaro's influence is the real reason behind her friend's sudden growth. When Kotaro curiously asks what he has to do with it, Kani quickly blushes and dismisses the thought, claiming it was nothing at all. Under Kotaro's passionate direction, Sumika diligently continues her intense training sessions. Seeing how incredibly committed and earnest she is, both Kani and Shiyou decide to completely set aside their personal jealousy and team up to fully cooperate in helping her prepare. The day of the highly anticipated inter-class physical education competition finally arrives. While heading over, two opposing classmates bitterly complain about drawing the sumo event, calling it the absolute worst option in the lottery, and agreeing to just get the matches over with as quickly as possible since they assume nobody takes it seriously. The girls' dismissive complaints are instantly shattered when a massive earth-shaking stomp echoes through the area. They turn around in complete shock to find Sumika performing a flawless, highly flexible traditional sumo leg stomp with terrifying force. The trembling classmates watch in sheer terror, marveling at how the entire ground seems to shake with every single step she takes and noting her intimidating level of determination. Confidently stepping into the ring, Sumika silently thanks Kotaro and Kani for all of their hard training, feeling fully prepared and determined to secure a victory. As Sumika prepares for her match, she is suddenly interrupted when her next opponent walks into the room, only to gasp in absolute shock upon realizing it is Akira standing there ready to face her in the ring. Sumika is completely shocked when she runs into Akira, frantically asking what she is doing there and wondering if she also drew sumo in the class lot. Akira cheerfully explains that since the sumo event was short on participants, they asked her to step in and help out from her own class. Akira enthusiastically tells Sumika she can count on her today, to which a highly hesitant Sumika can only offer a weak reply, privately lamenting that the draw makes absolutely no sense. Her confidence completely evaporates as she terrifiedly realizes that in order to win, she is going to have to somehow defeat the overwhelmingly powerful wrestling champion herself. Sumika kindly steps in to help prep for the match, announcing that she is going to tightly secure Akira's Mawashi belt, eliciting a sudden startled gasp from the wrestling champion. Akira politely thanks Sumika while admitting the belt is a little snug, prompting Sumika to mention that Akira seems quite used to getting it tightened, which Sumika sheepishly attributes to her own practice. Sumika anxiously reflects on how daunting it is to face the ultimate wrestling champion in a sumo ring, only for their thoughts to be suddenly interrupted when Kotaro calls out as he slides open the door. Kotaro, fully dressed in formal Jyoji referee attire, introduces himself as Hinode Kotaro, explaining that he will be acting as the official sumo referee today to fill in for their sick supervising teacher, catching the girls completely by surprise. The girls are absolutely stunned to see Kotaro as the referee, with Akira bursting into laughter and teasing him for looking so incredibly funny in his traditional kimono. An irritated Kotaro immediately shoots back, dryly questioning if she was always this loud and noisy. Sumika explains she heard about the event shortage from the teacher, proudly boasting that she regularly assists in various sports and is a complete stamina monster. While Kotaro dryly corrects her that she is more like a stamina demon, a highly anxious Sumika quietly calls out his name. Kotaro gently smiles at Sumika, asking why on earth she seems so incredibly unsure of herself when she has been putting so much hard work into her training. Addressing her by her majestic sumo name, Kagano Fuji, he warmly encourages her to face the upcoming match with absolute confidence, leaving a bewildered Akira to ask what is going on with that name. Kotaro enthusiastically encourages Sumika, promising that he will be watching her and cheering her on, which prompts a deeply grateful Sumika to thank him with a warm smile, while onlookers comment on their surprisingly intense master-disciple dynamic. Kotaro proudly announces that he has been training Sumika specifically for this big day, which immediately makes Akira whine that it sounds incredibly fun and complain that she wanted to be invited too. After reminding Akira that she was far too busy with her own club activities, anyway, Kotaro officially calls for the matches to finally begin. Serving as the official referee, a highly energetic Kotaro fires up the competitors by loudly commanding them to fight. The crowd erupts in absolute excitement as Sumika locks her opponent in an incredibly powerful grip and aggressively pushes her back across the ring. Kotaro formally declares Sumika, now dubbed Kagano Fuji, as the winner of the third round, leaving her defeated opponent completely baffled, while a thoroughly stunned Akira quietly wonders what kind of insanely intense training Kotaro could have possibly put her through. An onlooker points out that Sumika's success isn't just because of Kotaro's coaching but her own natural talent, when Akira is suddenly startled to find both Shiyou and Kenny standing right there in the gym. Shiyou dryly points out that she had absolutely no idea Akira was participating in a sumo event, while Kenny explains they simply came to show their support for Kagano Fuji during the afternoon matches, prompting Akira to nervously ask if everyone is already casually calling Sumika by her ridiculous sumo name. Shiyou and Kenny happily reflect on their training sessions and note that sumo is actually surprisingly fun, leaving Akira feeling completely left out of their close bond before she is suddenly called to step up for her own match. Kotaro officially introduces Akira to the east and the formidable Kagano Fuji to the west, prompting a highly determined Sumika to take a deep breath and mentally prepare herself to focus entirely on their high-stakes showdown. Sumika takes the competition to a hilariously dramatic level by performing a traditional sumo salt toss, leaving Akira to sweat and blankly question if she is seriously throwing salt before they even begin. Shiyou and Kenny casually commentate on Sumika's impressive sumo leg spread, leaving a highly outraged Akira to scream in frustration about why they are treating this bizarre spectacle like a normal sport. Her complaints are completely ignored by Kotaro, who is dressed up as a traditional sumo referee and calmly announces that it is finally time to start the match. Kotaro formally begins the match, calling out that it is a good start as Sumika confidently moves into position. Akira also gets into position, but she is left completely baffled by the highly traditional and formal sumo atmosphere they have suddenly created. Urged to keep pushing forward, Sumika aggressively charges at Akira and forces her backward with immense power. Before Akira can even figure out what is happening, Sumika successfully pushes her all the way out of the ring, prompting Kotaro to loudly declare Kagano Fuji the winner of the round. Akira is genuinely blown away by her opponent's power, warmly praising Sumika for being incredibly strong and catching the shy girl completely off guard with the unexpected compliment. Watching the match, Shiyou passionately yells that Akira's raw force is completely unfair and urges Sumika to endure the impact, while Kenny loudly cheers for her to keep pushing and not back down. Sumika charges back in with absolute determination, but Akira desperately screams for her to stop and hold on frantically, complaining that Sumika is pushing her far too hard and that it actually hurts. Shiyou and Kenny continue to shout instructions from the sidelines, loudly telling Sumika that Akira only relies on brute force and urging her to push without hesitation, because Akira is tough enough to take it. Annoyed by their constant cheering, Akira is suddenly fueled by a fierce competitive spirit, resolving to return the favor and go all out. Akira aggressively delivers a powerful sumo push directly to Sumika's chest, drawing a sharp cry from her opponent. Shiyou and Kenny immediately burst into outraged screams, loudly scolding Akira for being incredibly cruel and calling her actions a complete shame, which leaves a sweating Akira to bitterly wonder why on earth they are supporting Sumika so much more than her. Realizing she is cornered, Sumika firmly resolves that she has absolutely no other choice left, tightening her grip on Akira's loincloth as she prepares her final move. With a powerful grunt of effort, Sumika lifts Akira completely off her feet and vows to return the favor, leaving a highly startled Akira gasping in pure shock as she is swept up in the air. As they clash, Akira is shocked by Sumika's impressive strength and struggles to hold her ground, internally noting that Sumika's firm and powerful frame is actively pushing her back. Sumika desperately holds on against Akira's immense power, mentally admitting that her rival is incredibly strong and that she is barely managing to resist her attacks in this intense showdown. Sensing Kotaro's serious and watchful gaze as the referee, Sumika is filled with a sudden surge of motivation to give the match everything she has. As the match grows fiercer, Kani and Shigure loudly cheer her on from the sidelines, reminding a deeply moved Sumika that she is absolutely not alone as the crowd enthusiastically chants her name. Summoning all her strength, Sumika executes a spectacular throw that sends Akira flying as the referee's assistant loudly announces that Kagano Fuji has successfully thrown her opponent. Refusing to suffer a clean defeat, Akira desperately grabs onto Sumika, mid-fall fiercely resolving that she absolutely will not be left behind. Both girls crash onto the ground at the exact same moment, leaving the shocked spectators to point out that they touched down simultaneously and eagerly ask who the official winner of the match is. Kotaro, refereeing the dramatic match, loudly announces that the round ended in a complete tie, declaring that they will have to completely restart the match from the beginning, which draws a surprised gasp from the onlookers and leaves a tired Sumika kneeling on the ground. Shigure and Kani are highly impressed that Sumika can fight on the exact same level as Akira, passionately shouting words of encouragement to her for the upcoming rematch. When Kotaro checks on Sumika to see if she is doing all right, she warmly thanks him, but when he turns to ask Akira if she is also okay, she bluntly and miserably replies that she is absolutely not. Akira suddenly explodes in sheer frustration, waving her fist and loudly screaming that the entire situation is completely unfair, leaving a thoroughly startled Kotaro to stare at her in absolute confusion. Akira angrily demands to know what is going on, felly complaining that her friends have done nothing but cheer for Sumika the entire time while treating her like the absolute villain of the match. While Shigure defensively sweat drops and tries to reassure her that nobody thinks of her as a villain, an annoyed Akira loudly demands that they at least offer her a tiny bit of encouragement as well. Shigure casually explains that since she already knows Akira is incredibly strong, she felt there was simply no need to cheer for her, a logic that leaves a thoroughly insulted Akira screaming in absolute disbelief. Kani smoothly adds that Akira should technically possess a massive advantage anyway, especially considering her extensive background in professional wrestling. Bursting into dramatic tearful sobs, Akira whines that hearing a simple shout of encouragement like urging her to go would not have hurt, crying that she feels as if she has absolutely no real friends at all, which instantly fills her guilty onlookers with deep regret as they quickly offer their sincere apologies. Sobbing loudly, Akira whines about how painful it is to know that everyone trained and had fun throwing salt together without her passionately demanding that they let her join in on the fun as well. When a helpful Kani immediately holds out a fresh bag of salt to appease her, Akira furiously snaps that it is far too late, fuming that they have turned throwing salt into a hostile situation aimed directly at an actual enemy. Akira points an accusing finger and angrily declares that the person who has annoyed her the absolute most today is actually Kotaro. While a completely startled Kotaro frantically wonders what on earth he did wrong, Akira fiercely yells that as the official referee, he has been displaying incredibly clear favoritism towards Sumika throughout the entire match. An incredibly jealous Akira fiercely confronts Kotaro in his referee outfit, accusing him of signaling Sumika during the match. She passionately argues that he only shouted the sumo chant whenever Sumika had the upper hand, leaving a sweating Kotaro utterly bewildered by her sudden accusations of blatant favoritism. Pouting furiously, Akira shyly confesses that she only wanted him to act as her sole ally. When a completely clueless Kotaro reassures her that she is already incredibly special to him, a highly flustered Akira can only stammer in pure red-faced panic as she desperately asks him what he actually means by that. Overwhelmed by his density, an embarrassed Akira screams that he is an absolute idiot before suddenly launching him backward into the air with a powerful dramatic throw. Watching the spectacular crash, a calm Kani dryly comments on what a beautiful throw it was, while Shigure thoughtfully analyzes the move and praises her flawless technique. Their cool evaluation only drives an annoyed Kotaro to scream from the floor, furiously demanding that they stop acting like professional sports commentators. When a highly aggressive Akira structurally threatens to throw both of them next, the two popular girls quickly sweat drop, frantically apologizing and desperately pleading with her to just calm down. Later, while sweeping the dojo floor, a thoroughly exhausted Kotaro quietly mutters to himself, wondering what on earth that chaotic outburst was all about. Working right beside him, a smiling Sumika gently notes that Akira was clearly just incredibly upset. Sumika explains that once they all started relentlessly praising Akira's genius and calling her the coolest person in the world, she instantly calmed down and walked away with a smug, satisfied expression. While Kokoa happily in on the praise, a thoroughly defeated Kotaro can only sigh, muttering about how incredibly confusing and unpredictable that girl can be. Kotaro explains that since Akira was officially disqualified for raising her hand at the referee, Sumika is technically the official winner of the tournament, warmly offering his congratulations. However, a deeply humble Sumika quietly looks down, hesitantly wondering if she should even feel happy about the victory, since she knows she couldn't have beaten Akira in a genuine match. Kotaro gently places a reassuring hand on her head, completely catching a highly flustered Sumika off guard as she blushes furiously at his sudden warm gesture. Kotaro warmly tells her that her face looked absolutely radiant during the fight, adding that it was incredibly obvious she gave the match everything she had. Clutched by her sudden rapid heartbeat, a deeply touched Sumika quietly realizes that ever since their very first school tournament together, Kotaro has always been the one to give her the confidence she desperately needed to move forward. Sumika softly admits that the reason she was able to push herself so hard in the match might be because Kotaro is incredibly special to her, catching Kotaro completely off guard and leaving him utterly speechless as he tries to process her surprising words. Realizing what she just blurted out, a blushing Sumika immediately panics and frantically screams that it was absolutely nothing before crashing onto the floor in pure embarrassment, leaving Kotaro to utterly lose his mind in confusion, as he silently laments how he somehow ended up getting punished twice, despite only acting as the match referee.